everyone, and welcome to Adepticon Day
2026, Day 1. Love
All
it.
right, for everyone who has not been watching for the last couple of years, my name is Michael Ciravella from Catalyst Game Labs. I'm our events manager and like 6 other things, but we don't really know what those
That was perfect.
We don't know what those things may be. Sorry, this is on a bit of a delay.
Yeah.
But welcome from Adepticon Day 1. It is another long day of streaming where we will give lots of fun and new exciting things. I am here today with my favorite person in the world, Randall Bills.
Randall Bills, Iron Bloodbeard Randall Beers.
Iron Bloodbeard.
On the spot, just made it up. It's awesome. No, super glad to be here. This is one of my favorite shows of the entire year. I do shows all over the world. This is just one of my favorites.
So, Randall, when are you doing a tour of the world again?
Dude, I am not saying anything about that. If I do, Tara will get on a plane, come and break both our kneecaps. So
you've heard it here first, folks. 2026
World Tour.
World Tour through the Randall Leakverse. Welcome.
No, the Randall Leakverse.
The Randall Leakverse has spoken.
I only leaked a little yesterday. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out what the magical source pack that was a faction pack that was supposed to be here was.
No, I think he was I'm pretty sure referring to the Aerospace Fighters.
Okay, so there was actually something.
Absolutely, there was an actual leak. Now, it was a leak in that I put it in the display case. I wanted to leak it, right? So we had dropped most of all the details, which we'll get into throughout the coming days, of course, about the new core box, starter box, core rulebook. But we also have Aerospace Fighters coming, so it was fun to just slide 3 of them in the first force pack that we'll be doing coming this fall. So that's what that leak was.
I appreciate that. So you heard it here first, folks, from the Randall Leakverse. All aerospace, all warships, all celestial lambs.
We got celestial lambs.
Nice. Thank you, Ray.
I think Ray just bolted up out of bed in a cold sweat.
He was coming on here.
Sorry, Ray. Yeah, exactly.
And I do not want to see the antagonized
Yeah.
Ray.
No. Now, to be clear, because we will talk about it, we are playtesting aerospace. It will be aerospace. We are absolutely focusing on dogfighting, aerospace fighters, and dropships, incursions into planets. There are no current plans for warships, but it is us. We love warships. But that's a few years downstream our problem. So,
well, it's also part of the charm of Battletech is you can play mech on mech, one-on-one if you really want to.
Yep.
If you want to do a planetary invasion,
you can just keep pulling in and going further in.
Wars, you can go as big or as small as you want to.
It's always been the great aspect of Battletech, absolutely.
One of the things I love best. So that is lovely. So we're here at Adepticon. We've got a full booth. We are, as soon as you come in through the main entrances, you can see us here. It is magnificent. Is this one of the biggest this is by far the biggest booth we've had here at Adepticon.
Oh, by far. By a wide margin. Yeah, last year we were up in the exhibit hall. Now, we had been outside the exhibit hall at the old facility for a couple of years since 2018 when it was just Bryn and Talon by themselves doing it.
The A-team.
The A-team. No, B-team. Come on.
He said it. Randall Leakverse.
And then last year, the first time coming up here because we'd never been, first time show, we were up in the exhibit hall. But then down here on the first floor, the grand ballroom is where all of the gaming is happening for Battletech. And then the pods, the virtual reality pods, Nick Smith and his whole awesome crew over there. And so last year, it's nice to be up there, but there's this whole area across the way. And could we just turn this whole floor entrance into just all Battletech all the time with, Leviathans and Partha Wars and other cool minis games that we have coming. And so we came down here, and this is fantastic down here. And it really does feel. You walk in the door and move past the elevators, and then for almost 200 feet, it is nothing but Battletech as far as the eye can see.
And
absolutely.
Gorgeous. And what's even funnier to me is I go up through the rest of the building, and there are still rooms with more Battletech.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there's a Total Warfare campaign game going on way on the other side. Yeah. So no, lots of great stuff. So it's absolutely fantastic. Love being here. Love the show. I always give a giant shout out to Shelly and the whole team here. Again, I'm at conventions all over the world, and Shelly and the team make this the best show to be at from our side of things. They are such a great team.
And so responsive to. I texted Shelly 2 minutes ago about a silly technical question that is in no way her problem whatsoever. And got back to me immediately.
Yeah,
as she always does.
Yep,
Shelly, Greg, whole team, thank you so much. We love you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. You make this just such an enjoyable show. Because any show is so much work to get to and through. And so when you have to fight the show itself, that just is never fun, and they never make it that. They are always such an amazing team for us. So
we do, as you said, we do conventions all around the world.
Yep.
But this is a really special one
for us. It's just a special convention. Yep.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
All righty then. So we talked a little bit about the booth. We talked a little bit about what we're doing. What we're going to go from here is this is just the short little introduction for our purposes here. I know most of our calls are in hour or 2 hour blocks. We're going to tell you a little bit more of what we're doing today and announce more. But we've got some fun announcements today, which we are not doing now and spoiling the surprise. I think we're doing that in about 45 minutes.
But it's literally the Randall Leak verse. Come on.
It is the Randall Leak verse.
That'll be next
You just
one.
took me to the woodshed about not saying things and getting
That's
in trouble.
True.
So
no. So for those, I've already shared quite a few photos. I just had this idea that at this great convention, at a time when it's we just recently celebrated 40 years of Battletech, and we have this great new set of boxes and rulebooks coming. It would be great to kind of show off the great history of Battletech. And so I just, spent several hours with a lot of packing tape and duct tape, carefully packing up my shelves.
And how many suitcases did you bring for this convention?
3 giant suitcases. Well, technically it was 4 because half of the actual one that has my clothing in it was also stuff to go in the display cases. But they absolutely look amazing. But in the next hour when Ray shows up, we'll literally we'll literally pull out the starter box and the core box from the display, have it here on the table.
I don't know what you're talking about there.
Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry.
Yes.
Randall Leak first. What are you going to do?
Randall Leak first. That's fine. But since Randall got to do it first, I am also going to leak this one. I am also going to leak. That's a new quote for us.
I know. I'm also going to leak.
I can do it because I'm Randall Bills, which is apparently a meme we are going to try to get him to do. You missed it here. We did not record it.
So
we desperately want to do this.
Yeah, you try as much as you want.
You should have seen the face he gave me. 2 fingers in the tabletop right here. Intent face. He thought he was joking. None of us thought he was joking. So that is all great. But no, we need to have leaks. This is the Randall Leak verse. So I will say it first. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have Leviathans the Great Warrior on shelves.
It is glorious.
It is here. People have it.
It is amazing to have it here. In fact, booth hadn't even been open because the other fun thing about Adepticon, because we're out here and not in the exhibit hall, we get to basically open up while we're still putting the booth together. And long lines. It was just awesome interacting with the fans and all their great stories. But within like 30 minutes, there was 3 great gentlemen that had brought a giant cart because they were taking one of everything. This giant pile of Leviathans. Definitely a little emotional after 13, 14 years from the first time. And then for those that are going to ask the question, the all domestic fulfillment has happened. We are, I think, only a week or 2 away from starting finally the international fulfillment. This is not going into stores yet. This was just a special case that we had set up with Adepticon, and so that needed to go forward, but it will not actually go out into retail at all until those internationals have been fulfilled. So we're really close, and so end of April or maybe into May, it'll then start appearing on store shelves because it'll finally be all fulfilled. Thank you so much for all your patience and support and waiting through all of it. Hopefully it's worth it. The models look fantastic. The game's great, of course. Yeah.
Well, it's not hopefully. I had the joy of, we're right beside our gaming area. We've got 10 10 rows that we're looking at right there. Just Battletech after Battletech. We've got some other things, but the first couple of rows, we are so excited to be highlighting Leviathans and seeing massive, massive fleets battling each other.
Yeah, there's a giant. In fact, I'm pretty sure that table I can see right there filled with people is playing Leviathans. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once again, we've been waiting for this for so long.
So
I know we are some ship-based capital scale.
Absolutely. Love my capital scale ships. This is as close as we can get right now. But yeah, it's great
Until
stuff.
the warships next
Until
year.
the warships next year.
Thanks, Ray.
Sorry, Ray.
No,
You're going to give him a heart attack. He's not going to survive this show.
He's not going to. I'm not sure if he's seen the schedule. He may not be here in an hour for the record. We may be announcing this separately.
You know what? That's okay.
So
we'll pull him in when we pull him in. Really what it is Ray loves coming on camera.
Oh, of course.
And so we have to fight him and keep him away from coming on camera.
Absolutely. No,
So,
we need to strictly regulate his time.
Yeah.
Once again, if he wants to talk about these things, a little better that he wants to talk about than lambs and warships and just what's coming.
Yeah,
Once again, all of our lives are so stress-free and lovely.
Yeah.
So speaking of which, now that everything's perfect, now that everything is done, what is your next book?
Wow. Actually, last night I did get at the start of every convention, the day before it all starts, we always have a demo agent meeting. All the great agents are there. We'll sit down. We'll go through, talk things, talk about our latest things, what's coming on. It's just a great way to connect with our fantastic volunteers. Somebody did ask about my Novacat novel.
Your what now?
Yeah.
Novacat.
Novacat. Who is that? Is that Kitties?
Is
that no.
Dive.
I'm amused because John and I had made a deal that back in January, I think, that by Adepticon I would give him an outline, which I could have not mentioned because he had forgotten. But no, like 9-10 months ago when Ray and I got together and we said, we have this really cool idea of let's do not just this new core rulebook that we're going to be playtesting for the next 6 months, but let's refit and redeploy the whole line. Starter box, core rulebook. And that sounded like a great idea, and let's be clear, it is a awesome, fantastic idea, but the amount of effort has been truly Herculean. In fact, 2 nights ago, after setup, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm back proofing comments, the laid out PDF, the last little tidbits for the core box, exchanging emails with Keith to go back over any last little niggles, singing Keith Hahn, who
has been working at this.
He is the tip of the spear, right? Yes. I love working with Keith. He and I have such a great relationship. He is the tip of the spear in all of this, and I love the fact that I've been doing this forever. This is my unteenth box and rule book, and I'm still able to come at it and have some new insights to then coordinate with the fantastic work that Keith is doing, bringing Ray in. It's been just one of my favorite aspects of everything we do, this great synergy of working together to really take something that we keep doing well with, but every time we're able to find spots to do it even better, right? Sorry, I have to pause momentarily. So we have this brilliant diorama just that we're looking over. And there's this group of like young teenage boys all gathered around looking at it because giant freaking robots are amazing.
Yep.
So
I love how they keep walking away
and then kind of turning about, coming back. I know. It's glorious.
Very cool.
I love it.
I'm glad we can put out. We've got 2 massive dioramas out here. We've got more coming. We've got more fun stuff all throughout the space.
So, anyways, I totally sidetracked myself. That I never do. Shiny.
Never.
Woo! So, anyways, yes, this lift has been unbelievably titanic, and so I haven't been able to get to it.
Yeah. Well, also, I don't want to get you too far off of that, but I also want to focus on this is not the fun and the super cool aspect of things. A lot of what you're doing right now is I really respect Keith because we get to play around while writing novels in the fun storyline stuff, exciting explosions, and this is cool. No. Sometimes doing is this a +1? Is this a +2? This can be a little vicious trying to get step by step.
Well, and also just the level. I'm going to give you an example right now of something where there's so many moving parts, and despite all of our best efforts and all of our expertise, this is really hard. Making these games for any company is just incredibly hard. So, for example, we've made the decision to put the damage values for various physical attacks onto the record sheets. Now, there's a ton of other record sheets that have been putting it on it forever, but we've never put it on the official ones, and we've chosen to put it on there. That's awesome, right? We put it on there. Record sheets were turned over to the printer about 2.5 weeks ago, maybe even 3 weeks ago, as we signed off on each of the assets. And I have a giant spreadsheet that literally has line items of every single item and every single stage. You have to track all that. And then at the last moment, Dak, awesome Dak, go. He may even be in here watching us.
Yay, Dak.
Yay, Dak, right? He's like, oh, wait, we've changed the charging rules, as you know from those that have either been playtesting it or have looked into the final core changes document that we sent out. We've changed it, so those are going to change. And so he, at the last second, managed to notice that, is quickly modifying it. Immediately tell the printer, hey, you haven't started on those yet, right? And slipping that in. And so that's just a great example of we are all incredibly good at this. But this is a giant, big lift we're doing, and so many moving pieces and trying to hit the right deadlines that you still have some of that happen. So, but it's great that level of detail that you have to get down to, and it's just exhausting to maintain that, right? So all of that is moving off of my desk finally. Mid to end of April is when the core rulebook finally goes off to print as well. I believe Aaron is slaving away editing the last files of it. Ray is looking at sidebars. In fact, we're going to sit down to look at the sidebar, the lore sidebars that are in it. Like, there's so many moving pieces. But as all of that moves off my plate, I'm going to be able to finally get back to writing that novel, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Randall Leakverse.
And that's not even taking into account the fact that I've been slaving away on Runefire simultaneously, that MHA is finally moving, so working on that. Yeah, I keep myself very busy doing this thing I love. So,
and we appreciate that. That is very important. Separate note, you do realize that all of the new sheets say Battlemook, right? With 2 Qs.
No, I'm not even going to look. Not even going to look.
Not going to check.
Not going to check. I don't believe you.
He's reaching for his phone.
Dak,
please. But that is wonderful, and I appreciate that. No, that is very exciting when we reveal all the things we just revealed right here. But we are watching the chat, as always.
Yeah, bring up some questions.
We're going to come up with some questions. Also, remember, just a little bit of a general idea of what we're doing today. I'm going to actually pull up my schedule of things. That is
Speaking of spreadsheets.
Speaking of spreadsheets, you are the spreadsheet master.
I do love Actually, just as a fun aside, so I'm taking a game design class at the UW, which is really cool. It's led by Jay Schneider and a couple of other teachers. He's done Fire Opal. He was one of the core designers. Actually, I'll just throw this one tidbit because he's an incredible gentleman. I love him to death. A great friend. If for anyone who's played Magic and the concept of mana curve, he's the guy that invented mana curve. That's who Jay Schneider is. So an amazing gentleman. Anyways, taking this design class.
So Magic, you say? Is this a game of some sort?
This game? What is that?
Game?
Anyways, I've never actually taken professional game design courses. I've just learned it as I go. And I just I want to learn new things, right? I love this thing. I love it. So we just wrapped up the second semester. I don't think anyone in my class would ever possibly be over here watching, but if so, hey. But we just did a big presentation of game design as part of our end, and we go through it, and it's over rebuilding Monopoly.
Okay.
Right? And so I dug down into the math of Monopoly, which is terrible, and built a giant spreadsheet of all the math and then how to fix it all to bring all the ROIs for all the properties. Like, it's a ridiculous spreadsheet. It's glorious. And I put that, and I just did screen captures as part of the presentation with everyone else. And we get to the very end of it, and the TA is like, I love spreadsheets as much as the next guy, and I actually really love what you built there, but why didn't you turn that into a nice graph so everyone else that maybe doesn't like spreadsheets? And I'm like,
spreadsheets?
Because I didn't even really think about it, because why wouldn't you love spreadsheets?
You heard it here first. Randall Bills, while fixing Monopoly, has decided that that visual aids are not necessary. All things should be spreadsheets.
And it was a great moment. I'm like, I should have totally done
Probably.
that. Yeah. But it was a glorious spreadsheet.
I have no doubt. All of your spreadsheets are.
We were talking about.
Yeah, we were getting there. That's wonderful. Okay, back to this. So what we're looking at today is, assuming I can get back into my tablet, from 10 to probably 10:30-ish. We'll probably end relatively early. Hello from Adepticon, Michael Ciravella and Randall Bills, which is lovely.
Iron Bloodbeard.
Iron Beard.
Randall Iron Bloodbeard Bills.
Your beard looks fantastic on stream.
Giant shout out to my wife. Yeah, she does all that, and it turned out way cooler than I was expected.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I knew it was going to look super cool. We always need to dye his beard a special color before he goes on tour again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean,
she's coming after me.
So let's be clear. How nerdy am I? The reason it's red is because it was blue last. Mm-hmm. And I'm going clockwise around the inner sphere.
Yep, and I remember the purple.
That's how nerdy. I know. That's how nerdy I am.
Well,
I'm not sure about the yellow because that's going to be really tough to pull off. But I'll give it a try.
Wait. Please, Gen Con yellow.
Ooh, that'd be fun,
yes,
especially with the Dawn Guard on the colors of the core box. Done. Yeah. Yellow at Gen Con.
Yellow at Gen Con. You've heard it here, folks.
I may have to try that out in the spring because I think the lightness of that color is going to be hard to pull off. But Tara will be able to do it.
Absolutely.
Thanks, love.
Pseudo blonde Randall. We've all been waiting for this one.
I'll have to do the Guy Fieri, like combing the hair all back.
Oh yeah, the two-tone.
The two-tone.
Absolutely. I may do that with you, Amy. Just letting you know. Both she and the baby just looked up and went,
I know.
Nope. Luckily, the side eye is genetic. That is wonderful.
See, the whole time we've been doing this, people are just walking by and then just sucked into looking at all this stuff in the displays.
Good, and the terrain over there. Oh, yeah, looks good.
Looks good.
So then we're going at 11 o'clock. We're going to announce everything we've mostly just announced, which is great.
Hopefully, we'll have stuff to show off, talk about it in depth. Yeah,
and that's
good stuff.
Then in the beginning, the history of BattleTech rule sets. That's hopefully going to be you and Ray talking about because you brought all of these sets.
I brought them all.
Know how things have developed. We were joking in text. We've always got our text chains, which we love right there, about Battle Droids and the previous sets right there and just what we have.
And how Battle Droids actually had two almost completely disconnected rule sets in it. And the basic is really wacky. For those that know their D&D, like, the original D&D from basic and, like, it's about that wacky. And it was the advanced rules that people then fell in love with. So then when the cease and desist letter came in from Lucas and they had to do second edition really quick, it was that advanced rules they used. So we'll have fun doing all that type of rabbit holing on the rules over the years in that section.
And how many I love to jump ahead. And how many sets
do that.
How many sets have you personally worked on right here? Because we remember the FASA years.
Well, I believe I've worked on 11 total core box sets.
Are you trying to poke me right here? 11?
Yeah.
Randall?
Oh.
No. Are you trying to poke me?
No,
Do not start this, Randall.
No. No, the fourth edition box, I came in 96. Don't do it.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I came in 96, right at the beginning. And so the fourth edition box was just starting to be worked on for release at that Gen Con, and so that was the very first one that I worked on.
That is very cool.
So no, it is strange to, as I'm packing stuff off, pulling off a box set that I bought when I was 15 years old, right? Mm-hmm. And that pimply-faced nerdy teenager could never have imagined that 40-plus years later, he'd still be here. He'd still be loving it. The game would be bigger and better and more people playing it than ever before. It's really just stunning. And the fact that I still love it this much and I still get to do it with all these amazing people. Yesterday, a fan came up to me and he started his sentence with, "You've probably heard this before," right? And he only got like 2 words into it. And I'm like, no. I always want to hear it. That's what I'm here for. That's what I love. And so then he went on and talked about how he was there from the beginning and he's played it all along and he still gets to hang out with his high school buddies and play once a month and how much it's mean to him, the communities that are forged with that. And I eat that up. I love that to death. So please, please, please never fear to come up to me, even if it can maybe be a little intimidating looking.
You? Intimidating looking?
Please come up, shake my hand, hopefully get a patch, and tell me your stories. I love them. That's what this is all about. We do it because of this. Yeah. The game's fun, right? Don't get me wrong. Giant Stompy Robot is awesome, but we do it because of reaching out across the table and the people we know and love and the relationships we build.
Well, I just love the silly stories right here. I was talking with someone earlier today as I was trying to figure out what shirt I wanted to wear today. I wanted to wear the 40th anniversary shirt, which is a little big on me, which is multiple problems. But I wanted to wear the 40th anniversary shirt, and I remember way back when going to my first Gen Cons, and, I'm going to be at the Battletech table. I want to wear a Battletech shirt. I'm going to buy a Battletech t-shirt. I'm going to wear it there. It's going to be super cool. And then I started to work for Catalyst, and I'm going to wear a Catalyst shirt. This is the honor of my life to wear the Catalyst shirt.
Yep.
And then at some point I got relatively cool enough to do the Lauren and Randall end of things where I can wear whatever Battletech shirt I feel like today. I'll wear the Comstar shirt tomorrow, the Republic of the Sphere shirt the day after.
That's awesome.
People. But now I can do that, and that is wonderful. But no, it is being able to do that, is that joy, and working with these wonderful people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so we'll totally dig through that, pull out a whole bunch of different old manuals, carefully look through them.
Carefully. Keep Ray from tearing out the pages. After that, you'll get me back. We're going to do What's New in Battletech. We're going to have Josh Derrickson on.
Sweet.
Which always means that there's going to be something new and super cool.
Talking about Snowblind. We'll pull that whole box out of the display case, be able to show that off.
Yep. No, we're going to do some actual play right after that. We'll probably get Joe back out here again. Watching her playing Battletech for the first time is always entertaining for us.
Love it.
So that is good. So that'll run from 2 till probably 4. Then 4 o'clock, we're going to have the Shrapnel Roundtable. Phil Lee will come on with some of our authors who have shown up today so they can talk a little bit about how you get into Shrapnel, writing for Shrapnel, and having those lovely opportunities.
Love it.
And then you and I are back at 5 o'clock for the Fireside Chat Q&A, which really has worked out very well, which is your opportunity to come up with some fun questions. We're going to go through some questions in a second, too, but to come back and just
so that's just an hour of questions.
Pretty much.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love that.
It's a nice wrap-up of the day. One of the big things we run into is we try to take questions throughout the day, but you don't think of it, we miss one, whatever else. No, we like the Fireside Chats of, hey, we get to sit down at the end of the day, which is very cool before we shut down.
No, see, I love that. Actually, that reminds me of, so when I did my tour, right, did 50 locations all around the world, you never know what the response is going to be walking in the door, right? Mm-hmm. Like it was this just total roll of the dice. And I remember there was one of the places in the UK where it was kind of a smaller group, but they were all so shy. And so they wouldn't ask questions, and so I'm just sitting down and laughing with them and slowly pulling the questions out. And you compare that versus, I think Bryn may have corrected me, I believe it was Budapest, where I sat down to play with them. We all had a good time, but then when it was time to sit down and talk with Randall, they formed this giant circle. And for 2 straight hours, question. It was awesome, and I loved it, but it was just so funny that you just never knew. Bryn, where they formed the circle and just grilled us for 2 hours, was that the Budapest one? Yeah. Yeah, okay. If I'm wrong, somebody please correct me, and I apologize. There were so many, and it was so awesome. But it was just great, literally full half circle of equals. And here goes the trial, and I loved it. It was great.
Well, we were actually talking a little bit yesterday as part of our Catalyst demo team mission to start reactivating our fire bases, working with our friendly local game stores and getting more agents in there. We've been dropping off and visiting some of the stores throughout the U.S. I actually, on the drive here, the 14-hour drive here, we actually got to stop into Millennium Games in Rochester, New York, which was absolutely lovely, huge building. But it was wonderful, and it happened to be Tuesday night, and there were people playing Battletech. I went in there, and they're looking at me and going, "I know you. You look familiar." And I said, "Hi, I'm Michael Ciravella." And they were, they're playing their game, they're stopping their tournament. No, you keep playing. I'm just in here for a moment on our way.
I love it.
Super cool.
Yep.
Just a friendly, loving atmosphere. And then as we're driving back, I'm getting text messages. You were just in my area. Can you come to our area? When are you coming to Arizona? Not today, but potentially on the 41st anniversary Randall tour.
It is always the that you wish you could do more.
Oh, of course.
Right? Like I literally traveled 100,000 miles in just over a year, circumnavigated the globe, hit 50 stores, and I know I could have done 3 times that. And
you heard it here, folks.
Tara, I did not just say
Randall Leakverse.
I will say that I got home and, of course, collapsed into a fetal position, just exhausted out of my mind. And I'm like, I'm never doing that again. And all of my kids are like, yeah, right, Dad. So,
well, also you had a bunch of things you were doing, too.
I did.
You had stuff you were updating. That was a terrible time.
Such a crazy
year.
That was
a tough year.
45th anniversary is not that far away. Who knows? Maybe I'll talk everyone into letting me do it again.
To be fair, though, I always want to say this. You look gorgeous for 45. So.
Thank you. I'll take that.
Going back. So after all that's the schedule for today. But back to the the questions.
Oh, yeah, let's get some questions in before we cut out.
That is good.
Oh, yeah.
We still got plenty. We still have plenty of time. That is all good. Now, if I can find the chat again, that is. Did I lose the chat? Interesting. What?
It does make me want to just press some buttons over here to mess them up.
Button. Who's got the button?
Yeah.
Question from the chat.
Go for it.
The graphic novels, actually, I just saw like a week ago the first 2-page spread that Eldon has been working on, and it is gorgeous. It was so cool, and it is. Ooh, I wonder if this is going to be Leakverse or not. I'm going to go ahead and do it and get in trouble about it later. Basically, the very first page is an homage to the first cover that was on the Battletech Inception's computer game. So I immediately pulled it out, was geeking out of my mind. It looks so good. There's a long ways to go because these are a ton of effort, but it's actually all moving, and it's moving quick and smooth. Particularly now that we stopped, speaking of all hands on deck, as part of the core box, and we'll be showing off later, I had an idea for a whole new, replacing the primer with something I'm calling the Battletech Sagas, which was a whole new way of doing art, but it also was all new art, so literally all of our prime artists got dragged into that. And so Eldon then finished that and was able to get back to the graphic novel. So it is moving. It's going to be great. Hopefully in the next month or two, we'll actually have some stuff we'll be able to start sharing. Next one. That was a great one.
Okay, no, I got the chat up
Excellent.
Here now. We're
Thank
good.
you for that, Jesse.
The schedule is not up yet. We actually had several of our team members who were going to be coming here this weekend due to flight issues and things.
Yeah.
Got a little switched over, so we only finalized the schedule as of yesterday with some adjustments. We're hoping to put that out later today. So Once again, I'll go through it at the end of each event, and we will be good there. Randall will kidnap you to the Lakeward Periphery region of Ontario next time you're coming up. Nice.
I would love it.
Lots of great stuff here. So put up your questions in the chat. I will get them as soon as they come through. We had some good stuff there, mostly talking about your beard. Regent.
Yes, I love the Regent. Anthony did such a good job with that thing, man.
Will the existing warship and other fleet scale minis be compatible with the new rules? I don't think we've done anything that's contradicted them.
Yeah, I don't think anything contradicts it, so probably. I said very tentatively because we're still early days as we're playtesting this. We literally just finished. Actually, do we have an hour where we're going to drag Brent on and maybe we'll talk about that? We should try and slide that in there somewhere.
I think we should definitely do that.
But yeah, we just finished basically our very first closed alpha. And we literally, before we got on a plane, I think on the Friday or Saturday, Brent, Christian, and I all sat down, went through all the comments, compiled them all. We'll then send it out for another closed alpha to more demo agents. But sometime late summer, fall, we're going to open up a playtest as wide as we can get. So if you're interested in that, look at that time frame. We absolutely are going to be playtesting this with anyone who wants to playtest with us.
That also goes with the next question from Terrence Harris. A lot of Aeros fans are seriously bummed for the loss of all the material associated with the Total Warfare Strategic Ops rule set. Aside from the minis, do you have any good news for future Aero players?
Well, again, we are developing a completely new rule set. Also, all of those rules oh, sorry, I thought it was my phone for a second. All of those rules are still going to make appearance, like all the vehicles and infantry. All of those rules will appear in future rule books. They've just been pulled out so that we can focus down on what is the essence of what the vast majority of people play, which is what this core rule book does. Other rule books will be coming down the line, optional books that all of those material will still fill in. I actually can't wait to go back and revisit the vehicle rules. I think that's actually one of the that'll be a really good discussion for the rules, where we talk about almost everyone that has introduced vehicles into the game, like Dark Age and the TCG, killed it, right? And I almost did that a little bit with Total Warfare. They're almost too good in Total Warfare, but I can't wait to come back to that. But yeah, for the Aerospace, we are developing a new Aerospace rules game. So far, the feedback has been phenomenal. I think we're really on a great track. So the sun is very bright and shiny for all Aerospace things coming down the line.
Connected question. So what will be the name of the rule book that specifically for lands?
Well, you're just trying to...
Spinning out is my out.
Yeah. Got guys, Brent and Mike over there making faces at us.
As well they should.
Yeah, you're just trying to kill Ray. Before he even gets here, you're trying to kill him.
We're on the 50-50 of whether he comes up. Somehow the Novacats have returned. The Novacats
let's be clear. I am not making any promises about what the Novacats do, return, not return, whatever. That is my big kept secret as I've been working on this novel all this time. I give no promises. As you know, you don't necessarily want your faction to be my favorite faction because I might kill it.
Yes. Although, read Trial of Birthright. You got the Novacats are not as far away as you may think.
Awesome.
And now, of course, they poke at me. Hey, Mike, is Treachery of Ravens coming out in 2026 or 2027? That's a great question. I'm hoping 2026. I've got the draft here with me. Most of it even makes sense, which is lovely. So hopefully that'll be off my desk. I also want to be very clear, and we will pick at this when I see John later too. Treachery of Ravens was halfway done before I started Trial of Birthright. I just needed to switch gears to put that one out because of timing issues. So once again, it still exists, and I can't wait to get it off. I enjoy it, but I can't wait to get it off there. How's your Novacat novel? What are we calling that? Den of Wolves?
Oh, wow. Not even, sir. Not even.
I'm getting a lot of these. Speaking of which, how's the book coming, Michael? Warships.
I love it.
That is great. Will the updated MUL 2.0 include the ability to look up and print combat vehicle BSP cards for Classic for the full library of BSP units?
That is absolutely the goal. Whether that happens when it first launches, I don't know. Yeah. But the goal absolutely is to have all BSP cards in there, just like Alpha Strike cards, just like all of the standard classic record sheets will all be a part of it. I just don't know if the initial launch, hopefully this summer, will have those, or whether it'll need to be an update a little bit further down the line.
This is an interesting one. Will we ever get to find out who killed Morgan Hasek-Davian? We have to know.
Huh. I mean, didn't he just die in his sleep?
By poison, I seem to remember, but I suppose that's correct.
One of the interesting things about a universe is we all want questions answered, but it's always sometimes you need to not answer it, right? There needs to be questions that stick under our skin and drive us and excite us. And sometimes the worst response can actually be to answer all those questions. So even when you're answering questions, you need to then bring out a few more questions. So like with the Novacats, part of what's making this novel so ridiculously complicated is there are so many open plot thread questions surrounding them.
For the record, half of which you
opened. Oh, no, I did all of it, right? And so my goal is to answer a good chunk of them, but still leave some really tasty bits out there to have, thirsting for a little more.
Schrodinger's Novacats.
Novacats
coming out in 2027.
I love it.
Morgan shouldn't have eaten that triple baconator with arsenic seasoning.
Nice.
That's very fair. That's core box stuff. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Some good stuff. Sorry, just going back here.
We're
good on time, too.
Yeah.
C-Scale Regent.
Yeah.
Love it.
Actually, we already are working on a C-Scale Regent.
That Regent's a fun.
Yeah, we hope to have a Battlemaster C-Scale at Gen Con. And then the next one after that is the Regent.
Which one?
Actually, we were hoping to make it slightly modular.
Ooh.
So hopefully we can get the Prime and the A in there. No promises on that. We're working with Leah. Giant shout out to Chris and John and Leah. We absolutely love them. They're a fantastic manufacturer to work with, and they're always open to all of our crazy ideas. Hoping to pull that off, but no promises.
Will the will the map scale dropships come with BSP cards?
No, because there isn't really a dropship BSP rules. So no, they will not.
Fair. New LAM rules when?
So to be clear, as much as we laugh about Ray being super down on lambs, the reason he's super down on lambs is because the rules are utterly broken.
Yeah.
And so when we have good rules, we will do lambs. And right now, though, the focus is on we need to build a good rule set. We need to build an excellent dogfighting set, and then an excellent set that allows you to fight against a dropship as it's trying to do an incursion and drop mechs down on the ground. Once all of that is built and done really well, absolutely the goal will then be, can we get a LAM rule set that is good and exciting? We got the new art, the fantastic art that was done as part of the commemorative edition of 3025. They're sitting there. We want to do that. We just got to have a rule set that fits it and works well.
And we want to be fair to Ray, too, as we poke at him all the time. Ray is very good with rule sets. We said it's a very special skill set, and having to put all things in tension and balance them right there.
Absolutely.
It's not that he hates warships. It's not that he hates lambs. It's just if the rules don't work well,
you don't
want to put out a game with that.
Yeah, so it's coming out with a line of models when the rules are only so is, can be problematic. So trying to line up the ducks in the right order.
Sounds good. All right. What are CGL's plans for utilizing and expanding Iron Wind's medals? It's a business thing.
Yeah, we don't really have anything we can say about that. Things are in the works, lots of discussions happening, but nothing we can talk about yet.
All minis will now be made in solid gold.
Ooh. I mean, they'd be so soft. The edges would there'd be no crisp lines at all on them.
I agree.
Doesn't change the fact I want a solid gold regent.
They're a form of currency at that point. What,
You know,
what's the gold
actually,
standard?
I believe we looked at making, as part of the last Kickstarter, like a small solid gold urban mech. I believe we actually know somebody that can do it and looked at it. Horrifyingly expensive. And so we're like, not even worth that insane to. And that's saying something, because you've seen how insane we can be.
What's
but
one more
no.
skew?
Yeah, what's one
more skew, Randall? What's one more skew? I seem to remember that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at 10:45. I am going to wrap us up right here because we're going to need a little time to prepare for our big announcement.
Yeah, I got to run over
a few
and
minutes
start
late. Yeah, we may
pulling
be a few
stuff
minutes
right
over.
out. Yeah,
but
yeah.
once again, I happen to be here with Randall Bills. Thank you so much. I am Michael Ciravella. We're getting you from day one of Adepticon. Quick review of what we're doing after this. Right after this we're coming for a big Battletech announcement with myself and Randall again, and potentially Ray Arrastia. Here's hoping. I've not seen him yet, but he could be puttering around. That is all good. But
We'll drag him in.
yeah, we'll get him in, or video chat him in. Right.
That's
at that
right.
point. But no, thank you so much for being with us. Keep writing down your questions, either for the subsequent areas or
that
tonight
fireside
for,
chat.
Fireside chat tonight
Nothing
at
but.
5. When you get Randall and I back to really deep dive in things, get those deep cuts together. This is your opportunity. That's why we love these opportunities to ask some of us were here when the old magic was written, so that is all good. And some of us just make up magic, so it works out well.
That institutional knowledge, man.
That institutional knowledge. I appreciate you. Thank you all, folks, and we'll
Thank
see you
you.
back in a little bit.
Absolutely.
Welcome back. Pew, 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 pew. No, Randall, I promise I will do things better this time. Please do not demand things in your passionate way of doing something. Two Gauss rifles are the ultimate in making opinions. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Adepticon Day 1. My name is Michael Ciravella, Events Manager for Catalyst Game Labs. I am once again here with one of my favorite people in the world, Randall Bills.
Randall Iron Bloodbeard. Let's get it right.
Randall Iron Bloodbeard Bills. Unfortunately, that's not on the name tag, so I start to lose it. Once again,
great to be here.
And what is your title today?
Doing lots of Battletech stuff.
Battletech guy. Battletech guy.
Technically, I'm the creative director at Catalyst Game Labs, working on Battletech, since dawn of time, since we had to chisel in the stones as we're working on it.
Absolutely. And we are continuing to chisel in those stones today. So that is what we're looking at today.
We are filled with awesome in front of us to show off today.
Absolutely. But today, we have been waiting for a long time, and now we are going to do it. We have promised a big announcement, a big launch, and we are here. Now, we've leaked a bunch of pieces of this, including in the last hour. That's just pretty much us.
And Tuesday it went everywhere.
Yeah, welcome to the Randall Leakverse, which is what we're looking at here. But now it is official. Welcome to the Randall Leakverse, for we are going to be showing you.
T-shirt.
We desperately need apps with a cool logo.
Yeah.
I need to make that a Shrapnel article. That's definitely. I definitely want to do that.
That's awesome.
But but we are here to talk about some new Battletech box sets.
Yeah.
We're looking at the core box. We're looking at the starter box. We're looking at the core rule book. Randall, explain to us what we're talking about here. This is not. We want to start with. We're not changing Battletech from the ground up. It's not.
It is still 95% the same.
Yeah.
Actually, Ash Barker from Guerrilla Miniatures Games. For those that followed us through our Mercenaries Kickstarter, he and I did like 2 or 3 days straight at the Six-Sided Gaming Studios of fighting scenarios at the launch of at the end of the Mercenaries Kickstarter campaign. But he did a deep dive where he compared a Game of Armor combat rules to the second edition rules from 1985 and basically found like a 3% rules drift. And we're still sitting at 95, 94%, all the same. So despite everyone potentially going, oh no, a new rule book and changes, and there are changes, and we'll get into that, you can still pull out a record sheet from the box set from 1985 that's sitting right over there in our display case and pull it out, and it is 100% compatible, and you'll dive in, you'll love it, you'll recognize it. Or if you're brand new and you're sitting down, this is for you as well. So, yeah.
And that's one of the great charms of Battletech all the time. We do a lot of updates. We try to put out some new stuff. Fiction we're going through there. But one of the big selling points for the Catalyst demo team is you can pick up, if you played the Battletech or Battle Droids in 1984, within 10 minutes I can teach you how to play, and you are absolutely back up to speed.
Yep.
Not too many changes there.
I actually think Battletech might be singularly unique in our entire hobby to have a game that's been in publication for over 40 years, to have had new product out every single year for over 40 years, and it's never had a new edition, just slight tweaks along the way so that it is 95% the same engine from that 1985 release. I don't think there's a single other game that has that claim in our entire hobby. It really makes it special.
So it is not a new edition. It is the update.
Absolutely not. It's just some cool, what did Keith call it? A quality of life updates is a great way to describe it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And once again, we also want to not just cater to our new players that are coming in, which is, once again, when you get a starter box, that is lovely. I loved when we did the starter box with the Vindicator.
Yeah.
One of my favorite mechs. One of the only places
Mercenaries
you could get it.
starter box.
That was very, very, very cool. But being able to do these fun things. But I'm also seeing some interesting, less familiar mechs to the world right there. Or I hesitate to say new mechs because there's 450 variants, so much little under the sun. But tell us what are the various items and what comes in each one. Where do you want to start?
Oh man, where to start? Well, maybe just kind of the first idea of why go down this path. Total Warfare, actually a fun anecdotal story. For those that aren't aware, 2 years ago when it was the 40th anniversary of Battletech, I toured the world. Literally, I was just telling the story last hour. 100,000 miles, circumnavigated the globe, 50 events around the world. Absolutely glorious. And one of the events, I won't say who or when, sitting next at a table, and a guy comes up next to me, and we're sitting there playing, and he didn't know who I was, and he starts ragging on problems with Total Warfare. Mm-hmm. And quite a few of the people at the table kind of quiet down. He rags on for a couple of minutes, and then he turns to me, and he's like, "What, did you write it?" And like he was suddenly, like, you could see on his face, like, oh my gosh, did I just offend someone? And I'm like, no, I'm the first person to tell you absolutely there are issues. I'm very proud of Total Warfare. As Keith pointed out, it's actually been in print longer than all the other rule books combined. I never imagined that would be the case. And we are here today in part because of the strength of all of that was done. But absolutely it has some issues. It has organizational issues. It has user interface problems. I just tried to do too much. And to be honest, I know, right? But also we just get better at this, right? Everyone talks about how great the Battletech Manual is, and it is fantastic. Keith did a phenomenal job working on that, but he did that pulling on what had been done, right? And so that's always the case. So we had this vision of, we can do this again, just like with the Battletech Manual, the critical acclaim. And everywhere I went, everyone's saying that the Battletech Manual was the best rulebook that Battletech had ever had, but it still was a little limited in its scope. And so we thought, what if we do that? What if it's time to retire this rulebook that's almost 20 years old? I can't believe that. And take a Battletech Manual approach to this. And while we're at it, there's actually some other wacky, crazy things we want to potentially try. But we're not going to hide this. We're not going to secretly do it in the dark caves we live in. But instead, we're going to do it in front of the whole world, right? And so we did this 6-month playtest, the largest playtest that Battletech has ever had. We did, in fact, try one or two incredibly wild ideas. Probably the wildest, bar none, was trying to get rid of the side torso locations. Now, for those that are wondering and are aware of the whole purpose of that is probably the single most slow the game down moment, because almost no one has those side torsos memorized. So everyone has to look up at a chart. And so it was a moment to go, can we eliminate that, right? And we, with the data sets that we had, our internal bits, we thought it all looked good. What a great moment to show where sometimes you just need really large data sets, large numbers of great playtesters that provided feedback to go, you know what, it does not work. So we listened, we set it aside. Another thing we attempted to do, just again, the trying to get rid of that look it up, is the cluster hits table. Very few people have that memorized, so you're always looking that up. We had 3 or 4 of us, very smart, very math savvy, run down that rabbit hole for half a year saying, can we get rid of that or change it in some way? But ultimately, the only way that we could figure out how to do it would change it so much that it would fundamentally not be Battletech, and that is a no-no, right? And also, as we went down this rabbit hole, one of the key mandates was no record sheet changes at all. So there's like 4,000 record sheets plus that you can go and print out and use. There's less than 40 that we ultimately ended up changing because of 2 small, pretty niche weapon systems. So even though we went in, we did some tweaks, we did some changes, we uplifted the system, we feel actually incredibly good with how much that continuity is still held. It's still the Battletech we all know and love, still fully compatible with everything out there. To be honest, you don't even need the new rulebook. Obviously,
he didn't say that.
I want you to buy it, but if you just want the rules changes and run with what you got, awesome. We're hoping you'll look at this, though, and realize it's so well put together, it'll just make your games that much easier to use, and you'll want it, right? So that was kind of that. And then once we've started that path, once the playtest is all going, then we're like, it's been over a quarter century, over 25 years. It was the 3rd edition box with the Battletech Compendium, the Rules of Warfare, that they kind of designed those together at FASA. It was right before I started working. It's been over 25 years since we've been able to do them all together, sync them all up as much as possible, launch them all together as a big, exciting event, and that's why we then started down this path over here. So, talked about the core rulebook. We'll be talking about this, the whole event, all of Adepticon. Sometime later today, we have a great hour where we'll talk about the rules, starting back from the very first edition, march through that. So we'll have more talk about this. Once again, huge shout out to Marco. These covers are stunning. He's killing it. And the Regent, giant shout out to Anthony, who was the original designer on it. So cool. We'll come back and do more of that.
Also, I mean, the feel of the cover, just the style of the book. Is it all completely different right there? This really...
No, it'll be more the shiny. This is just a matte printout. I literally hand-built this myself. Everyone else was at the painting table last Thursday, and I was hand-building this mock-up to show up.
So you're going to build every book?
Yes, absolutely.
Sounds good.
Little bit of the Iron Bloodbeard there in every book. Yeah, you bet. So we'll come back. We'll talk more about that. So let's get into some of these stuff. So starter box, once again, Marco. Oh, my gosh, just killing it. In fact, on the back, I just got to get into this. There's actually a piece that was done as part of, I think it was one of the Big Red videos, Big Red Tech videos. And this is one of my just favorite pieces of the last 2 decades. This idea of this giant mech hiding in the snow and leaping out, and the Haku's having the worst day of his entire life, right? And in fact, we went even further because there's 2 different sets of that. And so then telling the story of the first part and like 2 seconds later as he's about to deck this poor guy. Just really great stuff. But anyway, starter box. So we've actually immediately got quite a few questions over the fact that we have put in some advanced tech in this box and in this box. And they've never had that before. Why did we do that? Does that make us a little nervous? So story time, go figure. The Randall's going to have a story time.
Absolutely.
So the demo agents, probably 2 decades ago now or longer, came up with a grinder, right? All the kudos in the world for all of those that worked on the grinder. An amazing, amazing event. I have had some of the most fun games I've ever played in grinders. You can teach anyone lightning fast. They have a great time. I love it to death. I ran so many grinders during my trip around the world. But we then were building a retail version of the grinder, and in the retail version of the grinder, in the CDT built, the demo agent built version, they started out in basically what you would call introductory tech, right? Low tech, 3025 era, and then they eased it into you as you're upgrading each time. You go in, you play, you lose your mech, you get a cooler mech, it's blown out from under you, you get an even cooler mech. Well, I didn't have that in the opportunity that I'm working on for the when I was building a retailer version, because a retailer version had to be tight, it had to be small, it also had to coordinate with the best-selling force packs, because this isn't just a front-facing design for the fans. This had to be something that retailers could go, you're playing this game, and then you're immediately excited to hold the Timberwolf and then go buy the Timberwolf, right? And what that meant is somebody could walk up and sit down, having never played Battletech, and get a clan mech out of the gate with advanced tech. So there was a little concern there, like, what is this going to do? Is this going to change things? Is this going to be hard? And I'm like, I'm going to do it anyways because I have to build this for retailers. And then our demo agents, it got unleashed, and for over a year now, our demo agents have been using it, stores have been using it, and the consensus is no, it really doesn't get in the way of anything. And really, if you kind of think about it, if somebody's going to sit down, and it's around here somewhere, right? If somebody's going to sit down at a table and see this sheet and not immediately run away, then they're already in the mindset and already are the type of person that a little extra tech just really isn't going to be a big deal, right? And so with that, we also then, part of the design on the starter box is we also talked with quite a few of the people, particularly Bryn, who runs a lot of he's kind of the spear point of running many of our conventions, including Adepticon. So he actually has more experience at a show selling Battletech to people than almost anyone in the company. And he has the experience that the previous beginner box skews young, right? Usually if you're an adult and you're walking into Battletech, you're immediately grabbing the big thing, right? There isn't. You're not looking for a price break. You're in, right? Giant Stompy Robots. What's all the stuff I can get? This one usually skews young. And so as we were talking about, okay, we're not afraid of putting advanced tech in. We have a new thing. What do we want to do? And Bryn wanted the vibe for younger kids where you could immediately ask the question as you're holding the box in front of them, do you want to play the shark or do you want to play the bear? And literally that pitch, we discussed it. We had like 5 different lists that we all fought over. Aaron had a list. I had a list. Bryn had a list. Ray had a list. I think even Anthony had a list. Like we all went at it, right? Making our arguments for why this design. But ultimately this pitch, the vibe of that is just so cool. And we could just see the younger kid eyes lighting up of like, yeah, I want the bear. I want the shark, right? Now, it also helps that the Hammerhead and the Contio happen to be 2 of the best, coolest designs in the Ilclan era. I'm terrified of the Contio. Last year, 2 years ago, I was running a fair amount of games with some local guys. Shout out to my guys. Thank you for putting up with how many times I had to cancel. And the first time Brian started showing up with the Contio, like I got scared, right? I'm like backing up away from him. It's a terrifying design. So that's why we decided to go down that road. Ultimately, what we did, though, is we realized that it is kind of a walkthrough. So we do have the first 2 cards you get into that have a nice first mission. And this first mission has none of that tech in it at all. It's as stripped down as possible to just, you're moving, you're rolling dice, you're firing some weapons, blowing stuff up, right? And then as soon as that's done, you are then introduced into a second mission, which is then slightly more, and then on the back provides a quick little rules update for your hardened armor, for you even get a little bit of a claw attack, right? And again, even this isn't actually all of it, because like ECM, we're not going to get into an ECM in here. The triple strength armor, that's just too much. But we then actually talk about that. So you've had a first game, you've then moved on to a second game, you're getting excited, you're seeing more, and then we're even showing you, and there's even more. That was actually one of the problems with the previous beginner box, is it was a great box, it sold well, did really well for us, but it was kind of a vast gulf. You got done with that, and the jump between it and the next one left you like almost relearning a completely new set, where I think we've done a much better job at staging you through several really fun missions as you get a little more and a little more. And then, of course, Rakshasa, Uziel, there's some other variants in here and designs that correspond to the core box. So then, a map. Some people have asked, it's actually the map that was in the previous beginner box, but Marco went over and gave it a cool alien look to it. And then, of course, your what's next. So players can immediately go, hey, what's the next thing I should go buy? Cool little 4-page. So another thing, trying to tell the story as much as possible. So if you look, this is the story that's coming. And then your core little lore booklet is the one more step, the viewpoint of the Hammerhead as that Contio is about ready to make his day really bad. And then, cool die cuts with objective tokens, some smoke in there. And then, quick start rules. So that hopefully, is able to kind of explain our thought process, explain how we hope that the that the advanced tech in there won't be a detriment, but in fact will be an incredibly cool addition that will make people even more excited, get into Battletech even quicker. Any possible questions or thoughts on this before I keep blabbing away?
Well, before we jump further in, this is the first time we're talking about it a little bit.
Yep.
So you've got the Cantio, this looks like Ilclan Era.
It is.
This is the first time, traditionally, when we put out new box sets in the past, it's all been pretty much the classic or some variation of that based off of current things that we're looking at. What inspired the thought process of just getting us? One of the things we're going to be talking about this weekend is really being in on the Ilclan Era now. We've got some really fun stuff.
There's a couple of thoughts. One is there's two reasons why none of these boxes have ever left the Succession Wars era. One, and really the primary one, was that idea of if you add in more technology, is that going to create an impediment? And through multiple companies and multiple decades, we had never had a moment where we could actually test that hypothesis. And having the store retailer kit and having it go out to hundreds of stores and having hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of players interacting with us, actually gave us the data to feel confident that it doesn't impact it. The other bit is just kind of it's a legacy bit, right? Like I started in the Succession Wars. There's so much love for that era. And so it just kind of, it's the inertia. Why bucket? The last bit, I think Aaron might have said this. It might have been Ray. In my head, it's Aaron. But we all say so much that sometimes we all get it conflated. But I remember Aaron making this great insight, which is, while there absolutely are people embracing the new era and are enjoying it, there are people that aren't. And some people won't join it until we join it, right? Until we are all in on the era, some people won't follow. Now, some people never will, and that's fantastic. No worries, right? That's another joy of Battletech, that not only is the rules 95% the same, right? But there's also multiple eras. I've met people all over the world that still just play Succession Wars. Awesome. Just play Clan Era. Awesome. Some people that play just in the Jihad. That was a little surprising. Good for you. That's awesome, right? Whatever works for you, that's fantastic. We still come out and support products in those eras. But this has ever been an arrow forward, right? This has ever been an ongoing universe. And we realize that until we fully throw everything in on the table, there's going to be a little bit of reticence from some players. And it was our time to go, you know what? We are all in. We love the new era. We love what's going on. We love the new mechs. It's time for us to really showcase that love and that we're all in so that you can be all in if you choose to.
And these two mechs are currently only available in this box. Is that correct?
So not completely correct.
Okay.
There is a alternate stance Hammerhead that is in the third Star League, one of the third Star League boxes, dang it. It slipped my mind. But it's actually, there is one of those.
Okay.
So there is another way to get this. But the Contio, yes, this is the first time the Contio is appearing. And like we've always done in the past, this is where it's going to be for a couple of years now. So if you want the Contio, unfortunately, this is going to be where you got to come to get it.
Where do I get my Vindicator?
So all of the minis will slowly rotate into force packs. So, for example, the Clan Invasion box set was already out of print last fall. And so we have already taken those 5 and moved it into a new force pack. It's the Clan Battlestar force pack. Also, and we will not be able to do this for all mechs. That's just not possible. There's way too many of them. But there are certain key mechs that are foundational, iconic designs, including the ones in that Clan Invasion box, the Executioner, the Timberwolf, the Nova, right? And those were some of the very first ones that we've done. Anthony and his team just get a little better and a little better. John, Chris, and Leah, and our manufacturer, they get a little better. And so even fans have commented that, like, these newest models, compared to those old ones, there's a 4 or 5% looking better. And because those are the iconics, we've actually had Anthony's team go and rework them with their current knowledge, and then new molds cast of them. And so they will be remastered in that. And so then the Vindicator, the Griffin, and then the 8 mechs in a Game of Armored Combat will go through this remastering process and will find their ways into some new force packs. We just haven't quite lined them up because those box sets aren't out of print yet.
Very fair. All right, I think that's everything I've got for the starter box. Let's jump into some core box here.
And just seeing these, we'll take some really good pictures to share. They paint up so gorgeous. Oh my gosh. Giant shout out to Jared for doing these at ridiculous time frames. If you're here at the show, come by and see them, and we will, of course, get some great photos taken to show off how good these look painted up. Nice. Okay, core box.
Core box.
So, oh my goodness.
72 mechs in a single box.
Shut up. What are you doing? This was another great moment of 5 different lists. Fighting tooth and nail for, I kid you not, for hours. In fact, I think it spanned multiple days. And when I say fighting tooth and nail, it's never acrimonious. We have a great team, but we are very passionate. I know it's hard to tell sometimes when you watch us. And we have very strong opinions. And so we had these big lists, and we no, this is why we should do this. No, this is why we should do this. And I got a couple of designs in. I think there was only 3 of my original lists that made it through here, though interestingly enough, some of the starter box ones were over here on this list, so it's kind of interesting. But I think each of us got 1 or 2 in from the various lists. But this was also a case very much of one, it needs to be all in on the Ilclan era. Yeah, the backside. So this is a giant double illustration that Marco did at Cool.
Yep.
So then it just wraps the whole thing. The poster that's in it will have, for the first time in print, a giant 3152 poster map, and then the backside of that is Marco's giant thing. But we had to, of course, be all in on the Ilclan era. Regent really has become the de facto poster child of the Regent era. A brutal design. It's actually why it's
era.
Yeah, that's funny. And that's why it's actually on here and on the core rulebook. One, so that somebody can immediately go, "What's the next thing I should be getting?" You get that correspondence. But then the other one was, you know what? We've been around a long time. We've got a lot of mechs, and I really the thing. Even though some of my designs didn't get in, the most important thing was to have a spread that covered 30, 40 years of the timeline, right? And so you've got 2 of the mechs. As I'm suddenly getting a brain fart, so the Rakshasa and the Hollander. There we go. Using my brain power. Woohoo! And then, unfortunately, you can't see it, but once again, they paint up so good. These were in 3055, which came out in 1992. So a long time ago, and then just kind of, marching from there. So then we're up to the Solitaire that was in 3067. We've finally been able to get to a whole series of design that were in the MechWarrior 4 computer games. Some of those are starting to appear in the House Curidan and House Davian Force packs, but we had been kind of holding off on some of the extra special, like the Uziel, right? This guy it's actually pretty hard to tell the updates because this still, all these years later, just looks that good. Yeah. Anthony had to just go in and do just some little subtle stuff. I'm sure it was far more work than I'm giving it credit for. So apologies, Anthony, but this is such a brilliant design. And then, of course, the Madcat Mark II. So interestingly enough, on the Madcat Mark II, it's a Mad Cat, so I've always been a fan, but not that big of a fan. And even on the renders of this, I'm like, that looks cool. It's the usual stuff. Wow, when you hold this model in your hand, this is almost making me like this more than the Timberwolf. I know that's a little sacrilegious. I know, that's fighting words, but I'm telling you, come back to me when you hold this in your hand. In fact, what's really fun is then you get the whole set out of the whole Mad Cat family of the original Timberwolf, the Savage Wolf, Mad Cat Mark II, even pull in we've got a Mad Cat 2 in the Rakshasa, and look at them all together. One, it's just awesome. But then also just a case of, this looks so good. We then had to bring in, pull up the region. We had to bring in a Dark Age mech, something that had made its premiere in the Dark Age. Again, it's all part of this history that's ours and we love. So I had to get this guy in there as well. And then if we're going to be all in on the Ilclan Era, 2 of them we felt really had to be there. And the other great one then is the Eris, fantastic light mech. So that was the decision and crazy process for getting these mechs. As always, I actually really love that. Why this mech? Why that mech? A lot of good fun there. The rule book then is a trimmed down rule book. This is one of those great moments where Aaron likes to talk about the fact that often from the outside looking in, you kind of think of these as siloed off from each other. And instead it's this giant skein that you're all working on simultaneously. So, for example, because we want this box rules to mesh as flawlessly as possible with the core rulebook, that means you actually have to finish the core rulebook. So Keith has to finish all of his work. Ray and I have to go through and get all of our comments and feedback worked in there. Then Aaron needs to edit it completely. Then it goes back to Keith, who then goes through and culls a chapter down to what's going to go in the box set, to then go back to Aaron to make sure nothing got messed up, to then get laid out, to then come back to me and to Ray to proofing, which I was doing like 2 nights ago at 1 o'clock in the morning. Like, it's just a crazy convoluted process. But in the end, it should give us the most seamless set of this base experience that really Battletech has ever had.
Wonderful.
So that's where we're at with the rulebook.
There's some other goodies in there.
There is some other goodies, of course, pilot cards. We have kind of redesigned them, obviously matching up with our new graphic design. It's also a case of, though, that we wanted to showcase the stars of the mechs as well. So all of the pilot cards now have a pilot on one side and a mech right up on the backside. Outside of that, though, they're just like the pilot cards we've had before. Alpha Strike cards, of course. Oh, and unlike the last time around, which if we had been thinking a little more forward, we would have thought about it. So thanks for all the great suggestions from the fans. The Alpha Strike cards for the Contio and the Hammerhead will be in the core box. It was just a step too far to put them in the starter box. Could cause just a little bit of extra confusion for somebody that's just starting in. But by the time you're at the core box, we can totally show off that there is a whole other rule set if you want, and those will be in there. All the record sheets, of course. There are some brand new variants that have never been seen before. So there is a new variant for the Rakshasa, basically Ilclan Era variants for the Rakshasa, Uziel, Mad Cat Mark II, and the Hollander. And I'm just going to tease that there's always
a change a Hollander.
It has a heavy Gauss rifle variant now, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
And it flies backwards 9 hexes.
It is the most ridiculous, yet you will love how stupid this design is. But it's one of those that everyone's going to love to put out on the field. But we managed to do it.
Firefall.
Yeah, exactly.
Firefall.
Exactly.
It's a turret that tips over.
Yep. And then same thing on the maps. It is the exact same map designs. Doing map designs is a very complicated, hard process. They're fantastic designs. So we ultimately decided to leave them in. And then Marco just went through and did a really cool color correction on it to make it have a great alien vibe to it. So then the last bit, as I take a quick drink, where are we at? I've been blabbing.
We're at 11:44.
Oh, actually,
we are getting a lot of questions as to when are we going to get the double heavy Gauss Hunchback, where the entire top of the mech rips off.
Just rips off. I love it. Though I will say, for those that don't know yet, we are doing a Comanches Caballeros force pack for the fall. It will be a Barnes & Noble exclusive because they love us. But in that is redesigned Grand Titan. We're going to get the Albatross, another great 3055. However, it will have the 7K Phoenix Hawk, one of my all-time favorites, and that's a great flavor for in the books when the Camacho went up to the Combine, but we're finally going to get the Swayback 4SP Hunchback. So excited for that pack. Yeah, right? So good. Okay, so last thing is, as we were kind of redoing all of this, I didn't want to miss an opportunity to go, is there a better way to present the information? Is there a new way to do it? We've done this a lot, but the industry always gets better, right? We went and looked at a ton of fantastic other games. What are they doing? How do they present information? And so I pitched this idea to Ray, and maybe if there was almost a moment of like me putting my finger down, it might have been that because I was so passionate about it.
Could you demonstrate exactly what you're trying to refer to there? I think it's two fingers.
Nope.
And I think it's more. I think it is more intense. I'm Randall Bills. This is why I do this.
No,
should be a mean moment.
No,
he did it before.
No, but Ray and Aaron immediately saw the vision, did it. Went to Marco, kind of after the fact. Marco talked about the fact that he actually was like, "Can we do this? Like, this is wild. The time frame we have to do this in is really short." There was a lot I was asking to do in here, but he ultimately pulled it off, and it was fantastic. So what we did, of course, it is a look at the lore of the universe, right? But one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to find a way, first of all, to make it not just lore. There's a ton of lore in here. But I wanted it to also be a tool that a new player is going to have a little direction. Battletech's greatest asset and its biggest bane is its infinite flexibility, right? If you are coming from nearly any other tabletop game where I buy a mini and I'm now mandated, now this is everything that you're doing. Here's the rules, here's how you play, here's the factions. You don't have that, right? You, like, the sky's the limit. Do whatever you want. That's really cool, except it can total analysis paralysis, right? It's so big, they're not sure where to start. So there's a whole page that kind of just walks you through how do you choose a faction in Battletech. And then in the back is a, what is going to be your style of play, right? And get into, if you like doing this, if you like sniping from the background, if you like sprinting in, if you like to be the shield, if you like to, whatever that might be, think along those lines, and here are some guidelines of where you can then go, the mechs you can pick up. But the other part of it was trying to put you in the universe as fast and as quick as possible. And so we did these little second-person vignettes, and I don't know if you can see it, but they are also like all over the shoulder, as close as possible, as though either you are this person or you're the person right behind them experiencing the events that are unfolding on each of these pages. And so Marco and his crew just, I asked a lot. And I know, right? And they delivered in the most stunning way. This just might be this Raven Alliance image is so cool.
The who? I don't know what we're talking about there.
It might just be one of the coolest collections of images. We've done 1 million cockpit shots, but oh my gosh, this mercenary shot from Eldon is nuts, right? Every time he's like, oh, well, I'll just go in here and I'll keep going and I'll go down further. And but what about this little detail? And yeah, so I am, again, as much as I'm excited for the mechs, as much as I'm excited for the rules, we wanted to make this a new special experience, whether you picking it up tomorrow for the very first time or you've been here all along, or maybe you were there for a while and you've walked away and you're coming back. This should be an experience where you finish the pages and you are reminded of all the reasons we're still here and why we love this universe. So hopefully we have put together a package worthy of what Battletech deserves and what all you guys deserve. Yeah.
Wonderful stuff. I'm excited, Randall. So we're getting near the end right there, but tell us, when will we have these things?
So these should be available in a world's a weird, wacky place right now, and production and shipping is rough. Like, we were supposed to have several new items here at the show, and they didn't make it because of delays in shipping. But this should all be available at Gen Con and even available in stores in August. Everything that we have laid out, all that we've been working with the manufacturers. Another shout out to Tiffany and Linda at Regent, who do all the books. They're amazing. We're working very close with them to get the book off. Working with Alliance, our distributor, to maximize interest out into the stores. We might even have like a cool data product dump, Randall Leakverse.
Randall Leakverse.
Randall Leakverse. So no, we're really trying to go to places that maybe Battletech has never been with how big a splash we can hopefully make come in August. And then then you can go, I play that Battletech game. Oh yeah, I've totally heard about that. I've totally seen that. Sign me up. That's what we want.
We are excited, Randall, so that is lovely. So we're coming up right on the end of our time right now. Hopefully in a few minutes we're going to dive in after a little bit of setup, maybe probably about 10, 15 minutes. Stay tuned. We're going to be our next thing is going through some of the previous sets. So now that we can talk about how far we've come, we just talked about that.
I'll rotate these back in the displays, go grab some other displays out, bring it back.
And that's good.
Sounds good.
So, and you're going to explain to everyone why in this most recent system you changed to a D17 system?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm trying to figure out how that would look.
I'm trying to think how that dice would look. I now want that dice really badly.
I now really want a D17.
Yeah. No, I love Vsauce, YouTube content creator. His weird, wacky style fits my family very well. I know, right? And he has actually, it was so funny because I just was listening, just total fun weird aside. I was just listening to him, and he's never actually played D&D before, which blew my mind, right? Like, how can you would fit D&D, and my youngest son, Kenyon, for like an entire minute, did a whole, hey, Vsauce here, my paladin just showed up. Like, he did the whole Vsauce. I was rolling on the ground laughing. Anyways, he has a die that's like a D1, D2, D3, D4. I've been meaning to get one of those sets because that'd be fun. And now I'm thinking about a D17. How would you do that? Down the rabbit hole we go.
The fun caltrip that would be.
Absolutely.
All right, folks. So that's going to wrap us up for right now. Once again, that was Randall Bills with our big announcement about the new Battletech Core Box, Battletech Starter Box, and new Core Rulebook.
Yep.
We're really excited for that. Stay tuned for the rest of our time. Once again, we'll be back sometime in the next 10 to 20 minutes to talk about some of the changes and some of how we got right here, followed by some good stuff. We've got Josh Derrickson from Lindvander Studios
talking about the next
some Aces.
No blind action.
That's going to be fun. We're going to have some of our Shrapnel authors later. And then tonight at 5, you'll have Randall and I again answering some questions. So
I'm telling our streaming team I want a fire right here, an actual fire that's going on. I'll have a cup of Joe. Let's,
I've always said
sit down by the
fireplace. That's
right.
When we started
Get on that, guys.
Yeah. But of course, it's going to be
a giant shout out to Six Sides of Gaming and the Fox Networks. They're over here helping us out, running this great stream. They'll be doing actual play videos of the Snowblind stuff. So behind the scenes, none of this works without them slaving away at their boards. So we appreciate their help.
And we appreciate that. All right, everyone. We're still here at Adepticon Day 1. We're very much looking forward to it. Once again, this was Randall Bills and Michael Ciravella, and we will be back in a short while.
Out.
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you can hear us. Yeah, it looks like you can hear us now.
Excellent.
Take two. We are coming from live from Adepticon Day 1. My name is Michael Ciravella. I'm Catalyst Game Labs event manager. I am here with two of my favorite people in the world, Ray Arrastia, Battletech line developer, and of course, Randall Iron Bloodbeard Bills.
You remember? Nice.
I did remember
it's
that
a mouthful, but it's pretty cool sounding.
It is a creative director for Catalyst. So, for everyone who's been with us for the last 2 hours, we have, of course, been leaking and semi-leaking and then announcing about the new core box set, the new... What are we calling the beginner's box?
Starter box. The thing you were just holding in your hand like 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, I was trying to steal the minis. I wasn't reading the
that Hammerhead and Contio, man.
So gorgeous.
So good.
And the new core rule book. I know what that was.
Oh, there you go.
That is good. So we've been talking all about that. But one of the things we wanted to do, Randall, in his completionist theory that we so love from him, decided to bring 3 suitcases worth of nearly all of the previous sets. I literally see battle droids in front of us.
Yep.
So 1984.
1984 is when
1984.
We can have fun story time about how that whole thing happened here shortly.
Sounds good. So we're going to take a look at some of the steps we've taken right here. Ray will hopefully tell us a little bit more of the theories of how we've gotten right here.
Jesus.
And in the fun time that we have left, we'll probably develop an even newer system that we'll announce next week.
No.
Was worth
trying to give Ray a heart attack, I think is what we're going to do.
The core box set coming out October 2026.
This is when
Ultra
Ray's
core.
heart breaks.
Ultra core. Okay. But Randall, why don't you start off? Let us know, what have you got here? What have you brought with us today? Where in the beginning?
In the beginning was battle droids. Ba, ba, ba. So, the fun... So, I've been working on the game. I've been playing the game for over 40 years. I started it makes us all feel so old. February 1st, as in, 2 months ago, was exactly 30 years ago that I started working at FASA. So been doing this for a very long time.
At 5 years old?
Yes, at 5 years old. That's very kind of you, sir. This is always the moment that I take to give a giant shout-out to Brian Neistel, who was the line developer at the time. And maybe at another story time element, because so many people have heard it, but I can tell the long, sordid story of how I went from the fan just running Battletech events, just like so many people are here running their favorite games, to getting a job offer. And Brian was instrumental in making that happen. So thank you once again,
some of
Brian.
us the story of the fan that was running some of the events.
I know, right?
That's all of us. Got a job offer.
That's all of us, right?
Remember, 5 p.m. tonight, questions and answers with Randall Bills.
You can ask, but it is it's just a long story, but always want to give a shout-out to Brian. I just wouldn't be here doing this thing I love all these years without him. So, battle droids. So, Jordan Wiseman and Ross Babcock had founded FAST Corporation. The very first product they ever did were actually ship blueprints for the Traveler RPG. Mark Miller's Traveler RPG that is celebrating 50 years next year, I believe, if my memory holds. Tex was telling me about a whole cool thing that they're doing with that. And then they had started to do some Star Trek, right? They did a Doctor Who. They actually did a whole series of really quick one-off games. There's a Top Gun game. There's Combots, right? Like they were just a game.
Masters of the Universe.
Masters of the Universe, right? They were a game company making games and hitting a lot of pop culture references and so on. Jordan in 1983 was at a licensing fair, basically licensing toy fair, and saw what would become Robotech. It was being shown off as, because Robotech is really Macross and Super Dimensional Fortress. It's actually multiple programs that were all woven together to become the TV show Robotech. But at the time, it was just the toys. And he saw it and took one look at it and immediately thought, this is the future. Like, he could just see that this was going to storm the world. And so he immediately wanted to license it, to get access to that and to build a game for it. And so really all he did was, everyone's going to love these giant robots. Not sure everyone's going to love teenagers saving the universe. So I'll take the giant robots, but make it follow the Roman Empire, because that's all the Succession Wars is. The original Battletech game was just follow the Roman Empire with giant robots. And so then they released Battle Droids in 1984, and then two funny things happen. One is that usually they would like put something out and then do the next thing and the next thing. And so Battletech was just supposed to be a one-off game. I kid you not. It was just a boxed game, and then they went on and did the next thing, right?
And that's how our history went.
That's but then like they're over here working on the next thing, and it started to explode everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's playing it. At the same time, they got a cease and desist letter from Lucasfilm because they own the copyright to Droid, which ultimately is a really cool thing because Battletech is just way better, particularly when you know that the pilots were known as Droid Warriors. Just not nearly as cool as Mech Warrior, right? Not even close. So they quickly had to switch. And so then this magnificent box and this fabulous cover that rode the Battletech box set for all the way up to 96 and the 4th edition. It came out in 85, and then it exploded, and then they could not make things fast enough at that point. So that's kind of like how it all began, the nitty-gritty, the kind of the fun stories behind. And then we're off and running, right? And so then we got this fabulous book. This is not actually, I believe, my first version of this book, because the first version would have been used into its down into the
cover
death
ripped
real
off,
quick, cover ripped off. It was like my 3rd or 4th version I think I had to get. But that started it. And then again, that was back. So I started playing in 1986, December. And I remember it was December because I walked into a game store in like October, and I saw the Fox's Teeth scenario book. It's the only thing that they had.
Right.
But I had also, the summer before, discovered Robotech, right? And I could not have possibly been more the perfect age. Like 12, 13, Robotech. I recorded it all on VCR, watched it way too much, or not enough, depending on, what you're thinking. I saw the Fox's Teeth, which is that weird, like, total busted-up mech that I'm still not sure we know what mech it is. I think it might be a Shadowhawk, but it's pretty hard to tell, right? And I'm like, is that Robotech? But it says Battletech. That's weird. So then the next month, I saw this thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm all confused because it's obviously Robotech. It's even got the SDS symbol. I've teased Jordan about that. Literally
there it is.
The RDF symbol right on the leg. And then, of course, the image is all on the back, but it says Battletech. I'm confused. Also, I'm like 14, and like that was $20, and that's a good chunk of my paper money. So it took me a whole month to convince myself. Finally did it. Chad and Tony were my best friends at the time, and we biked down to Desert Hobbies to pick this up. Ran home, played it terribly, did it all wrong. For like 4 months we played it that all your heat effects applied instantaneously, and then you got the heat sinks after the fact. Totally wrong. Which, that'll cure you, though, of being afraid of heat, though.
Very
that
true.
Was really
very
awesome.
Quickly.
And then the rest is history. Ray, when did you start playing? Was it somewhere around here in the same time frame?
Around the same time, yeah. And I have yet to meet somebody with my experience where I don't know Robotech or Macross or any of that at all.
Really?
I discovered it when people started saying that's a ripoff of Robotech. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is very rare.
And
that's awesome.
Because I was never about the big giant robots, and I know we started to see that in the 70s.
Yeah.
Early morning cartoons and such. That wasn't my thing. But I was introduced to it by a friend, and so my first experience was the actual gameplay, and I managed to kicked the head off a rifleman with a wasp. The rifleman was in a sub-level, and that's it. That's the end of it. I'm hooked on Battletech forever with that sort of experience. But unlike the rest of the group, as we expanded, I just got into the lore of the universe. You said earlier how Jordan started off, these toys, this whole thing was going to explode.
Yeah.
But let's stick it in the fall of the Roman Empire. The background that they built was so immersive, even from those early days, just
Absolutely.
a few paragraphs, and they just built on it. And so, I was the guy. Yeah,
just these sidebars, man. Just a couple of paragraphs.
Yeah.
Sucked you right in.
And for whatever reasons, I'm sure, I've never given it thought looking back now as a developer, but they started to really dive into the universe itself, the lore, the history. It was so rich. But, I was the crazy guy in the group buying every book. I needed to read everything. Like the Holy Grail, for the longest time, has been the Star League source book.
Yes.
They made fun of me when I bought it.
So much fun.
That's a dead faction. That's 200 years before we're playing. What the hell do you care? And I gotta read about it. I gotta know. I love it. Yeah.
I read it all. I bought it all. I was the one in the group that owned absolutely everything.
Yep.
So everyone else was like, Randall will buy it.
Yeah. So it was the perfect mix of gameplay, every weekend, hours and hours playing game after game. But then besides that, for me, just reading and reading and getting into it.
I have a distinct memory of it's my senior year, so like 1989.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in class studying for finals. And like it was U.S. government, which was dead easy to me. I aced everything in it. So while everyone else is studying, Chad and I are in the back quizzing each other on Battletech lore, trying to see if we can gotcha each other. So yeah, absolutely. So,
I want to focus on a small part right here, though. No,
I meant to jump in and give you a chance to say when you started.
Oh no, that's going to embarrass all of us.
Okay.
There. But my story is a little bit more like
you started
Ray's.
last week.
Yes, and still don't know it all. That's very fair. No, but I really want to focus on the most important thing here. So, a friend introduced you to BattleTech,
correct?
And you still call them a friend?
No. That's exactly right. Yeah.
That was fantastic, sir.
He knew to ask,
ladies and gentlemen. And
you
that's banana, isn't it?
On
spit take on.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Just showed up.
Sorry there, Michael.
That's my win, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
That was great. That is
totally
great.
different show at 11. Oh, wow. That was perfect timing.
Oh, that was fantastic. Oh, thank you. But no.
So you were saying, Ray.
No, but I got into BattleTech, and I came for the novel. So it was one of those things that I loved the history. I loved the space geopolitics. That was what Big Stompy Robots was cool, and then I certainly wanted to do that. But going back, the Star League source book, the initial, that is still one of my favorites of all time. That is
well, the thing that I loved about that book, well, first of all, the novels. Yeah, like I was there when I walked in Desert Hobbies and Decision at Thunder Rift is sitting there, and I actually had no idea what it was. Like tie-in media type novels like this, I hadn't. This was actually before the Dragonlance trilogy had come out, right? And so like that you could have a game that would have such an immersive universe that you could have a fiction novel set in it did not even compute in my head. And I'm literally like picking it up. And then the same thing, I'm starting to read a few pages, and then I'm almost hyperventilating at the idea that I get to dive that far down in. And then, the Star League source book, when that came out, that was one of the few times where for several years they had been teasing about this grand golden age. And that book paid off in spades. It made it seem so massive and so grand, and how giant the SLDF was and all of that. Yeah, amazing stuff.
Star League 3152 source book.
Sure.
You heard it here, folks. Randall Leakverse.
There we go.
Randall Leakverse.
So
Let's
then,
jump back
yeah,
into
so
the manual.
we'll kind of
Battletech
get back
manual.
to the manual. So then what happened is, again, they're like powering stuff out, right? So they power out City Tech, they power out Aerotech. They can't
Battle
get this
troops?
battle troops, right? They can't do any of that fast enough. And I swear that spit take is going to be a meme for the rest of eternity.
I can't wait for someone to make that
You
a
just
meme.
hit me at the perfect moment.
I can't wait for this.
On
Send it to
screen.
Lauren. I can't wait.
Oh
for
my
that.
gosh! I'm not going to live that down ever. That's
It
fine.
also
Only
looks
for you
slow-mo.
guys.
It
Only,
also looked
slow-mo.
slow-mo on here. That was great.
Okay, so then what they did is basically they just took the Aerotech, City Tech, and Battletech rules like this and just bound them together. That's all this thing is. And speaking of your friends making fun of you, I almost didn't buy this.
Yeah.
Right? Or when I bought it, I think I remember saying something like, well, I can't not buy it because I buy everything Battletech, but like I have the rules, I'm never going to use it. And of course, I went through like 3 or 4 of these. Like this might be my 4th version. And my friends teased me about that crazy. Remember when you said you'd never use this book? Man, oh my gosh, we used the tar out of this thing. Interesting tidbit, however. When I first started working on Total Warfare, fast forward a million years forward, I went back and reread this and this to prep myself. I don't know how we learned how to play the game off of these rules. They're really rough by modern standards. Again, no dispersions on that. This is a fantastic game, and it's survived the test of time way more than most games. But just trying to learn from this is a rough experience.
Well, if you recall, if you got around and played a lot, every time you'd meet a new person or another group, you're relearning the rules.
You're playing it differently. You'd be playing it absolutely. Like I said, we played for months. Heat totally wrong, right? So yeah. So this was that. This was a 1987 less door shed cover. We actually, when we did a Total Warfare reprint, our vintage reprints that we did, we used this as one of those original classic ones. So then fast forward, clans are coming out, and that's when this Battletech Compendium came out, which is still a stunningly fantastic image. I believe this is actually a model that they did, a large-scale model, and then they took some really good photos, and then he just went in and hand-painted over it as he was creating the image. Really great.
I believe it's Steve Venters.
Steve Venters, yep. And this was actually one where it was the first rulebook where they actually built it as a comprehensive full rulebook of the Battletech experience. And this was 91, I believe. 90, that's right. Okay, so clans are still, like those novels are still coming out, and this is coming out. The technical readout 2750 was the first introduction of new technology that we had seen. And I remember this unbelievable fight that broke out in my gaming group because the Gauss rifle, not only did it have 2 more tons of shot, but it didn't explode.
Right.
Literally broke the game. Because then my friends would just make Gauss-Zillas and come on the board, and that was it. And that was a moment where I almost quit because it was just so over-the-top bad. And, of course, only like a year later, and they're like, yeah, we can't have it do that. We got to explode. Good stuff there. And I'm going to just kind of keep working as you have anecdotal comments and stuff.
Sure.
Keep throwing them out, or else I'm just going to keep blabbing. So then this was the next one. This was 94, so this is 90. Moving over to 94. This was actually also the year. This was Brian Neistel's first. He had come on like a year or 2 before. This was his first then big attempt to, hey, let's do a new version. Once again, always just taking all the knowledge that you've learned, all the hours you play, the cons that you run it at, build it into a new event. This was actually also had some of the first rendered images from what was going to be the coming Battletech cartoon.
Right.
Well, I could run down a fun rabbit hole. So the cartoon, when it released, almost all the fans hated it. Interestingly enough, almost every fan I talk to now loves it. Like it's ours, right? It's that fun,
it's
wacky
ours.
thing.
Went
It's
through that
ours,
era.
right? But when it came out, it was hated. But I think part of that is because the FASA Interactive Technologies that was doing these computer things, they had been showing it off at conventions for like a year. So at this Gen Con, which was my very first Gen Con that this was here, they're showing videos of like a jump ship with the sail out and a combine image on it, and the Timberwolf walk along, the Axeman. It actually, for the time, was phenomenal looking. Problem is all the rest of the cartoon was super crappy cell work, all hand drawn, super fast, chop shop stuff. And they basically, Saban came back to them and said, it can't look that good, or else it'll just look garbage.
Yeah.
And so they had to dumb down all of those graphics to the enhanced imaging. And I think that's part of why there was a pretty big backlash, is because we had seen kind of cutting edge and we didn't get that. The other fun thing, tidbit in history, this was actually the first time FASA had ever done a limited edition book. And I used to joke that, of course, they had to wait until I was there for them to do that because you could only get it at conventions. There was no other way to get that book. And so I was able to grab a copy of that book. So this was 94. I then get the hiring process kind of happens in 95, 96. I get hired. I immediately work. That was when we worked on the 4th edition box set. Tom Bax's great Atlas image. That was the first time then that we rotated away from that awesome Warhammer image. And that's because we had to remove all the images. All the legal issues around all those images.
Yep.
And then they were gone for a million years, and it's actually one of the glorious things we were able to do. And, oh, man, could we tell endless stories about when we first released the Warhammer and kind of everyone, like, waiting, is somebody going to come and sue us? Which they did, in fact, try. So that'll be another story time.
Yeah.
But, again, a couple more years go by. Time for the Master Rules. This was actually the first time that I got to – Brian was still the lead developer on it, but I got to have a huge part in this. And going through and marking up this, with, okay, here's the next – can we do better? And I'm trying to remember. I think in here – this is when we started I think the random assignment tables. This is one of the first times they started to appear. Massive use because that came out of the field manual series that had happened. So we're starting to use that heavily in here as well. I have a lot of fond memories. I was so proud of this thing when it came out. Because, again, first Battletech Rulebook, and suddenly my name's in there. It still, kind of blew me away. And then towards the end, really all we did with the revised edition was about folding in all of the rest of the field manual series tech that had come out. And this, of course, was one of the very last products that FASA actually published when it closed. So we got that out, and then FanPro showed up, and it had already been 20 years, hence the nice little 20-year sticker on it.
Yes, indeed.
How quaint. It was awesome at the time, and it seemed like a giant milestone, and now like 20. But WizKids and FanPro, for those that may not know that story then, WizKids closed their door in 2001, literally January. I was literally printing out a product to hand over development that I had slaved away for months for them to go, yep, let's all get together in the art room, and we're all letting you all go. Now, luckily, I had already been working with Jordan on MechWarrior Dark Age back behind the scenes. And so it was kind of – and then by that time, Lauren and I were good friends. And Lauren's like, there's a ton of authors up in this – just science fiction authors up in the Northwest. WizKids is up in the Northwest and Seattle. And so we just – okay, apparently that's where we're going to move. So I moved up there, and then they WizKids was going to launch MechWarrior Dark Age with a 65-year time jump, and that's when they then licensed it back to FanPro to keep doing the classic Battletech line. So we had a couple of crazy years in there where I'm working full-time at WizKids on MechWarrior Dark Age and full-time at FanPro on the classic Battletech side. couple of wild years. Luckily, I was much younger then and could get away with very little sleep most days.
Oh, yeah, because that sort of levels of multiple projects in the same area. It's unheard of now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. Unheard of. So then fast forward a couple more years. Time for the next rulebook, Total Warfare. Now, one of my favorite stories is Lauren and I hatched this plan. And the plan was going to be a year of rulebooks. We're going to get them all done in 1 year.
And you still call him friend.
It's, yeah. Let's spit up on you again. No, the naivete of a much younger me not understanding how complex and massive it would be.
We developed a term back then. Let me see if I remember it. It's either the Carnival of Pain or the Carousel of Pain.
Something
like that, because it just didn't stop.
It just didn't stop. And part of it absolutely was a desire on my end. And again, you get away with this when when a game lasts this long and when you are able to be a part of it for this long, where you can try different things. And at this time, it was I want a rule for that. Right, that was kind of the running joke with Battletech for a while, which is we've got a rule for that, right? In TAC Ops, if you want a dropship crashing down on a wet Navy vessel as it's sinking and mechs are fighting on it and aerospace fighters are slashing overhead, and then it like sinks and then the mechs keep fighting, like there's a rule for all of that.
See the chart on page 92.
Exactly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's because we wanted this. I wanted this whole kitchen approach.
Yeah.
And it was an era where that felt like a good time to do that. And so this was one of the very last products that FanPro published. So then this one actually got out, and then Tech Manual actually published with Catalyst Game Labs, the very first product it did. And then, of course, I have a copy of this one. I brought the FanPro one because it's pretty rare. But then, of course, we republished it with the Catalyst logo on it. And then... Again, as I said in the last story talking about it, incredibly proud about that. We've been aware for years of the Achilles heels, the weaknesses of that line.
It's worth noting that there were major overhauls to the rules, which were about 20-something years old at that point. And there was a little bit of backlash over some of the changes, but that's rule set.
There was quite a big backlash.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. That's a great thing to bring up. There were some pretty decent tweaks on the mech combat. Again, mech combat, 95% the same all the way through, even to right now. But this is where partial cover rules got changed. We rotated them over to what had been maximum tech. The vehicles and infantry were radically redesigned in this.
Yep.
And absolutely at the time there was pretty decent pushback from a certain crowd. And now the vast majority of people are like, this is how it's always been. I'm like, no, that's not how it's always been.
That's what I was going to say. We're looking at almost 20 years from that, and people mostly now just see a straight continuity from the very start.
It is. Yeah. Well, and that's often when somebody will say, oh, it's always been like that. And I'm like, well, no. I can tell you right when that got changed. I mean, it is. I was joking right before we came on that I think at some point some of these companies were thinking, Randall, let's go for a ride. And they would like drag me way out in the woods and dump me. And then the next day I'd be at my desk nice and early. Hello.
With a new rule set.
With a new rule set. It is actually one of the kind of crazy things. I have been doing it so long that it's just kind of an institutional knowledge of where all this is at, where it's at. We can point at all these different bits. It really is a singular, unique game, as I was mentioning last hour, that we're this long, 40-plus years into it, continual publication, all of these rule books, box sets, source books, novels, you name it. Yet the core of it is still nearly identical all the way back to that first, second edition. Even parts of Battle Droids are nearly identical. So, and I just realized I'm putting all this heavy stuff on my Battle Droids box, so I'm going to move that. Yeah. Just to, that's pretty rare. So then that's thank you for bringing that up, Ray. It's a great point. So then along comes the Battle Mech Manual. And this was spearheaded by Keith.
Keith Hahn.
Did you come up with the idea for this, or was it Keith that pitched it, or did you pitch it to Keith? I'm not sure I can remember, actually.
Right. I don't remember either. I know that I was involved.
Oh, yeah, we both were.
But I'm not sure if Keith was pitching something parallel. Essentially, the idea behind it, whether it was me or Keith, we wanted something compact because by that time Total Warfare had expanded out to several core volumes of rules.
Yeah, I mean, you would need 4 books. If you wanted to play Battlemech Combat, it was like 4 books.
Right. And there really was a call for, look, I don't want to fit 4 books in my backpack to go and play. Is there some way we could just get a compact, this is what you need 90% of the time to play? And either Keith pitched something similar, or he came to me with something similar. But yeah, in the end, I was like, I outlined kind of what we wanted and let him go, and the result was fantastic.
Yeah. So a couple things. One, this is a great moment where bringing in almost like fresh blood with fresh eyes. I think Keith and Keith's a fantastic guy. I think we've developed a wonderful relationship where we can work really well together. As he was the spearhead in all of this, and then I got to dig in there, and we would drag Ray in now and then as he's off, doing the skein of the entire property. The battlefield support rules that are in this, that was a moment where I got to go, okay, let's try something brand new, and it was incredibly cool to have been at this for that long and still be able to do something brand new.
Yep.
And then when I did the travel around the world 2 years ago, almost everyone used this book, and almost every person was like, this is the best rule book that Battletech has ever had. And almost everyone was using the strike cards for BSP to bring in a little bit of flavor.
Yep.
And that just made me so happy. And we were already kind of looking at, is it time? But that tour and then talking with Keith and talking with Ray really let us believe that this is now the new direction. We've had the kitchen sink. We've had it all. This isn't going anywhere. It's all right here. But it's now time to tighten down. It's now time to focus. And that then, and by the way, I shocked several people very recently. This is 9 years old now.
Yeah.
Almost a decade old.
And isn't Total Warfare, aren't we on like 19 years?
19 years. The OCD part of me is a little sad that this isn't happening next year, so it could have gotten 20 years.
Yeah.
Several of us would have been fine with that. But
No. Right now is a time for that. And so then we've already been talking crazy about the core rulebook. And really the idea is, let's do this and just bring it all together. Forge it all down into one core book experience that is the core experience of Battletech. That's what this is all about.
So for everyone just joining us, the entire history of Battletech is tiny book, stick it with another book, then separate it again, then separate, and put it
then
together,
pull it down.
and then pull it down,
separate,
and put it
then pull it
again.
down.
And half of them will be called Battlemanual. But it is a system. But no, I want to hear from Ray. So, Ray, we've been chatting a little bit, but core rulebook. This has devoured your life for the last 18 months?
Something like that, with the last 3 or so being absolutely brutal. Yeah.
So what are you proudest of this about this right here? What makes this a project, a PowerPoint for you?
In general, I'm just proud to be a part of it and a part of this team and all the incredible people behind it. But if otherwise, the little bit of ego would be, oh yeah, that was me, or that was my idea, or I remember when I helped with this. There's lots of little proud things in all of these products. Total Warfare, I had already been working with FanPro, but I was all in that book, and I remember like flipping through. You can still see my name is in the credits of that book, like all over
the place. Absolutely.
I remember none of it now. But so, this core series, I'm really proud that we've gotten to this point, that we've learned from some mistakes. Some of the bold moves we paid off. And it goes back to the Battle Mech manual.
Yeah.
How we said, let's. There's so much in BattleTech. You could do anything you want. Huge games, small games, role-playing games, space battles, all this stuff. But that's great. It's all there for everybody. There's something for everybody. But what if we focus our main product, our front-facing product, on what, the 90% that people actually do? Let's make that the front-facing thing. And that was, in a way, Battle Mech Manual was also a test.
Absolutely.
Not just answering that question, but also a test that we could move forward that way and build around that. So I'm proud of the direction we've taken to wind up here today, to be a part of that.
Well, that is really exciting, and we're looking forward to everything. We saw, once again, earlier today, the box set, the core box set, and I'm still getting the name of this wrong.
Starter box. There you go.
Gotcha. The cool box with 2 semi-new minis. That really excites me. But being able to see those minis, being able to do this, and to see 40 years of how we've gotten to be here, this is really exciting. This is wonderful. So we actually turned in, we're right on time right here at 12:56, which is lovely there. So once again, we are going to wrap up here. I appreciate it. Thank you again, having Ray Arrastia and Randall Bills here. We've been talking most of the day about the core box and the starter box. I am going to go
try
wash,
not to spit up on
I'm
you
going to go
next
wash
time.
some banana off of me right here. As we prepare in a few minutes, we're going to be talking about another fun product that you'll all be seeing very soon in the Aces family. Snowblind. So we're very much looking forward to that.
Bring on the Josh.
Please remember, though, you'll be seeing more of these 2 wonderful human beings over the next few days. I will have Randall with me again tonight at 5 p.m. for any of your questions. And I believe I have Ray in the same slot 2 days from now, but some fun stuff before then, some of which I haven't even told Ray about yet. So we'll do that one. Stay tuned. Warships. What was the name that we came up with for the only lamb? I'm going to wait till you stop drinking.
Lean in and take a big drink.
the only lamb rule book. What we're calling it? Death Spiral.
Death Spiral, the only lamb's rule book.
I would have called it Crash and Burn.
That's better. Crash and Burn. You've heard it here from the Randall.
That's actually a pretty
Randall
cool title.
Leakers. I really do like Crash and Burn.
That's a good title.
I love that. See, that's why he's the line developer.
That's
ladies
right.
and gentlemen. But thank you again. My name is Michael Ciravella. We are here at day 1 of Adepticon, and we will see you in a little bit. Have a great day.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back to Adepticon Day 1. My name is Michael Ciravella. I am currently broadcasting from the Six Sides of Gaming, Catalyst Game Lab streaming booth. I don't think I've said that at all earlier today, but sometimes these things happen. So I'm here today with one of my favorite people in the world, Josh Derrickson, and we are going through another surprise release today, a kind of surprise release. Most people it's coming.
We've been telling people this has been coming for a while now.
Oh, yeah, well, we tell people a lot of things.
That's true.
That could mean quite a bit right there, but we've got stuff. I need to turn off the sound on my tablet where I'm watching myself and the spit take from our last show. In case you haven't seen it yet, definitely go back. It's a fun one. But, Josh, you are here today with the next edition of the super best-selling Battletech Aces.
Yes, indeed.
What are we looking at? Snowblind.
It's a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a box. We have a box.
I'm hoping we've got more than just a box.
There's a bunch of stuff, actually. We have kind of all laid out here in front of us. Let's see. Where should we start?
The box.
We can look at the box. This has been in the display case already for a little while, and people, I think, have already photographed the back and spread it across the internet. But, yeah, it looks a lot like the other box back for Scouring Sands. It's got some additional components that are a little bit different, but largely very similar component list, about the same size of stuff in it. Of course, as usual, you get a rulebook. You don't necessarily need to have Scouring Sands to get Snowblind. They are, in fact, standalone. I will mention briefly about the Aces rulebook. There are some frequently asked questions that came up during the span of time since Scouring Sands came out and this box going to print that we were able to roll into the Aces book and make sure got cleaned up a little bit. If you're familiar with the previous rulebook, there are some changes on the back. We were able to add the scanning table and a little bit more info about waypoints. And the big one, actually, that will be more of a surprise for folks, if you have played Hotspots Hinterlands or Chaos Campaign Mercenaries, there is a rule in that sourcebook about infantry barracks. And so what this is, if you're not familiar with it, basically, infantry are so soft, they just die. They are single use. In Aces, the way that the repair and saving throws for destroyed units works, that gets very expensive very fast. It actually makes infantry a terrible investment as a mercenary company. And we were finding people weren't really playing infantry or even battle armor, which are some of the coolest units in Alpha Strike, I think, especially when you have to grab objectives and stuff. And so what the barracks rule does is it allows you to add an infantry unit to your mercenary force, just like you normally would. And you're allowed to field a single copy of that unit in a single scenario. And if it gets destroyed, you just pay to repair it. It's not truly destroyed. It can't get truly destroyed. Mm-hmm. However, you can, in desperation, field 2 or even 3 copies of that infantry unit, in which case there are penalties if all of them are destroyed. Eventually, if you field all 3 and they get wiped, though there's nobody left. Yeah. But a barracks or an infantry unit is more than just a single squad of 6 people. It's a barracks full of soldiers, and you're sending out some of them each time. So that's a big change for the sort of campaign mode in Aces, but you'll find that the rule system hasn't actually changed much. We just clarified a few things that we were seeing a lot of people ask questions about on the Catalyst Discord server and elsewhere across the internet. And thank you to a handful of folks who have been very on top of answering questions about that and even making rules explanation videos on YouTube. You guys are the best. But all of that has now kind of been factored back into the Aces rulebook. So we felt it was really worth printing an updated one as well as making sure that you had the rule set in the box.
And we appreciate that.
Moving on, the meat.
The meat.
The real meat.
The real meat.
I'll show you the back of the book, actually, which I think you probably couldn't see from the case.
Well, before we even get into the meat and things okay, so we know about Scouring Sands. We do. And for our purposes, we know the story. Here's hoping right there. What is the story of Snowblind? What is the elevator pitch for? We know they're story-based. What is the storyline pitch for?
Cool. All right. So if you're up to speed on some of the Ilclan Era source books, this takes events from Dominions Divided, which is 3151 to about 3152, set in the Rasselhag Dominion, which is the Ghost Bear and Rasselhag have now formed a union. A civilian government with clan military. And so...
That can't possibly go wrong.
No, and especially not when the Star League comes knocking and asks you to join.
Yep.
So essentially what happens, and this is right into the guts of the Ghost Bear Civil War, as the fan base likes to call it. But basically, Ilclan Alaric Ward rejects the Dominion's membership to the Ilclan, and as a result, the Dominion sort of splits, not down any specific existing political line, but at an individual level almost, it seems, individual galaxies, whatever. They split into two factions who become known as the Joiners. They want to join the Star League, praise to the Ilclan, or they're going to deny that membership. We built this thing over the last 70 years. We're good. We don't need your Ilclan. And so this fractures everything in Dominion society. Individual Ghost Bear galaxies are now split in half, some of them, and are disagreeing about what that decision looks like. They hold a plebiscite, and even that isn't really particularly great. And Alaric still rejects their membership because they can't agree in a majority kind of fashion. So what this means for you is that it's an incredibly fraught time of just old feuds boiling over and a lot of instability in the region. And so if you're a planetary governor way out in the periphery, edge of the Dominion, and your planet has a battle mech factory, say perhaps the Dominion Kappa 5 facility that builds the Fire Moth and the Viper, man, it would be a real problem if you were being attacked by pirates and your Ghost Bear galaxy, who's supposed to be defending your planet from outside forces, is no longer doing a great job because they're too busy squabbling over this and holding trials of grievance.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what are you really going to do other than hire some mercenaries to act as a garrison force? You can imagine no one's happy about that, other than perhaps the planetary governor, who's pretty centrist and trying to just keep things under control. So really, you get called in just to keep the peace, but very quickly that's going to be impossible because there's so much else going on. That turns out, in addition to the two Ghost Bear factions sort of going head-to-head with each other, there have been pirate raids on this planet for the Battle Mech factory. So you're kind of stuck in this triangle of a conflict and trying to figure out how to navigate it. So whereas Scouring Sands is a much more sort of cut and dry, the AML has brought you in and you're just sort of talking through, or maybe talking sometimes at the barrel of a PPC, deciding how to resolve that situation and get that planet into the AML and away from the Jade Falcon Remnant. This one is much murkier in the sense of you have a lot more decisions to make about who you're going to support, and the results of those decisions affect how the campaign branches and which missions are available to you at each kind of leg of the journey. It has, again, 3 different endings. And to get some of them, you kind of have to choose earlier on to side with certain factions and drive their agendas. But as you can imagine, things very quickly get off the rails and the conflict escalates and you're drawn into the middle of it.
Understandably so. But it's been really fun. Once again, Scouring Sands was a huge sales hit right there. People are loving the ability to play solo play, to be able to go through missions, to be able to be part of these wonderful stories that have been written and this wonderful aspects of the Ilclan era. So that is really exciting.
For sure.
So we've got the book right here, which
once
again, step-by-steps through things for you.
I mean, if you've seen Scouring Sands, one of the things I will say is this book is 20 pages longer. We went a little bit harder on the fiction side of it. There are still, 20 scenarios in the book, but you get a little bit more in the waypoint section. The fiction in here is a little bit more involved, and some of the scenarios actually, the waypoint mechanics are a little bit, we tried some different stuff. It turned out a little bit crunchier, and I'm real happy with how that went. We changed the graphic design a little bit too. I'll hold the book up briefly, but basically the fiction parts are color-coded a little differently now. They show up in orange, so you can it helps you just kind of break out. If you need to go back to a waypoint and reference the mechanics, it's a little easier to spot it, like minor stuff like that. The actual adventure, again, the layout of the various scenarios is, that'll be familiar to you. Basically just like, it's a map, got the briefing, got the op4, all those things that you've come to know and love from Scouring Sands.
Yep. Nice, good, and workable.
Yeah. The other changes, there's a couple of other little things at the front end of this book. Let me just pull it up. It is the same simulator mission. We cleaned up a couple of FAQ and changed some diagrams. So thank you for going through all of that, community. You made the game better by playing Scouring Sands. There are rules for civilian mobs. And the cover art for Snowblind kind of teases that's going to be a big part of this conflict on this planet. These are, if you're familiar with Dominions Divided, which has rules for mobs in Classic, we took them and worked them into Alpha Strike in a way that the Aces deck could run them. Sort of. They're not as complicated as a battle mech because they don't move very far, but they have a little bit of a... it's actually a special order card in the box that runs them. It's not a whole Aces deck because they're relatively simple. But there are rules for mobs of civilians ganging around your battle mech and making life difficult in the middle of a what has now become a live fire zone. That happens in several different scenarios in the campaign. And the mobs have a new double-sided cardboard token that's a 2-inch circle. Nice. So they're peaceful on one side and then frenzied when things start to go badly for them. What else is in here? Every Aces box has a little bit of a mechanical theme for what else we can do with Aces. The theme we chose for this one is artillery.
Gotcha.
And from my perspective, I think artillery is a fantastic mechanic in Alpha Strike, but the rules in the Commander's Edition and as they've evolved over time in the various printings are a little bit tough to get into. I think some people have a hard time wrapping their head around, a spotter and a tag laser and all these accoutrements to making artillery work. And so there are some small changes to Alpha Strike with the way artillery works that are going to appear first in Snowblind, and I think will eventually then be in a future printing of Commander's Edition. But basically, you will face and find a couple of long toms in the course of your campaign, and you will have to deal with the Aces deck shooting artillery at you.
Very cool.
And there's, of course, a new Aces deck subtype as well to run an artillery boat. It tends to do nothing a lot of the time. It sits there until it feels threatened, and then it kind of panics and does stuff.
As artillery is probably.
As it should, right? We also get... Scouring Sands has sort of the core 8 roles for the Aces decks. Your Brawler, your Sniper, your Skirmisher, Juggernaut, Ambusher. I'm missing a couple. There's 8. But there were also a couple of bonus ones in Scouring Sands specifically for the Fulcrum Hover tank. Like there was a Striker Hover and a Skirmisher Jump Strong, I think, were the 2 bonus ones. This one, you also get a couple of additional specialized roles. The Juggernaut deck that comes in this box has been tuned a little bit to work better with mechs that are TMM0 in Alpha Strike, so they have 4 inches of movement or 2 inches of movement. Things like the Annihilator, but specifically the Viking 2C, because that's like the big scary mech that's in this set.
So why don't we tell us, before you delve too bad, people want to know about the mechs. What mechs do we have here in the in the box? Before we dive too much down there, because then
I think the only other thing I want to briefly mention before we show mechs is because it is a conflict with sometimes multiple opponents on the table at once, you will see scenarios in Snowblind where you have 2 different opposing forces that are run by different command decks. And there is a chunk of rules at the beginning of the campaign book about how to do front-loaded initiative with multiple forces. And there's a newly written diagram and explaining how that works, which I think is a real improvement.
Very cool.
So yeah, that's pretty much the campaign book. Let's move on to mechs.
Yes, indeed.
All right. I'll leave it to the boys back there in the text setup for how we want to punch in on these guys. But one of the 2 new mechs in the box.
The Viking 2C.
The Viking 2C. Incredibly cool model. It's almost the same height as an Atlas. It's a tall, narrow beast of a mech. And so this guy, it was really interesting because Randall has not always done this in the past, but Randall and Anthony looped me in a little bit on the process for how they were making this model. Usually it just shows up fully formed, and I see the end result. This time they actually sent it to me, and they were like, we're having a debate about exactly how we want to do this. Do we want to reproduce the Ironwind Metals 2C Mini, which is very angular and boxy, going way back, or do we want to kind of lean more into the original Dwayne Luce Viking art in the old TRO? And they kind of struck a really nice balance between the two. I think it's big and scary enough and square enough that it looks like it could be the 2C, but it's also got enough of the original DNA that you can use it for either.
Nice.
I don't know at what point we will ever get a Viking 2C and a separate Viking, so I think it was a good choice.
I agree.
Other mechs. Look, another missile boat. That's becoming a cliche in the Aces boxes. I sorted the MUL by indirect fire value at one point and found the Bane 3, and that's why we have the Bane 3 in Scouring Sands.
Absolutely.
This guy is like one of the next biggest indirect fire boats, and it's the Novacat B. It just has arms full of LRMs. Just nothing else. LRM boat. My personal favorite in the set is actually the redone Kingfisher.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Kingfisher C, so it's got the two ERPPC pods for arms. There's a couple of other Kingfisher variants that are heavy weapon like that. Not just because I think the standard one is LRM5 maybe or something in the arm.
Good.
There's a reprinted Grizzly. This is specifically the Grizzly 3, which is the Dark Age era.
Do love the Grizzly.
Update. But yep, he's got kind of a cool running pose. We get a reprint of the Grendel, a.k.a. Mongrel. I think in Dark Age it's now officially Grendel. For everybody. Everyone decided that was the better name in Universe, and now it just has one name again. Funny how that works. But he's got a slightly shorter arm and a different pose than the one that was in the Clan Invasion box, which is cool because we're getting that one back in a separate force pack. You get the other new mech, which is basically a Grizzly Junior. It's the Rhymotter. It's a 50-ton, I think.
I believe you are correct.
It's Dark Age Ghost Bear mech. Real cool, nice and boxy. You get an Arctic Cheetah Eye, slightly different missile layout, and he's got more of a running kind of striding pose, which is pretty cool. And, of course, yet another Fire Moth.
Because everyone needs a Fire Moth, especially on that particular
This guy's got
one.
a fun running pose. His toe is kind of pointing into the base. And it was nice to get another Fire Moth. This one is specifically the G, which is the meta Alpha Strike unit everyone loves, the 440 with overheat.
Yep.
I was originally hesitant to do a Fire Moth in this pack because there is also one in the Alpha Strike box set. So now if that's all you got, you have one on each side.
Yep.
Fire Moth duel. However, it felt really odd to me to make a campaign set on the planet that manufactures Fire Moths and not put a Fire Moth in
No,
the box.
it would absolutely be silly.
Yeah. So we got there. This color scheme for these guys is the, what is it? Ghost Bear Tau Galaxy, if I recall. I think they are the, I'm going to mess this up. I'd have to, let me cheat. Let me look it up in the campaign book. Cheat it up. Where's my campaign intro? I'm going to flip back to my Thule 2. Does it tell me? 18th Provisional Garrison Cluster of the Tau Galaxy. That's the galaxy that's basically been left on guard duty on the periphery.
Nice.
But you get all of the, again, cardboard tokens for elementals. So you get 5 elemental Alpha Strike cards. On the back, we have a pirate motorized infantry.
Nice.
These guys are actually snowmobiles. And in the art, you'll see them as on snowmobile. But just, again, if we're going to do infantry, let's do a variant. We haven't quite done yet, and we'll tweak the Aces deck a little bit to run them. But you get all the Alpha Strike cards you get in Tau Galaxy colors, and I think on the back it's a mix of other Ghost Bear and whatnot. If you've been following along, you've probably seen the Kingfisher art already. That is the gray legs, light gray torso, red stripes version of the Kingfisher. That is specifically the Kingfisher variant piloted by, let's see if I can find the actual page because I have it big in here somewhere. Probably at the back. That is the variant that has been captured by the Lord of the Pirates on this particular planet. Goes by the codename or nickname Bear Slayer. He's given himself this nickname. There it is. It's on the epilogue page. Yeah, I'll hold that one up. So if you haven't seen this art yet already, this is completely created by Mark Hayden when he was painting the Alpha Strike mech renders. I just said, give me a cool pirate scheme that kind of looks like the cover art from Objective Raid, which is the prequel novel kind of to some of the events in the Snowblind campaign, written by Russell Zimmerman. But again, we just saw this cool kind of Ghost Bear logo with the slashes over the top, and it was like, you know what, just take that, run with it, make it a cool mech. He did not disappoint. And actually, I think someone has already painted this and posted about it on Facebook. So
I have to look it up.
Away we go. You can't make a scheme like that. That's
and not expect someone to paint it. Absolutely.
Immediately. First chance. Yep.
You're just salty. It wasn't you. I know. I know you.
I ran out of time.
I know.
Again, you get asset cards just like you did in Scouring Sands. So all of the cardboard units in the box have a matching Alpha Strike card as well as a matching Battlefield Support asset. So again, use those with your Chaos campaign or your Games of Classic. And then a little surprise because silly us, we forgot these in Scouring Sands. You get a Fulcrum and Fulcrum 2 Battlefield Support asset.
Nice.
This was on the checklist for Scouring Sands, and literally all of us missed it in proofing, that we had forgotten to make it.
We were talking with Randall before, and once again, these things happen.
These things happen.
No matter how many times you look at it, sometimes more so because you've looked at it so many times, you just start to go a little bleary.
And so we're going to throw them into this box because we had the budget to do so.
Sounds good.
Now you get them.
Budget is good.
Moving on to the rest of the cards. Standard pack of pilot portraits.
Yep.
They're the same as Scouring Sands. Again, that's just a place where you record all your pilot data as you play the campaign. And then the other feature that is in the Aces campaign are the pilot edge abilities. If you've got Scouring Sands, you've seen the whole set of like 12 of them in there. 10, 12, 12. Edge pilot abilities that you can earn for your pilots as you play the adventure. There are 12 new ones in here. They're all different.
Nice.
And that will actually be true of all of the Aces boxes.
Oh, very cool.
So we designed 48 of them and then decided where to put them.
That is always a good
Some
plan.
of them are callbacks to special pilot abilities that have been in previous printings of Battletech product. And in that case, those ones have been tuned a little bit to use the edge tokens mechanic for Aces. But there are some wholly new ones which I think are really interesting and fun in the context of
Can you tell us
Aces
about
here.
one of them?
Let's, let me find maybe two interesting ones here. Let's do Eager. So this is a pilot edge ability that is before the movement phase, the first movement phase of the sortie. Your unit spends 2 edge to ground move up to 10 inches, or its movement value, whichever is less.
Nice.
So for all those scenarios where you've got to send somebody to go and get something, sending one guy up front or like getting a 10-inch addition to your deployment zone can be pretty awesome and maybe help you sprint and find something on the first turn. So like a cool new thing you can do. This actually had a lot of implications for scenario design that we now take into account. But a cool new thing you can do that was sort of totally different than some of the edge abilities in the previous box. The other one I think is real neat in this set is probably Knife Fighter. This is a wholly new edge ability. I'll show you the card there. But this one says, when you are attacked from a range of 6 inches or less, before dice are rolled, spend up to 4 edge to increase the target number by the same amount, up to a max of 12. Nice. So if you're a Locust pilot who has a whole lot of edge points, because that's all you've been building your pilot abilities for, this is not a bad ability to think about, because when you get into short range to harass those assault mechs, and then they turn on you and try and unload you and squish you like the little bug you are, you can go, actually, your TN's not 7, it's 11. But then you're spent all your edge. And like, it's a cool little party trick you might get some fun use out of. Especially since a lot of the Ghost Bear mechs and the Ghost Bear commanders in this set like to get closer to you. So having abilities that trigger off of fighting in short range, either you got there or they came to you, can be really helpful. We talked a little bit about the Aces cards already. I mean, if you've got Scouring Sands or you've been following along, these will look very familiar to you. They are largely, aside from the couple of different decks I mentioned, the Juggernaut Slow, the Ambusher Vehicle deck, which is specifically kind of tuned for a SRM carrier. Because, of course, it's not an infantry. It needs a little bit different.
Very true.
Yeah, but it is as fragile as an infantry squad, some of them. That thing has its own Aces deck. There is a Missile Boat Artillery deck now for running the Long Toms and for running the new variant, actually, of the Viking 2C, which has a pair of Arrow 4s. So there's a scenario as well that uses that. And then you get the standard array of Striker, Skirmisher, Brawler, and whatnot. Every card is brand new, has a different priority number. They are intended to be used for Snowblind kind of as is. But if you've already got Scouring Sands, feel free to mix and match those brawlers together, make a 12-card deck and cut it out, display it that way. You can run a slightly bigger force or just a little bit more variety in what your brawlers can do. Last but not least, I think, do we have the commander cards here? I think they are over yonder on the table.
Over yonder on the table?
Send them to me. I
want to show
off
Fox
the art for
Network
them.
6 Sides of Gaming team for all your assistance.
Yep. All right, so then finally, new commander cards. We've got 3 decks this time instead of 2 like in Scouring Sands, because we have the Mech Warrior Ghost Bear, we have the Star Captain Ghost Bear, and these are very loosely, it's not 100% correlation, but one is a little bit more aggressive and one's a little more defensive, and we use them for one of them gets frequently used to be the joiner force, and one gets frequently used to be the denier force, especially in some scenarios where you play against both of them at once.
Yep.
There is, in fact, one scenario where you are breaking up a trial of grievance, and you have to convince them to get out of their mechs.
Nice.
And then finally, there's also a pirate deck for the Bear Slayer.
Nice.
And so they are very... That deck is probably the most different of the 5 commander decks that are now out there. The pirate one is a lot of... Because they use all of the cardboard tokens in the box for the Manticore, the Vedette, the SRM Carrier, and the LRM Carrier, all these little fleet of little soft, fragile vehicles, they do a lot more working together. And so you'll see that the pirates are very opportunistic, but also very concerned about being squished.
As well as anyone should be.
They should be, right? And again, you get this center set of the special order cards to run all of your destroy objective, movement objective, indirect fire, that sort of stuff. That's pretty much it for cards. I think we could talk a little bit about the cardboard terrain. Yeah. Again, you're going to end up with quite the sandbox of bits by the time you're done with the terrain. So, in Scouring Sands, you got 10 hills. This time, you get 6 hills and some new buildings.
Nice.
So this is a new sort of hex-shaped factory. It's like 5 inches tall. It's a really good, solid piece of blocking terrain. And 2 of them together make a really big obstacle on the battlefield to get around. They fit in really nicely beside the Alpha Strike buildings. They have a very similar texture and color palette, so they just sort of match. And because they're not like covered in snow, you can use them on your other tables, put them on whatever biome you want. New hills for Snowblind. These are not production, so they're a little bit thinner. They'd be the same as the ones that are in Scouring Sands, but these ones were done at my local print shop on cardstock. But Snowy Hills, they are a different collection of shapes, a little bit bigger, a little bit flatter, and these ones specifically have been designed to stack and make some more stepped hills, which we didn't really do in Scouring Sands. As well as some of them are kind of meant to butt up together to make really big flat areas that you can then put another stepped hill on.
And it looks like I've got some more. Oh, what do you got there?
Yeah, this is a wacky one. This was, I think, I don't know, maybe made 15 versions of this thing in paper. This little solar array. It punches out, it folds up, and makes just like a little angled solar panel. So sometimes there's 2 little tabs you stick in. Sometimes we use them on the roofs of buildings to just add a little bit of decoration, a little bit of color hit, because everything else is very white.
Very true.
But also, because a lot of the theme is it's a battle mech factory, there's all kinds of light industry on Thule, which is that planet. Just kind of upping the industrial theme. You'll see a lot more of these like just scattered about. And they're tall enough to give you partial cover in Alpha Strike, but they're really not big enough to really hide behind unless they're in exactly the right spot. And then I think finally my favorite part of this new terrain that comes in this box, and again we probably made, I don't know how many iterations on this guy. There is a set of these 3D cardboard walls. I'm going to pull this prototype apart very carefully just to show you the punch out. But basically, you get a fairly lengthy wall panel that bends in the middle. A couple of these like upright struts or columns just to provide some support and some tabs. And then this little lid that just locks it at the right angle and gives you something to balance a mech miniature on.
Nice.
So you get 4 of them, so you can make a kind of cool open-ended hexagon situation. They match nicely with these 2, so you can kind of build off them. And we do that in some of the scenarios. And there's a hex on the corners actually big enough to either put a battle mech or an emplacement. And we do that in some scenarios too. I think they even fit in grid on a classic map.
That is very cool.
Which is something we didn't quite get right the first time in Scouring Sands. The bridge is a little big.
Yep.
These, I think, are much closer.
Oh, we've had more time to play around with it.
Yeah, for sure. Someone was asking me actually on the Catalyst Discord earlier about why all of them are angles. It's so they don't fall over.
Yeah.
Because if you played Alpha Strike, you have the Alpha Strike starter box. The trees don't stand up very well. Yep. And so, as such, let's avoid having cardboard pieces to give them a little bit more dimensionality by making them an angle. And then it gives you a little bit more to hide behind, something kind of cool to play with. But that's a pretty good tour, I think, of everything that's in that box.
I appreciate it.
There's a lot.
Sounds good. Excellent. And we've got our objective markers and things, and that's all.
Yeah. It's actually, so fun little piece of trivia, the only component that is the same in both boxes is the first punchboard sheet that has the turn track, the edge tokens, the waypoints. That one's identical.
Very cool. All right, so we're coming up on 151 right there, so that's very exciting. Usually we do some questions and answers, but you are about to be working with the Fox Network guys.
We're going to play it.
Yeah, you're going to play it. So once again, they can do questions from there for you. So
We sure can.
Lovely. So that is lovely. So that is what we're looking at right now. Josh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be back around 4 o'clock, depending on how long things go right here. We're planning at 4 o'clock. We're doing a Shrapnel Roundtable with one of your some of your favorite Shrapnel authors. It
That's
should
a
be a
tongue
lot
twister.
of fun. That is, yeah, favorite Shrapnel authors.
Yep.
That is good. But I will be back at that point. Then at 5 o'clock, we will have Randall Bills again for your questions and answers. Please start thinking of them now, and we'll have some fun from there. Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Michael Ciravella. I'm here with Josh Dirksen, and we are here at Adepticon Day 1 at the Six Sides of Gaming Catalyst Game Lab booth. See you soon.
Welcome back to Adepticon, Battletech Aces Snowblind Preview Edition. I'm Paul Clarkson of Fox Network, along with...
I'm Jesse K, very loud Battletech guy with Folks Network and Six Sides of Gaming, and we are joined by, of course...
Josh Dirksen, designer of Battletech Aces. We're going to play some Snowblind.
We are. What do we got here today, Josh?
Well, since we talked about it a little bit in the previous stream, or I alluded to it at least, there is a scenario in Snowblind. It's one of the first ones you can encounter on your contract, called Crashing the Party. It is literally about preventing some clanners from knocking heads.
I have no experience in my life doing.
No.
It's never happened.
Never happened. All right.
Jesse, do you want to read us the briefing portion?
Absolutely. So, just like Scouring Sands and a number of future products, this starts with a wonderful bit of fiction from Russ Zimmerman, and you're going to enjoy it when you buy the book. That's really good, but we're going to skip right to the briefing.
We're just going to skip it, Rusty. Sorry, buddy.
It's worth paying for. Russ deserves his paycheck.
It's real good.
Yeah. We're going to skip right to the briefing, so we're a tad in media res, but if you watched our earlier segment, you know why we're here. The briefing as follows. Even before you can fully disembark outside the capital city, you get a flustered message from Valdair Matsumoto's office. Elizabeth Matsumoto is your primary civilian point of contact, and she's received word that some members of the local garrison have just begun an unsanctioned trial of refusal nearby. Not a great thing to have happen near a city. Citing an unnecessary risk to civilians if things escalate, she asks you to immediately move to interfere. The shooting starts just as you arrive. Unfortunately for you, the locals seem to be particularly offended by your interruption, and they've mistook you for pirates, or they mistook you for pirates or both. Or they're just upset by the interruption. This probably isn't how you pictured your first few minutes on Thule, but it's too late for regrets now. We may perform any of the following reconnaissance prior to the sortie. Interesting definition of reconnaissance. We have the option to hold back and watch.
No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, we're going in, right? You're not going to let these clanners endanger these civilians. We're not doing that.
Well, no war crimes?
Well, I mean, we're going to see, right? So, the player force, we've got 240 PV. We've got a selection of our folks over here.
Mm-hmm. Two of which are named pilots.
I have a named pilot by the name of Henny, and Henny has the special ability low profile, as Henny is a low talker.
And I have the named pilot Joe, who is using the finisher edge ability. Where after rolling to attack a target with no armor, he can spend an edge to re-roll an attack. Henny and Joe are both piloting Lancelots. So the one that is starting closer to Paul will be Henny. The one starting closer to me will be Joe.
The rest of our force is rounded out by a king crab, a regular crab, 54. That's the Ilclan Era Spicy Crab.
Yeah, the glass crab.
The Clan Sea Fox refit one. We have a catapult. Which flavor of catapult is this?
K5.
Very nice. And we have 2 squads of Kage battle armor.
That's correct.
So we got a real Draconis Combine themed thing going here. I don't know if anything, Draconis Combine, Rasselhag, Dominion, they get along, right?
They get along, right?
Yeah, it should be fine. There's just all not a shot's gonna be fired.
It'll
I'm
blow
sure.
over.
Right. Yeah, there you go. All right. I think that's all the setup that we need. Josh, did you want to go over any of the sort of what's we got assembled here?
Yeah. So we're playing on a slightly different size mat. We've made it kind of fit the streaming booth we got configured at the con here. So the map is not exactly as you'll see it in the eventual book, and that's totally fine. We're taking some liberties with it to help it stream well. Our objectives for this scenario, our primary objective is to end the trial. That's where the bulk of our SP reward is going to come from. We do that by crippling or destroying all enemy mechs. So a mech is crippled if it's reduced to below half movement, or has only half structure left, or can't make a weapon attack. Correct. Basically. Secondary objective: light touch. Gain an additional reward for each enemy mech that you allow to withdraw and you do not destroy.
Yeah,
mercy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here to keep the peace. We're not here to butcher them. And finally, this sortie can last 10 rounds. There are 2 special rules. 3. All enemy units are subject to forced withdrawal. Again, allow them to escape without letting them get destroyed.
Of course.
Combat phase, there is a special rule called Trigger Discipline. So when you are attacking, you can choose to not roll some of your dice. Mm-hmm. If you have an attack value of, say, 3, you can choose to shoot only once if you want, instead of everything in your whole weapon profile. Finally, during the end phase, we will reveal waypoints. After destroyed units are removed, Each enemy unit that is crippled and enforced withdraw, we read the waypoint assigned to its card. So something will happen when we cause them to leave.
Okay.
This is a pretty sweetheart contract. It sounds like we're getting paid to fight less.
Yes.
So props to the unit commander. I'm sure this is going to be this whole contract's going to be a breeze. I foresee no difficulty here.
Yep.
That works.
All right. So in the meantime, let's break up these fighting bears. Are we rolling for initiative?
Let's do it. We have to pick a force commander.
Oh.
They don't have a force commander at all. They're just 4 mech warriors in a trial.
Right.
King Crab?
King Crab. Yeah.
King Crab makes the most sense.
This is a King Crab 000B. That's a Star League one, right?
Yeah.
Everything Star League is new again
That is
in the
correct.
Ilclan.
Mercenaries eating good in the 3150s.
Apparently. All right. Who wants to roll for the...
Well, we want to roll high, so Paul should probably roll before I do.
All right, well, I'll roll the red dice over here from this pool for the
I'll roll blue for the Ghost Bears.
All right. 3.
Okay.
Womp womp.
Bad guys win. Womp, 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 womp.
Do we have an initiative? Did we get a turn track?
We
left
do.
it
out
off camera.
at the moment.
It's okay. We'll
Yeah.
remember. Actually, sorry, I have a component for this.
You do?
Yeah, I have a condensed one I use at the store.
Josh Dirksen reaches off the camera and, of course, immediately retrieves any snowblind material that he needs.
This is not a snowblind material. This is a turn count die. And let's use the scatter die for us or them.
Okay.
And we'll just remember.
All right.
All right.
Let's go.
We're up first. What do we got? We've got 5
7.
mechs, 2 battle armor.
Yeah, so 7 versus 4, so we're going to be up 2.
Correct.
Yep.
And let's just double check if the enemy commander has anything to say about the proceedings.
Sure.
Assign the move first token to the enemy unit with the most armor, lowest point value. I think that's the Grizzly.
Most armor for sure.
And then lowest point value.
Yeah, looks like that would be the Arctic Cheetah.
Most armor, 7 armor. Grizzly.
Grizzly. All right.
So Grizzly will be the first enemy ace unit to move. Actually, it's going to be anyway.
Yeah.
So, all right, that all works.
Well, let's move our battle armor first.
Boing,
Why?
boing.
Because they're sacrificial. So we will
Rude.
up.
If you're wearing
And-
Kage battle armor, you know what you're in
Up.
for.
There
Pop
we
them
go.
on the walls. All right.
Up onto the walls. And
Movement
they
dice.
are jumping. Yep.
So they are normally TMM what? 1?
They are TMM 1, yes.
All right, for the sake of the aces calculation, let's bake in everything else they're supposed to look
2,
at.
yep.
So 1 TMM, 1 for jumping, 1 for being battle armor, so 3.
Okay.
Boom, boom.
Okay, back to the aces. First unit, it will be that Grizzly we talked about.
Yep. Wants to know, so aggressive behavior. The test is if the ideal yellow is active and the unit can move within 24 of it.
Ideal yellow is biggest size right now. That's
Yeah,
the
so
king
it's
crab.
not active, so we're not being aggressive. Balanced, are there any active enemies within 24 of the Grizzly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, we're going to have balanced behavior. Within medium range, and wants line of sight on that king crab. It's going to ground move, line of sight to at least 1 enemy.
Yep.
Keep current range from target and cover.
Probably around this corner.
Or right
maybe?
there. Right
Yeah.
there, he can see the king crab's current position and has the battle
Okay,
armor.
there you go. Yep.
Yep, there we go. Grizzly has a TMM of 1. It's a jumper, but it's a little slow.
What is this over here? It's an Arctic.
I'm used to the Succession Wars ones that are 8.
We were at 5 to 3 there, so no 2. They move 1.
We still.
No, we would still have to
This will
move
be a second double.
Yeah.
Because it's front loaded. So we will have to move something else.
All
Let's
right.
get this king crab out of the way. I'm not too worried about the. Well, the Grendel's actually 14J. I don't necessarily want him to come leaping over the wall into my face.
I mean,
What if I leave?
yeah, King Crab's going to be a lure, right? I sort of feel like we can use him to funnel folks towards him.
Yeah, what if I go this way?
If you come here, it's going to probably deter movement into
Right?
this area, right?
Yep. Let's do that. King crab goes stomping.
That's fun. All right.
All right, that's 2 from us. Back to them for another.
Yep.
All right, back to the aces. Looks like that Arctic Cheetah is up next.
All right.
Can it move behind the nearest activated enemy?
Oh, probably.
Technically, yes.
Technically,
Just
Behind?
yes.
It totally can. Yep.
Totally
Yep.
can.
So it wants to jump and wants to get behind a target. Again, it's jumping 12.
It has jump weak, right? Because it's a 12, so it will
Yeah,
only
jump-
have 3 TMM.
Yeah, jump
Okay.
week 1.
So it wants to jump and get behind.
Yep.
What else?
It wants no unactivated enemies within sight. It wants cover versus the most enemies.
Corner of the tree or that building. Oh, that's not behind him, though.
Yeah.
So
If you're far enough back, the building will clip. You can go back there.
yeah, it's going to be.
Yeah, that works.
Like that. Technically?
Yep. The building will block the catapult
Yep.
from the current spot. There's your 3.
Technically?
You're good.
All right.
Cool. What do we
Back to
got?
us for a...
Yeah, well, if Henny's moved, then Joe's got to move, right? They're not.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going to have to break them up. If Henny's going that way, Joe's going to have
You
to
just
go
can't
this
have
way.
Joe go through this because he might get lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we go, so if he's coming this way and still using some trees for cover, but with the intent of, if we're sending most of our guys this way, and then maybe Joe and the Crab are doing the flank. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
our Lancelots are quick, right? They're cavalry.
So they got 12. Just want to measure a 12. Well, 12 can do this, right? He can still use the tree for cover.
You want to get into the tree line?
I mean, I want to be poking out of it, so he's going to have a harder time hitting Joe, but Joe's going to be able to shoot down him.
There we are.
Correct, yeah.
All right.
2
I like
TMM?
it. 2 TMM.
And we still have to do a double because it is 7 to 4 total.
Yes. Oh,
So-
we just did a double. We did the...
No, more.
That was another one. Oh, yeah, that's
7 to 4. It's almost
7 to
double
4,
the whole
yeah.
way.
Yep.
The last move will not be doubled.
right. That's right.
Okay, well,
Catapult or Spicy Crab.
catapult. We want Spicy Crab leave to the end. That's 18 inches we want to make the
He
most
is
of.
fast, yeah.
Yeah. So catapults, that's an 8J. That's nothing too fancy. I think that's put
you
him
can-
down somewhere
you can-
where he can start
How
throwing
quick
missiles.
is the Grendel?
14J.
The Grendel
Maybe,
is a 14J.
Maybe put the Crab over here?
Catapult now, I think.
Or catapult.
Catapult.
You can see the Grizzly from here.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got cover from the tree.
That
I'm going to do him.
get a little closer, so you're medium range, probably.
And I'm turning him this way, so this...
Yeah, you can see some stuff.
Yeah.
And he's a TMM1, right?
That's
He's just
right.
going to walk over there. Okay.
Okay.
Second last Aces unit.
Second last Aces unit is going to be the Rhyme Otter.
Cool.
The brand new baby. Baby Grizzly and Baby Mastodon. Does this unit have armor greater than any enemy's highest damage rating? He's got 6 armor, so no.
Ideal 6. No, he does not.
King Crab can blow that up.
Yep.
If the unit has any remaining armor,
He does.
okay, this is a brawler. He wants line of sight on red. Red is going to be the King Crab because he's looking for highest size.
Yep.
So ground move, no unactivated enemies in 12, ally in 6, brawler, Ghost Bear brawler for that matter, woods and cover.
Can't get close enough to have an ally within 6, so we'll skip
Yep.
it. What's the first priority again?
First priority is no unactivated enemies in 12. That's not a
always gonna be
concern.
true.
So
Skip.
woods and cover, and he wants to see the crab.
I'm reading the comments.
King Crab?
Joe's in the comments now.
Hey, Joe. I'll take care of you, I promise.
Does he have long range? Oh, he's a 4/4/4 Rhyme Otter Prime.
Pardon me.
I think it's this hill. Behind this hill.
Here?
Yeah. He'll just have me with cover.
Okay.
And that is a TMM of...
That is a TMM of 2. He's moving 12. Rhyme Otter's the fast grizzly.
It really is.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's like 2 large pulse, LRM 10, Artemis 5, hardened structure, which
Yep.
is why he has so many bubbles on this Aces card.
For a size 2 clan mech,
Yeah.
11 pips or 10, no,
That's-
12 pips.
That's cool. Yeah, that guy's not going down fast.
The other variant that you get in the Aces campaign, not in this scenario, but it's the back of the card, is the Rhyme Otter D, which is strong jump jets.
Nice.
That thing is a very heavily armored scout.
Yeah.
It's what a Shadowhawk wishes to be
Yes.
When it grows up.
when it grows up.
Yeah. Okay, Glass Crab. What are we going to do with him? I mean, we do,
I mean, I'd be worried about getting...
yeah, I don't want to
assassinated.
advance too far out. We did want to talk about supporting Joe and like creating a...
I mean, you can just back this flank and fight the
We can support
Grizzly.
Joe by abandoning him on the left.
which Joe knew was coming. But I sort of feel like I want the Aces deck. If they're fixating on the King Crab, I want to see if they keep that going and keep going in this direction. We can start
You
slipping
think
in
our
some
Lancelot
backhits.
and Crab can handle that Grizzly
They're
over
fast
there?
enough to.
That's what I'm thinking.
do it.
So for now, does you want the Crab like here and peek out and zapping?
I mean, yeah, Lancelot can cover his back, so that's not terrible.
Yeah.
All right. Zoom.
Something tells me these Ghost Bears are going to shoot the infantry this turn. That's...
We'll see. They seem to really be interested
3
in that
TMM?
big boy. Oh, sorry. Glass Crab is TMM 3.
Yep. Speedy.
Okay. Then finally, the Grendel. If the ideal red, which is King Crab, is activated, yes, and the unit can move to attack it without being in any enemy's line of sight. I don't think so.
If it can be here,
with,
yes.
With a 14J, does 14 get him all the way over?
Not quite
there.
there, yeah.
Crab can still shoot him from there. And he,
King Crab? No, I'm
he
facing
can't.
that way. He's facing this
he's
way.
like that in
Yeah?
front of our
Catapult
chair,
is out.
Okay.
Lancelot I think no. I think you can just take this corner.
Lancelot can barely.
Well, we did a silly thing.
Yeah.
But that's fine with me. The King Crab can take it.
I sure can.
They are welcome to overextend themselves and start knocking down a King Crab. We'll be back in a couple of hours to see how they're doing.
14J means 3 TMM plus 1.
The infantry can shoot him in the back for 3 points.
Okay.
Oh, that's true. Does that invalidate the aggressive move?
I believe it would, yeah. Let's see.
You want to redo?
I'll just double check.
Without any enemies line of sight, an infantry of 360.
Yeah, okay. The infantry are screening us.
Good. How about that? Way to go, Kages.
Nice.
All right. But the ideal red is active, so he wants to see the ideal red. He wants to ground move, wants to see only the target. I think it's the same move anyway, just least amount of enemy arcs possible.
You can do that ground move and just go back there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so then it's just this.
Almost the same thing.
Just make sure the infantry don't shoot him in the back. He's hidden from this one.
Yeah, these guys will be able to poke at him.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, he's got a TMM of 3. Lay that down.
I will.
And we lost initiative, so we will fire first.
Yeah. Am I at medium range from this Rhyme Otter? I don't think I am. King Crab. No, I'm a sad crab.
28.
Oh, still very sad crab. King Crab doing nothing except being bait.
That's turn 1. That's what King Crabs are for.
Yep.
Lancelot over here.
Oh, sorry. I do have 1 attack at long. I thought it was a 660. He's 661. I'll take a shot at the Rhyme Otter.
Royal King Crab still has those large, either the LRM or the large laser. Either way.
4 for me, 4 for range, 2 for him, and 1 for cover is 11. I roll a 9.
Yeah.
Some snow goes near him. He's like, wait, what?
And we'd like to welcome Tommy Gofton into the chat there.
Would we?
Our co-star on the Magnificent Seven and 6 Sides of Gaming.
Good to see you, Tommy. Yeah, in addition to many other things, the big kahuna at 6 Sides, but also playing Harlan Storm.
Yes.
Captain of the Magnificent Seven. It's funny that comes up, isn't it?
Yeah, Magnificent Seven. I've heard you complain about this long enough. So, Adepticon's full of surprises. We got one for you from 6 Sides of Gaming. Tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. Magnificent 7 Season 2 will premiere on 6 Sides of Gaming. We will post a link into the chat. So when we wrap up tomorrow's streaming, we hope to see you there to watch Tex, Big Red, myself, Jesse K, Josh Dirks, the aforementioned Tommy Gofton, and Scott, who's hiding behind the cameras right now, is going to make his cinematic debut. Magnificent 7 Season 2.
Prenups and particle cannons?
Prenups and particle cannons.
There it is.
Okay, that is in the chat. Folks, please spread it around. Let people know. We know you've been waiting a long time. We poured our hearts and souls into this one. It turned out wild, both in terms of that I loved it and also that it's crazy. So
hijinks ensue in every way.
Considerably.
All
really
right,
looking forward to getting that out. Let's get to doing some shooting.
Back to shooting here. What do we got? Oh, and of course, Randall Bills. Magnificent 7.
Yeah. Oh, that guy.
That guy. We have a guy with a pig beard in the show.
Randall has a very successful episode 1, by the way. He displays his mastery of the game of Battletech and his just legendary aptitude for rolling dice. It's wonderful to see.
We could not have scripted it.
Yeah.
I think I'm 1/2 dozen the same here. You're at medium range. That's +4. That's +3. 2 plus the partial, right? So
yep.
I'm going to go Lancelot to the Rhyme Otter. Let's get to the fancy new mech.
It's
right
a bugger.
Off the hop. We're at medium range, so it's 4 sets of dice for this Lancelot that Henny is piloting. And let's see what the low talker can get done here.
Come on, Henny.
We are going to be at base 4, range 6, 1 for cover, 7, 2 for movement is 9.
Yep.
So 4 sets of dice on 9s for Henny.
Whoa.
And
Hey.
Henny hit twice out of 4.
Yeah. All right.
So 2 points to the Rhyme Otter.
Leaving him with 4 armor.
I'll hold out on my infantry. What's Catapult want to do first? Who do we want to gang up on over here?
You want to do the Catapult next?
Well, we got the heat weapon lined up on the Grizzly. I feel like you can probably
I think we've got a lot of stuff happening on the Grizzly.
These guys can probably help. Kage have medium range, yeah? These guys have medium range weapons or just short?
They are just short.
Okay, so the only shot from here is actually into the mongrel.
Okay, so I'll do them both now. So they each got 2 dice.
This guy can't see.
He can't see, so we got the 1.
Yep.
We'll go here and red. I like the red for the Cretans. He's going to be at 4. They did technically jump, so 6, 9s.
Infantry don't pay movement modes.
That's right, so they're going to be on 7s.
Boom
for
and
2.
boom.
All right. Now I feel a little bad for bad talking the Kage
V2
armor.
all infantry strike.
Yeah, that Grendel did not see that coming. Do they have any other special abilities that they should know about?
What else do we got here? They've got ENE. That's it.
That's the Lancelot.
They got-
I meant
sorry,
the Kage.
sorry, my bad.
Kage, they've got ceremonial TSAT.
What do we got?
They've got
Wings.
Yeah.
AIM, yeah, they got the V2L. Their cargo 4. They got mech and stealth armor.
Oh, okay.
Stealth armor, that's important that we know
That
that.
is
I mean,
actually-
well, of course, with Kage, it's the shadow armor, but
Yeah.
yeah,
That is good to know, though. That will change the Aces deck's TMM calculation.
for sure. Okay, we're going to go default back to the catapult.
Yes.
Is he medium range to
Yeah.
Yep, okay, great.
When we were positioning him, I was like, you better make sure you're medium range.
Yep.
Just.
Awesome. Okay, skill of 4, 5
Trees.
for his TMM, 6, 7 for range, 8 for the trees. You can see most of them, I think.
Half, yeah.
So looking for
9.
8s on 5.
I will give him cover.
Yeah?
For sure.
9s. Okay, so rolling
How many
5,
pairs?
looking for 9s.
What
Please
the
go
heck
ahead.
is this catapult?
This catapult is the K5. This is the souped-up version of the PPC version. That's everyone's favorite.
Okay.
Looking for 9s.
Well, just place those dice there.
Holy cow.
1.
Just one.
It just looks
a bunch of
impressive.
8s.
There's a bunch of 8s, but yeah, 1 hit on the blue dice.
Yep, that's how I play Battletech. I like to do damage 1 pip at a time.
Grizzly goes to 6 armor.
Yeah. So,
All right.
okay, King Crab next.
I did
Crab,
my
did the
single
King
pot
Crab.
cross
shot.
and miss.
All right.
Just this bunch.
We
The armor.
got
All right, there's these
Joe
boys.
and the crab.
I'm going to leave Joe for the end. I'm going to hope for something a little more dramatic. The Crabs, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he is throwing 3, looking for 8s. I appreciate everyone's faith in me.
1,
1,
2, 3.
Hey, okay.
Solid
Look
hit.
at that.
And I
All
believe that
3
also,
hit.
we didn't declare which one of those shots was your heat weapon because the crab has a plasma cannon. But since you hit with all of them, it doesn't matter. He's getting heat.
Yep.
Good roll.
6, 5, 4, and a little bit of heat. And you got your markers. Thank you for that, Josh.
Yep.
All right, then Joe to bring it home. 4, 5, 6, 7. Rolling 4s, looking for 7s.
Yeah.
Nothing in the way there.
I think you should roll this, Josh, because he just used up all his karma.
Okay.
I never roll. Like every
He-
dice
he
was a
just
hit.
used it up.
I'm going to be useless in Battletech for like 3 weeks.
We might puncture this grizzly.
That sounds good to me. Actually, it sounds horrible, but I know what you mean.
Okay, he's got 2
Folks
armor.
at home, try not
3
to
armor?
puncture grizzlies.
4 pairs from the Lancelot. What did we just figure out it was? 7s?
7s.
7.
All right. A 9
I see
and all
1.
misses.
Yeah.
Poof.
1 pip on the grizzly.
Grizzlies down to 3 armor. For those of you watching at home, if you can see the board, these are the prototype cards for the Opt 4, so we don't actually want to write on them because they're the only ones that exist. So we're using the dice just to keep track of the armor and structure. That's not a weird Aces thing. That's just keeping Josh from tearing his hair out kind of thing.
All right, so bad guys.
Bad guys.
Bad guys
Bad
shoot back.
guys.
All right, so starting with the Grizzly. Within short range, and then within medium range, he's looking for most armor lost. Nothing. Attacked by ally this turn. Nothing.
Not yet.
Yellow command list. That's the King Crab. He can't see
Correct. But biggest size.
So biggest size. He can
Lancelot
see.
is a 3. The catapult is a 3.
Yep.
Tied by.
Me-
Sorry, you said yellow?
Yep, medium
Most damage at medium range.
That's the Lancelot. He's shooting back at you, Joe.
No, your catapult's 5 at medium.
Is he? Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
I
grizzly
went
and
backwards.
catapult shooting back at you.
Blue Earns. Okay. I mean, good for Joe.
Double check the scenario. I forget what skill these are. I bet they're 3s because they're clanners.
That sounds normal. Oh, and you flipped it to the waypoints. Hang on, I just got to go all the way back around.
Double check. I'm pretty sure they're 3s.
Roll as if there were 3s, and then I will let you know, and we will
All right.
adjust accordingly.
And grizzly is 4 pairs at medium range. So 3, 4, 5 for range, 6 for catapult, 7 for trees.
Grab the red ones.
We've got snow, and we've got great vistas, and we make fire moths.
It's a real good roll.
That's
They're
one
all
miss.
skill 3s.
1 miss.
Yep.
2 misses.
Yeah, 2 hits. Catapult takes 2.
It takes 2, baby.
I got it.
All right, who's next, Jesse?
Solid hit.
Next up after the Grizzly is the Arctic Cheetah, which I think only has 1 reasonable shot anyway.
Yep.
Yep. So that's 3 dice
I'll
at
roll
medium.
against myself here.
Stop hitting yourself, Paul.
Hitting Henny.
Hitting Henny.
Oh, right, it's Henny.
That's why I don't feel bad about it.
And you're jumping, though, right? So 3, 2 for jumping is 5, 2 for range is 7, 2 for Lancelot is 9s.
1, 2.
Ow.
Ouch.
Stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, apparently.
These guys don't have anything fancy, right? They're mostly just Case and Omni. And
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Some indirect fire, but we'll never use it.
Spent all their tonnage on armor.
Yep.
All
Ghost Bears, what a shocker.
Yep.
Who's up next?
Rhymotter, attacked by ally this turn.
Boom.
Yep.
Lancelot, yep.
Lancelot.
Medium with cover? I think
Is
it's
it
medium.
3 sets of dice on this guy?
Just double check the range. Yeah, it's medium.
I am having trouble monitoring the chat while also playing
I've got
game.
the chat monitored.
You've got the chat?
Yep.
Okay.
3 skill for Rhymotter, 4, 5 for range, 6, 7 for Lancelot, 8 for
How many
cover.
dice?
4 dice.
4 dice.
On 8s?
Yep.
That is...
No hits.
No hits.
3
That
7s.
works for
The
me.
building gets savaged
That
and you're
works
fine.
for me.
Bunch of civilians die in the crossfire. Off
Yeah.
to a great start. All right. And then finally, Das Grendel. Target's rear, no cover, red list. It's
Go for size at short range? Yeah, he's just going to pummel the King
Josh
Crab.
can roll against himself.
Absolutely.
He's controlling the
I'll
King
hit
Crab.
myself.
Yep, 3 dice.
Just 3?
Yep.
Oh, that's right. This guy's a soft touch. This is this is the Grendel Eye.
Grendel
Yeah,
Eye.
I forget what that has on it. Is a
miss.
5 enough? A 5 is enough. It's short range and I have 1 TMM. I take 3.
Yep.
3 for 3. Thank you.
All right. Another...
What a shame. I still have 7 armor and 8 internals left.
Yeah, in 5 turns, you're going to be sweating.
Yeah, in 5 turns.
All right. Then, I believe that is all the shooting, so we're at the end of the round.
Yep.
I'm going to cycle the Aces cards, and then we will check the commander to see
got
if
it.
they're curious about new strategy decisions.
If their objective is complete, they go to E. That's the standard. Let's fall back. That's not true. If there is an enemy within 18 inches of your units, you bet there is. In which case, we're going to D.
All right.
Mech Warrior D, initiative phase. Move last will go to the unit with the most damage at short range.
They go straight to D? Okay.
A little bit different battle plan,
Yep,
these guys.
different behavior.
Yep.
Very exciting.
So move last, unit with most damage at S, that's either the Rhymotter or Grizzly, tied by lowest armor, that is now the Grizzly. So the Grizzly will get the move last this time.
Yep.
Which is actually pretty good for him because he's got the heat on him too.
Yeah, he doesn't want any part of that.
Turn
All right.
2,
Inish.
let's roll for initiative. We get a
Initiative.
+2 because we lost last time.
I'll roll this time since...
All right. I can't be
Fail.
trusted. You got exactly the same
I
roll.
have a 5.
Exactly
I
the
have a
same
5. I
dice.
see a 5.
I see.
I see a 5 with a +2.
I'll roll for the Ghost Bears then.
Ooh,
They have an 11.
That is not a 5.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
I guess we're doing that again. We're just going to throw ourselves upon them.
All right. Dude, what are we going to do here?
What do we
King,
wanna
King Crab?
King Crab.
I'll do it. Again, we got to start with all the doubles. Oh, do the Kages. Do the Kages. Get them out of here.
Well, no,
Yeah.
if you go here with your back to the thing and he comes at you...
Then all 4 of them shoot me.
No,
That's,
then they're
that's
going to jump
wonderful.
off.
That's
That's
worse,
what we
but
want.
No, we're not. Yes, I have armor for years, but I'm not doing that because it'll all be gone in one
That's
turn.
disappointing.
can you make it? Can you make
I
it?
see your point, though, about trying to get this
Yeah.
guy locked down.
Can the crab make it around that wall in any way that he can get the woods between him and some of our other folks?
Let's go here.
Go up behind
Building
the
will screen me there. Woods will screen me this way. This
All
guy
right.
will be a problem, but he always will be.
Like so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stomp, stomp, stomp.
We got to move 2, right?
Yep. Ooh. I would love.
What's that Grizzly move?
Grizzly's moving last. We know
what's
that.
that move?
8, now 6.
6?
It has actually 8J, so it could jump. Still 8. But he's pretty well locked down back there.
Yeah. Okay, Henny
Go,
going.
Henny, go.
Henny slicing the pie.
Go, Henny, go.
So you can't currently see the Rhymotter there.
I can't see it from there?
You gotta get a little further.
There we go.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, Aces deck. Rhymotter really, really, really wants to go first by a matter of hundreds of initiative. If there's an ally within 24
Yes.
that has lost more armor than you, I don't
No.
think no one shot at
Is the Grizzly at medium range from him?
So any enemies within 24,
He's at
Lancelot.
20, he's at 20.
So no. Okay, so can't be aggressive.
Yeah, balanced. If there are any enemies within 24, which there are, that's the Henny's Lancelot. So he wants line of sight on red, which is most medium damage. I feel like that's
6 from the King Crab?
Yep.
Okay.
He wants line. Yep.
They do not like me.
He's
No.
got line of sight on you right now.
Okay.
Okay.
He wants to close to the nearest ally, and then cover in woods while shooting at the king crab.
Right
Literally
there.
right there.
All right. Here's your 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Back to us for a double.
We'll move the
Catapults or both the Kages at this. Okay. Well,
Catapult's a good pick.
Yeah. Catapult could go here.
Yeah. You'll try to bait the Grizzly out?
Yeah.
yeah.
Like this.
Like we're doing a pretty good job of getting them all focused on this side of the board for my
Like
sweep
this.
plan.
You think so?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, tempted to try to get a back shot and get him in a crossfire.
King Crab is covering his back. I like that.
Yeah.
No one wants to extend
And
themselves
that's a
out
2.
to King
That's
Crab.
a 2.
That's a 1.
1. We got to move 2 here, right?
We have to move a second.
Yeah.
We
Maybe
should
Joe?
move. No, let's move the battle armor. One of them.
Jumping down into the woods.
Paul Beskar wants to remind you that
Yes, I
technically
saw it. I
you're
ignored
supposed
it.
to be crucified.
I saw and ignored.
Yep. Okay.
I saw
It's
and
good
ignored.
to see you, Beskar. Beskar, one of the regulars from Friday Night Aces on 6 Sides of Gaming. Folks of you who are watching this on the Catalyst channel, if you haven't tuned into 6 Sides of Gaming for Friday Night Aces, you're missing a beat. We're playing Aces on there all the time. We just finished a Scouring Sands playthrough. We're having a lot of fun with a community-built list. Folks who pick the mechs, pick the stuff for themselves. It's a blast.
And for
They
those
are,
who-
in fact, on our diorama here at the con.
They are here on the diorama, so if you're at Adepticon, come check that out. They're over on Paul's incredible snowboard.
All right. We've moved the infantry. We've moved the
Yep, back to Aces.
catapult. We are back to the Aces deck.
Back to the Aces. Going back.
And
Okay.
Rymotter's done. So
Grizzly.
Grizzly next.
If the ideal blue can get behind ideal blue, lowest starting armor. Lowest
probably a Kage.
It's probably the Kage. Can you get behind
Yes.
the Kage?
No.
No.
Too
No,
far
I'm
away.
sorry. This is the Grizzly card. I was too busy pimping the show. We're going to the Arctic Cheetah instead. If the
Arctic
ideal yellow is active and unit can move behind it, structure lost. That's none. Armor lost. That
Plus
is,
3 on the King Crab.
yep. And he
Hey,
can
come in.
technically get behind
Yep.
it.
Yeah, okay, he's coming back there.
Yep. So
How many does he move?
He moves 16 or 12J.
Oh, boy.
He can get to here max, so he's going to go here. That gives him cover.
Yeah,
That gives him cover,
Yep.
and he is a 3, I would assume.
he is a 3.
He is a 3.
There it is.
At least have partial cover from him.
Yep.
And so does everyone else.
Okie dokie. All right. Well, then we're going to have to do... Well, we know the Grizzly isn't really going anywhere.
Yeah, he's going last.
I would love to do... Okay, how far is 18...
No. Here,
Oh,
jump them down.
okay.
First move, get them out of the way.
Get them
Yeah.
out of the way, right?
Then with
jumping for 3.
18, how far can we get the glass crab up this way?
Pretty far.
Far, and yeah, if he's there with his back to the
You
edge.
just force the Grizzly out into the open.
Yeah.
All right. Can you also see the Rymotter from there?
Ooh, that's an
No.
interesting question. No?
No, that's in the way.
Unfortunate.
Center of the line of sight is as such.
Okay.
All right.
Then back to, let's see, the Grendel. If the ideal red is active and the unit can move to attack it without being in any line of sight.
Most medium damage, most PV. That's the King Crab. Can he
Yep.
go and attack it without being in anyone's line of sight?
Right here.
That's in my line of sight.
I mean, he's got, what is it, 14, so he can get...
Yeah, he's back anywhere behind that wall. Yep.
There?
So, yep.
Does he want... Well, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that does it.
That fulfills
He's a
requirements.
two.
Nobody can see
Or
him,
three.
so
Yep, he's a 3.
3.
Yeah.
Bugger.
Moves fast, hits hard,
Bugger.
dies
Not
young.
in his rear arc, though. Not in his extra dice arc yet, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all right.
doing so would expose him to a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Fair. All right, we have no one left but Joe's Lancelot, right?
That's correct. So I think we pull Joe's Lancelot in. Yes.
This guy took a pile of damage last turn from the battle armor. He's actually real soft right now. He's got 2 armor and 2 internals left. If we can pile any kind of hurt on him, that would be awesome. Although the Kage don't have medium range, so like they're not helping at all.
Yeah,
It's literally just
but
a
if
shot.
we do that, Crab's in trouble. Crab's got 5 armor and 1 structure. This was envisioned as a duo maneuver.
Right. No, maybe we should commit. Just double down on that.
What
flank.
I would like to suggest, he's in the woods. We know the Grizzly isn't going anywhere. Do we want to risk stand still, get a good shot while he's overheated?
Don't you think the Grizzly just jumps over here and leaves you both
I
behind?
put him right in here.
I mean, Grizzly's he's a skirmisher, so maybe he would.
He should have
Yeah.
1 heat.
Okay, then yeah, move him up that way.
Or over here even. Just try and cover this whole flank. Push him out.
Well, then if they're both here and he just goes that way, then we lose. Oh no, King Crab can hit him then.
King Crab can hit him, and possibly you get, depending on where you stand, you might get that one. Are you any good at long range, this Lancelot?
It's 2.
Not really.
It's not really worth the rolls.
Oh, maybe you're right. Just put him into the middle, force him into the crab.
Yeah. Okay, then let's do that. He's got 12. I don't have to. Yeah, there you go.
That's like 6 to the hole.
Like 6 there, and then another. We're going like here.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. And you can see the grizzly over the little hill there, so you're good.
Yeah, and that's 2.
It is a 2. And grab the dice that fell on the floor.
These things happen.
All right. I guess we move the grizzly and then...
Yep. The grizzly would like ideal blue, which is lowest starting armor, which is the Kages. Can you move behind them? Where do they end up?
Yes, he can. Technically, yes.
The grizzly.
Yeah, he can move behind them.
If he moves...
But not with 6.
Yeah. So he's still parallel, essentially, to this wall.
Oh, yeah, he's only moving 6.
Yeah, he's overheated.
That's right.
So, no, he's not going to be aggressive, but the balance thing is still
but
looking...
this one he can move behind.
Okay.
Yeah, are they the same? Identical?
Yeah.
No, neither has taken any damage?
Well, what do you think? That would count as behind 1?
I mean, what is that?
They each got their own card.
I mean, does it even count as behind if they're infantry?
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah.
So what's the next? What's the balance column?
The
if
balance
Ideal Blue's active? Okay, so he still cares about the infantry.
Line of sight to the infantry if he can. Line of sight to at least one enemy. Close the target.
I mean, I think just this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crab can still zap him.
King Crab will get him with partial cover.
Nice.
Lancelot can't see him.
No, but Lancelot did a good job. Joe in the Lancelot did a good job of sort of forcing him out of this area. I'm all for that.
1 TMM. All right, shooting time.
Shooting time.
We got to shoot first. Let's do King Crab on Grizzly.
Yep.
6 dice. Let her rip. 4 skill, 2 for range, 1 for the Grizzly, and 1 for cover is 8s. Blam. That's a lot of 6s, but they are not paired up in the right way.
7. There's a 9. There's an 8. I see 2.
4 hits.
3, 4. Yep.
4 hits to the Grizzly. You're doing damage down, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So he goes internal.
Yeah.
1 internal damage, so he'll have 7 left. 7 structure. Real fat.
There we go.
Let me roll a crit.
Give me crit.
Crit on the Grizzly is... A 4 is a fire control crit.
Fire control crit.
Good.
Which I don't know how to indicate with these, but I'm going to put a 4 in the crit section.
There you go.
And we'll remember.
Yep. This catapult.
We started on the Rhyme Otter, did we? Yeah. Rhyme Otter took a little damage. The Arctic Cheetah is fresh. And I think that's the only thing that can shoot it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is it
Well,
worth...
same as the Rhyme Otter. It doesn't really matter.
At medium range, it's 4, 6, 7, 9s. Medium
Is
range.
that short? No, that's medium.
That's medium. Whatever's the easier shot, take it.
That's easier shot. This will be 10s. It'll be 4, 6, 7, 10. That's 9 over here.
Do the Rhyme Otter. How many pairs do you throw as a catapult? 5?
Catapult 5, I believe.
All right. Catapult is 5.
You did us proud last round, Jesse. Let's see it again.
Oh yeah, this let's see if this is a dawn of a new era for Jesse K rolling dice.
The important thing is you're rolling my dice.
Right, that's
all
the difference. That's the difference.
Whoa!
Ooh, there's 2, 3.
8.
There's 3.
3 hits.
3 hits. Okay. 3 hits on the Arctic Cheetah. That takes the armor from pristine to all.
Rhyme Otter.
Oh,
Arctic Cheetah was a harder shot.
Okay, so
down to 1 armor.
Down to 1 armor. I'll take it. Less exciting, but I'll take it.
Lancelot has no
Both Lancelots are sad. Oh, this one maybe here?
Yeah, he can shoot him for sure.
Is it medium?
Joe can fire. That's medium range.
Joe at medium into the Arctic Cheetah. I think Henny is
4,
left in the cold.
6. The tree's not in the way.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9s.
9s. 4 dice at 9s.
The tree is in the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Give him 10.
It's a woods line.
Yeah.
Boo.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay, 4 looking for 10s.
Why don't you keep going with the hot dice?
Come on, Joe.
Come on, Joe.
There's a 10.
There's a 10. That's a 10.
Chip damage on that Arctic Cheetah.
Yep. Wear him down.
Yep.
Infantry can see.
They only have short-range weapons, so they're doing nothing.
And nothing, yep.
Okay.
Spicy crab?
The crab is medium.
With cover. Oh, maybe not with cover.
Maybe not with cover.
No, I think you're right. No cover.
So 7s. Throwing 3, looking for 7s.
Which die will be the heat die?
Orange.
All right,
Obviously.
orange for heat. A 6 for the heat die. The other 2 hit.
Okay, 2 damage.
2 damage on Grizzly, knocks him down to 5 internals, and roll me a crit.
Yes.
5 is the empty
no
space.
You hit his lunchbox.
A Grizzly is a lot of armor.
Yeah, he's not going down fast.
I think that's it.
That's everybody on this side.
Yeah.
Yep. What did it cost us?
Yep, haven't hit us back.
Rhyme outer first. Target at short, there isn't one. Target at medium, there's a few.
Yeah.
Can't hit any of them in the rear, so he'll go straight to the red command list, which is most damage at medium range.
If you can see the crab, he wants it.
Yeah.
He wants that delicious seafood meal.
It's going to be.
I don't think he can. He's only got the PPC arm.
Nice.
4, 6, 7, 8.
So it's catapult.
Easy.
Yeah. Rhyme Otter, 8's on the catapult for 4 pairs. I'll roll it. 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs. Rhyme Otter hits once and a couple of near misses.
That's fine.
That's what you want.
You got the Rhyme Otter?
You have the catapult card?
I do.
All right. That's that guy.
Next.
Done. Next Aces unit is the Arctic Cheetah. Target
a couple of shots
Target
here.
at short?
Yeah.
They're not short, are they?
But he's thinking
That's just outside.
Okay, medium. They're both medium.
he's looking for structure armor lost. He's
Rear,
looking for
and
crab.
then structure lost, armor lost. I've lost 3. Catapult's
Catapult's
lost.
lost 3.
Okay, tie break down to
PV.
highest PV, King Crab.
Crab.
So Arctic Cheetah, you can roll for this one, Paul. What's he got for dice? 3 dice at medium range. Hitting on 7.
3, 5, 7.
Ow!
1, 2.
Through armor crit.
Oh, yeah, 2, yeah.
2, and one of them's a through armor crit.
Who earns?
Roll me a through armor crit. I'm not even a named pilot, so I'm just going to suffer this real bad.
Dead. No,
engine. Engine hit.
I thought that was boxcars.
Engine.
It was close.
Yay!
Right. If anything,
engine hit.
That's fine.
I've told you about my curse with assault mechs, right? This
Yes.
is standard.
Yeah,
Yes.
this regular Dirksen experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either that or the Marauder that stands still and
If
hits
it's
nothing.
100 tons and has ghost rifles, he dies in it.
Yeah. All right. Grizzly. Grizzly targets rear, blue command list.
Blue command list is most armor lost. Oh, sorry, no. Blue command list is lowest starting armor. He's got a taste for battle armor.
Yeah, I guess he does. But so yeah, he's going to be
Rear, he can hit this in the back.
No,
No.
that's not rear.
No, but he's still in his back arc.
The catapult is rear.
Yeah.
Does he want catapult rear more than he wants the battle armor?
What is the turn?
The Lancelot,
yeah,
Lancelot's lost armor, though. That's why I said that.
Yeah, but he wants rear first.
It's priority is medium range, shoot in rear arc, then blue list. So rear arc, catapult. Catapult eats it. Thankfully, this guy has
3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 7? Is it obscured by the little building?
Yeah.
7. All right. Well.
And your heat.
Oh, and 8 for the heat.
8.
Okay, so throwing 4, looking for 8s.
All right, I'll roll them. 8s from the Grizzly. Oh my God, these dice are fire today. Whew. An 11, a 10, a 10, and an 8.
4 hits to the catapult.
Catapult is armorless.
The catapult is shaved and scared.
Yeah,
all right.
You're not supposed to shoot at a catapult.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah. All right, Grendel.
We're being shown up by a bunch of ghost bears.
I think it's pretty obvious, but we're going to have to do it.
Yeah, Grendel wants
he wants
rear.
to murder these infantry.
Target within short is his first priority,
that's
so
cool.
Easily done.
Yeah.
Hit me.
3 dice.
3 sets of dice.
Yep. On 4s.
Wow, you are literally being beaten at your own game.
It happens.
Yep.
4s? I missed once.
I don't know how. The back of a king crab at point blank. 2 for me. I have 3 armor left.
Jinkies.
Remember what I was saying about putting him in the open?
Sloppy in the
Why that armor would be gone in no time?
The Bears has grown sloppy. Years at garrison, dealing with civilians.
Well, let's hope
they don't appear to have gone sloppy. We're
Yeah.
getting our butts handed to us.
That's everybody.
We took some damage there. Yeah, that's all the firing. I mean, that Grizzly is real hurt.
Heat and fire control now, and 5 internals left. So he's actually close to force withdrawal.
Yeah.
The other guys, the Arctic Cheetah we need to do exactly 2 to it, or it gets obliterated. Like it needs to take 2 damage to go into force withdrawal and not die. That's the hardest one to make leave. The Rhymotter is about almost armor gone, and the Grendel's about half gone as well. So we've given everyone a thorough sandblasting.
Yeah.
We just have to actually put some of them into
now
withdrawal.
Now we have to make the difference, but try not to make so much of a difference that they go down.
Yes. You need to win initiative here for us.
Maybe don't roll the red dice. We've learned that they're not to be trusted.
Yeah, give me something nice and blue.
All right, dark blue.
I'll roll for the bad guys.
All right. We have a +2 this time as well because we lost last time.
Aces
the bad guys rolled a 4.
All right.
Jesse.
Yay.
Okay, it's enough.
It was a question of leadership.
That's enough.
The King Crab is too busy being pummeled.
Yeah. All right, Bears move first
for
once.
We have initiative on turn 3.
Any change of strategy?
Oh, it's a good yeah, let's look. Ghost Bear, Mech Warrior. Did you lose the most PV of units this turn? Nope. Are there no enemies within 16 of you? That is not true.
Not on this board.
And if you lost the least PV, also not true because nothing got destroyed. We are happy with this state of affairs.
Okay.
Which means the King Crab is going to get obliterated.
So Grizzly wants to go first. Okay. If the ideal nothing is active.
No, hang on. Is that still him? Is he still subject to the move last rule?
The highest short damage.
It's him or the Rhymotter.
Yeah.
Lowest armor? He has none. Yeah, he's going last.
He's going last. Neat. Okay, well, then straight to the Rhymotter. Any enemies within 30 of it? Absolutely. Line of sight on yellow. Structure lost, armor lost, highest PV.
Lancelot.
Catapults lost the most armor.
Lancelot's lost 2.
I think we're tied, actually. You have 7 to start?
4 or 5, yeah.
I have 7 lost on the King Crab.
Okay, so we've lost the same amount of armor.
And I'm worth more.
And you're worth more. Okay, Rhymotter wants Crab.
Okay.
Tasty King Crab.
Okay, he's got 12 move behind target, if at all possible, but close to target and cover versus enemies.
So here.
This is a fun thing, by the way, that comes up in Aces a lot. Behind target on a move doesn't necessarily mean like he's directly behind him and in that arc you'd get the bonus. It just means he's behind him on the map.
Yeah, behind his firing arc.
Yeah, so you can see here, like we got 3 guys following this instructions now, all of whom want to be behind this King Crab.
Right? Yep.
Even if they're not directly, directly in that rear arc. So we got to...
Trying to cripple them all is going to make this really funny because normally we just turn around and flatten them.
Right, and just...
Flatten them dead.
Just Bazooka Joe.
Yep.
Henny's
getting Henny in there?
Henny's a hero. Henny is a hero. And there he goes. We have to move 2 here, though, right?
We do. Yeah, we still have all the units. Can you get the Kage into short range of the Rhymotter? Because that would be awesome. Boing. Onto the building even. All right. Look at him go.
Right at 5 inches.
Okay. 3 TMM.
Exquisite.
Cool. That is our double. Yep.
Okay. Next, Arctic Cheetah.
Yes,
if the ideal yellow is active, that's a King Crab.
It's not moved yet.
It hasn't moved yet. Any active enemies within 24?
Yes.
So.
Several.
Yep.
2.
Any target, line of sight to the nearest.
That's the armor. Battle armor, you're going to draw some fire.
Yep.
Or at least draw some attention.
So target has no cover. He wants to see only the target if he can, and cover versus the most enemies.
Oh, that is blocked. Can you get further back to be totally hidden?
Cool.
Hidden from the Lancelot?
Beans. Which is sort of a snowblind
nobody
joke
can see
because
him
it's
right
cold.
Right,
Yeah,
right now.
There it is. And it's a 2?
He's a 3.
3? All right, we can move now.
All right.
Okay, who's going?
Want to challenge him? Like so?
The catapult has 3 internals left. He's cooking.
Well, it's kamikaze.
It's a valuable size 3 mech. I don't want to pay that repair bill. Don't make me do that.
It's for the coordinator.
Is it?
It's a sacrifice for the coordinator.
I see. This is becoming a very expensive trial of refusal.
So here's the thing. So Paul's the director of the Folks Network, but I'm starting to think he might not be the best mercenary commander.
Well, this is Right.
And I think Henny and Joe and those Lancelots might feel the same way.
Sometimes you got to sacrifice some units, and that's one of them right there.
What is left on this Arctic Cheetah? This is the one we have to do exactly 2 damage to.
Yeah. Or
the battle armor out of range, so someone needs to get in there and hit it twice.
Yeah.
You jump, right, with the catapult?
The catapult does jump.
But 8. Can you clear this building? Yes. Can you go behind the Arctic Cheetah with 8J?
Yep.
Because that's better. You get
That's a lot better.
You get an extra pair for rear.
I want to join Josh's unit.
The King Crab hasn't done much.
I didn't realize it jumped. I don't have its
Fair. Okay.
Most catapults do it.
Most catapults do. It's fine. It is one of the weird K variants, so who knows, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, are we back to aces?
We should now have moved 4 things.
And I don't believe we have.
That's our third
We
thing.
moved Henny, and we moved the catapult, and we moved the Kage armor. So we need one more.
Flying.
And watch the King Crab's back and discourage them a little.
And we got to be remembering those guys have stealth. I mean, not at short range, but
battle armor do get stealth at short range.
Then should we be tuning those up to 4s?
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
It hasn't come up yet.
Fair.
Yeah, we'll just add it when it comes up.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's get aced. Grendel. Ideal blue is active and can move behind it. Lowest starting armor. Interesting.
What does it move?
Can you move behind infantry? No.
The catapult.
Can you go behind the catapult? It's lowest starting armor, most damage at medium range. That is the catapult.
Yeah. So what's his move?
The Grendel, 14J.
Yeah, he can get over there. He can get over there running.
That was my tactical computer noise.
Yes.
You can go like this.
Boop. There's your 3.
Like so, and there it is.
I don't want to deal with that Grendel. He's been a real bugger.
These ghost bears on their trials. Like they're getting.
Yeah, we are playing with. Just playing on a hex map because it's snow colored, and we're playing true Alpha Strike with tape measures.
Yeah, we're ignoring the hexes. Yeah. That's just the mat we have. Okay, then I think it's my duo, right?
That's correct.
This the incredible Grizzly Punishers. I'm just gonna cycle the glass crab, the spicy crab.
Yeah, we forgot to take this dice off, right? It has not moved.
It
yet?
has not moved.
Okay.
He's just gonna come down there. He's back up. No, he's still at 6. So we're gonna do that in case he goes further in.
You didn't hit him with your plasma cannon last round. He just still has the 1 heat.
Okay.
We were trying to get him down to no heat,
but he fired, so he's maintaining that heat level.
Yeah.
So this way, even if he goes further in, we're still shooting with 6. Yeah.
I almost wonder if you can get behind the mongrel on the other flank.
But Grizzly's about to go, right?
Is he?
Like,
yeah, we can make him leave.
Yeah. Like, I think one
Send
more critical hit. Honestly, I think we hit him. Like we do any damage to him, he's going to have 3 crits, and he's going to be leaving.
He's got 5 structure left. Any decent attack now will put him in force withdrawal on the structure.
Which I want. That's a victory condition for us. I want that. So I'm putting the crab there.
Solid.
The nameless crab.
What do we do about the King Crab and Rhymotter situation? I mean, I can Alpha Strike the Rhymotter and send him home.
Sounds fun. Do it.
Back him up to the edge.
Do I want to be short range or medium range?
For short range.
You want to be short range.
I can be short range. He'll probably go internal on me, but I will go very internal on him.
Yep.
Oh, he's getting this and this.
Yep.
Possibly this.
I have more options, too, if I'm here. So, yes. Right. Depending on how we want to work it.
And we have the Lancelot coming this way. You're going to go bang over there with him.
Have to see what the Grizzly does.
Yeah.
Oh, it's moving last, and we got initiative.
No, we want initiative. Yeah, Grizzly's up right now.
Yeah, and then Lancelot can react.
Grizzly wants to know if Ideal Red is active, which is highest medium damage.
Most PV, that's King Crab, yep.
Can he move within 12 of it? No.
Jumping? JF needed?
Jumping would give him 8, but he's still...
Can he get 20? Yeah, 20. No, can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any activated enemies in medium? That's absolutely...
Crab. Yep.
So in medium, line of sight on red.
Within 24.
Yeah, within 24.
So he's not going to go after the King Crab anymore, is he? No, I backed out of his zone. Okay.
Nope, so he's going to be
fighting here somewhere.
Yeah, no, so it's going to be between these two, and Joe is the higher. Ooh, it's the same mech.
Henny's in 24 as well.
Yeah. So it's the same mech. So they'll have the same PV. They'll have the highest TMM. He's going to pick
physically
a closer
nearest
shot.
Of the ones that have moved, though, right?
Nope.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, closer mech then.
Yeah, so is he just peeking around the corner to zap him?
What are the movement criteria? See at least one enemy that's moved. So even if you do that, you have to be able to see the...
Yep.
Keep current distance from target.
He moves 6. He can't get
Cover
over here.
from.
He'd see the Lancelot and be behind this.
Keep same distance. See the target. See at least one enemy that's moved and have cover. Here gets you...
He can see the Lancelot.
Gets you
behind
cover.
this.
Yeah,
from
but he
both.
doesn't want that Lancelot.
But the Lancelot can't see it. It's in his back.
It's okay. It still goes for nearest because it's still the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So it's this one he cares about.
Yeah, so if he's up here and he's twisting this way...
Cover from everybody else.
Yeah, he can see the spicy crab.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's a really well-painted model. All right.
Yeah, they did a good job. I think hide the back and go there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And
one TMM.
Now, Crab can probably put him down, so do we want to repurpose Joe elsewhere?
Nighthawk, that is correct.
We could repurpose Joe to hit Drymotter. Is that what we're thinking?
What do you actually need to roll to hit to put him down? You're rolling 3 shots. You need 8s.
I'll need 4, 5, 6, 7. How much of it? I don't know if it's obscuring
He's
enough.
obscured.
He's obscured,
Yeah.
then it's 8s.
The Lancelot can walk up on top of this and shoot down into his back.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The safe move is both of these guys.
Yeah,
Grizzly.
put Joe up there. So that's a Joe move.
I don't know what that means with regards to Joe's character.
That's a Joe
That
move.
Joe likes elevation?
Yeah, it's a Joe move.
All right, yeah, whatever that means.
That's a Joe move. Back to the wall, though.
Joe, you're probably going to get the killing shot here. I'm sure that's what Paul meant. I'm sure it was very complimentary.
Yeah. Yes.
You have finisher too, right? You can re-roll your dice.
Yes.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a Joe move.
Okay. Them's the moves.
Yeah.
Aces has to shoot first this time. So that is Grizzly wants to shoot first, and I guess the only target he has is a crab. So that is 3. That is
1
4,
for heat
5,
is 4.
6,
2 for range.
7, 9s.
9s.
9s. Throwing 4, looking for 9s to shoot our fast crab.
10. We forgot the hill.
10 for the hill.
Will he even shoot? Sorry, will he even shoot? If TN 9 or more and has heat, don't attack.
No.
Oh, he's just going to cool
And
off.
we also forgot about the fire control crit.
Yeah. That
Now,
would've been.
we're pretty sure he's going to die this turn, but Ace's cards. If I were running this deck for players, I'd be like, he knows he's gone. He's going to shoot anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The exact instructions
On
on the
12s?
Ace's card is that, sure. The exact instructions on the Ace's card are hold fire. For purposes of this demonstration, I guess, we're going to say hold. But in your game at home, if you sort of see a situation like that, you might tweak that just a little.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in this case, he will hold fire.
Okay. Who's up
Rymotter.
next here?
Rymiter wants yellow. He wants the weakest thing he can shoot. She can see.
Most
He's
structure lost.
He's firing at the...
Most armor lost is either the catapult or king crab. It's a tie. Highest PV is king crab. So Rymotter, short range into the king crab for 4 pairs. Will he overheat? He doesn't have overheat. Gonna do the honors, Paul?
Yeah, I'll do the honors.
Blast me,
What's
blast
it?
me.
What are we rolling here?
You're hitting
Four?
on 4s. Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm
Two
gonna
large pulse lasers
I'm gonna
and the
eat this.
LRM-10 with Art 5.
roll me a
boom,
critical
boom.
hit, please. I could lose my engine here.
I mean, you could lose your pilot.
More likely lose the engine, but yes,
We will roll Lindvander colors against Josh.
sounds right.
And that's
7?
a 7. Yeah.
Well, I don't move very fast, and now I move even slower.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. You're tanking all these shots. That's exactly what a king crab is
3
for.
inches of movement and 7 internals left.
Who's next here between these two?
Next up, the Arctic cheetah.
Arctic Cheetah can see the king crab and he can see infantry.
He wants.
He can see 2 points.
Within
of
short
infantry.
range.
He
hit
wants
rear.
attacked by ally this turn. And,
Ooh,
yeah.
me with cover. Go for that second crit.
3 dice.
3 skill, 2 range, 1 for me, 1 for the building of 7s. To stop that. 2 more to me. Roll me another crit.
Oh, we're gonna have to
getting
replace that
Swiss
king crab.
cheesed.
That's expensive.
I want this yellow dice because
I'm watching the
it
C-bells
just
accumulate
feels
here.
better. It feels more Lindvander. It's an 8.
That's a weapon hit.
It's still good. It's still good.
That's the best crit I can get.
Yep.
And the Grendel?
The Grendel wants blue. Least start. Look, Bert.
Grendel is
Up here.
It's within 6. You only have 1 target.
Yeah.
It's the catapult
How
in
many
the back.
dice has he got?
Okay, 3 dice.
Plus rear,
So
4
4.
pairs. If you hit 3 of these, catapult's gone. Hitting on, what's the catapult's TMM with jump?
3.
1 plus jump 2, mongrels to 3, so 5s to hit.
Missed with.
Oh,
No, that's a gone. The catapult's gone.
Oh. Ejecting.
All right. Without fire.
Rude.
Okay,
Rude
we get
boy.
the fire first, though. Before we pull them off the board.
It's fine. Everybody has a catapult. You can just get catapults.
But does everyone have a K5
The
catapult?
Combine doesn't want you to know this, but you can just take catapults home.
We'll start with my Lancelot over here. He can only see one target, so
Yeah,
I'm going
do
to
that
fire
guy.
that Rime Otter. Going to be at base 4, medium range is 6, partial cover is 7, 2 for his move is 9.
Yep. 4 pairs.
4 dice. Let's see if we can do something here. Come on, Henny.
Don't forget about your 2 edge points as
Yeah,
well.
I know.
Crispy fries.
1,
You
and
said
I'll
9s?
spend an edge. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I'll spend 1 edge.
That puts Rime Otter into internals with 5 internals remaining. Roll me a crit.
And Henny with a 6.
Weapon.
Take a weapon hit.
Yeah. We gotta get some. We gotta get into some of these waypoints. They're still chugging.
Infantry will fire at the Rime Otter for 2 dice.
Yeah. Let's see if that's if he hit them both. He's into force withdrawal.
Excellent.
They're going to be
That then
at
frees me up to hit the mongrel.
6s. They're going to be at 6s. Boom, boom.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
All right. So Rime Otter's down to 3 internals, which puts him into crippled status.
He is forced withdrawal.
We trigger waypoint A.
Immediately?
End phase, maybe.
End phase. Okay.
Right,
Double check.
The other infantry has no target. So we will then go to the dead catapult.
The dead catapult.
End phase after units are removed.
Done. Okay. Catapult can't overheat, which is a shame. The Rime Otter is taken care of. Can he see the Arctic Cheetah? I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
see off this
Yep.
building.
And his
Catapult.
back.
So here's the tricky bit. You need exactly 2 to force withdrawal the Arctic Cheetah.
Right. How
and you're
many
rolling
do you
a
want to
grip
roll?
of dice.
All right. So
You're going to hit him on. You're jumping, right?
Yeah.
So
start with 6 plus, 3?
3 9s.
9s.
This is very swingy.
Yeah.
I'm
thinking.
Can you overheat?
Knowing my dice rolling, I'm thinking I roll all 5 pairs, and I'll be lucky if one of them hits.
6 pairs.
Six
you got
pairs
rear.
because of the rear. I might then tone it down to 5.
Yeah. If he dies, he dies. He's piloting a light mech.
5 or 6?
5.
That's fine.
5. Tone it down just
You're not
a
going to
little.
take your rear shot. All right. And we're
Get-
hitting on
Yeah,
9s
you get
here.
you get the rear shot.
Yeah, but I don't want it.
Because
I wanted to, this is like, now I'm on the horn. Go spare pilot, stand
gotcha.
down.
Don't make me do this.
Yeah.
Bzat. I think you murdered him, Jesse.
Yeah, that's
Like
fine.
a real bad.
1, 2, 3.
3. All right, yeah.
One too many.
Blew him up.
Too bad this guy has no edge, because you could mod your dice.
Yep.
No, that's unfortunate.
All right,
that
well,
miss.
that's going to escalate the situation a little.
That's
We
unfortunate.
killed a clan mech warrior.
appeared and killed a clan mech
So-
warrior.
But he dies too.
Yep, that was just bad.
Rigor mortis set in on the trigger, and
Yep.
Oh, dear.
I think King Crab
was all
on
over.
Grendel and see if we can finish that guy. Send him home. Medium range, right? Yep.
yep.
I have heat, though, so 4, 1 for heat's 5. 6, 7 for range. 8 for the building. 9, 10, 11.
3 dice or 4?
What do I need to do to actually send this? I need to do 3 to him. I'm rolling on 11s with 6 pairs.
Oh, you're rolling here. I thought this thing was firing at you.
I can't see the Grizzly. I hit the Mongrel on 11, so I'm going to just take my heat away.
Yep. And that would be
Let's
the
try
turn.
and preserve him. Yep.
That would be the turn. We go to initiative.
We did this shot, right?
We did not do that shot.
Oh, we did not? Okay, do it yet.
Yeah, that's...
We're pretty sure this was going to be enough.
yeah,
So try this one first, probably. It's the better shot.
that's what I'm thinking, too.
Come on, Joe. Finish the job.
4 5s.
Hitting on 5s.
All right.
4
and-
pairs.
And
if
Grizzly's
you want
got 5 structure left.
'em. I think you just...
So maybe we just throw 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull your punches just a little, Joe. Nina Hora.
That'll do it. Won't
Okay.
it?
Force
Oh, yeah. Hit him twice.
Yep.
That is... Yeah, that's
yep,
just enough.
That's enough.
All right, so we trigger... We will also now trigger waypoint C.
Yep. We got A, B, and C in one volley here.
No, we don't get B. The Arctic Cheetah's just gone.
Oh, the Arctic Cheetah is
The unit's
gone.
dead. The waypoint won't trigger.
Okay. All right, end of round. We're going to trigger waypoints A and C, which reads as follows.
Nice.
Yeah, do A first.
Waypoint 1A. A Rhyme Otter is sturdy for a medium mech, but this mech warrior knows when she's beat. The Otter's weapons lower to the ground, and the pilot powers down. Discard this waypoint. Reveal a waypoint from the stack beside the turn track and resolve its effect. That would be waypoint I.
Is it? Let me see for a second.
Nope, sure.
I think we forgot to set up the turn track completely because we didn't get out the component.
I believe it would be I, but feel free to double-check. A guy who actually wrote the thing, Josh Dirksen.
The stack is E through H. So
We'll go to the chat here.
F. With that enemy mech out of the action, you can feel the momentum of battle beginning to swing your way. Choose a named pilot. They receive an edge for the rest of the sortie.
Nice. We're going to give it to Joe. He did a good job there.
Yeah.
All right. We also did C.
Yep.
Which, literally, speaking of Joe and his heroics, the Grizzly is a generalist mech, doing yeoman's work instead of specializing. They're notoriously difficult to repair once severely damaged, though, and this mech warrior is not pushing their luck. Same deal. A to H.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's roll for a different one. H. 01H.
H. Whether a proud Trueborn Ghost Bear or a Rasselhagian with a chip in his shoulder, this mech warrior is determined to go down swinging. Using the enemy unit whose waypoint token you just resolved as a reference, the player unit that is both nearest to that enemy unit and in line of sight suffers 1 damage.
Crab.
All right, Crab takes a thing as he's... What a sore loser. Whoever heard of a clan mech warrior being a sore loser?
Uh-huh.
That's not what the Great Father wanted. All right, so only the Grendel is left on this board. Do we want to play out the rest of the turn?
He isn't forced withdrawal. He's not gone.
Well, he stepped off now.
But what I was going to say,
I'll put him on.
With
You
only
put
the
him on.
Grendel
Or that way,
left on
whichever.
this board, do we want to play out the next turn? Like, we're pretty
There's
sure.
only
we
one
do.
guy left. We're just going to murder that guy.
Just
For taking the shot at the crab, it's like, no prisoners.
No,
He goes down.
This
like
guy's in forced withdrawal. That guy is still a threat.
Yeah, but not much. He's going to run away.
You want to play it out?
That's up to you guys. What time is it? How much time do we have left on this slot?
We got 20 after 3.
Oh, we could play it. Let's play it out.
Okay.
Let's play it out and pay our repair bill.
Let's do it.
Because I think the King Crab is probably still toast.
You guys want to roll? I'm going to clear some cards. Make a little space
Also,
for myself here.
Let me double check which edges they can actually leave from, because that will affect their forced withdrawal.
Is a 9. I'll roll for the Aces deck as
They
well.
go this edge or that edge.
They get a +2. Aces got a 7, so we won initiative again.
Okay, I'll take it. It is now 6-3, so it's 2-1 the whole way.
Okay, easy way to remember. These guys are in forced withdrawal after they killed our catapult.
Yeah, that was rude. And put them over there.
All right, for those of you just joining us, partway through the scenario here, we're not trying to actually destroy these ghost bears. We're trying to force them to surrender or go into forced withdrawal. We're trying to be civil. We are the world's first civil Curitan attack land, so the first sort of light. We know it's a contradiction in terms, but we are doing our best.
I mean, we're a mercenary unit, right? We're probably like, the 11th table knife of...
The 11th
like,
table
it's not... Like, we like the Karita Red. We like how it makes people
We
scared.
have the flaming
but
butter knife.
like, nobody's carrying the suicide sword in their cockpit here, I think.
That's true. We won initiative,
Yeah.
so they're 1 mech, 2 mechs. One of their 2 mechs has to go. Then we move everybody, and then they move 1.
No. 2 to... It's 6-3, 6-2, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be 3-1, 3-1.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then, the Grizzly in forced withdrawal
Steps off the
will
board.
just...
Leave.
Well, he's
Oh, it's
got
the Rhyme Otter. They have 3, that's right.
So
12 if he's sprinting.
hang
He's
on.
not necessarily
Remember that
sprinting.
forced withdrawal is a special order card that has
Yeah.
a totally different priority stack.
Yeah.
So it's can you sprint to leave the map? If not, head towards your escape edge jumping,
Right.
which is there.
Yeah.
Can he sprint off?
He has no more.
No, he's 6
he
moves.
does have heat. He still has the heat 1 from last time.
Right, so sprinting the most is 12. You have a measuring tape. I don't think he can make it with 12.
No, I don't think so either. You go back that way, jumping over the hill.
No, it's like 14. So, yeah, with 8, he'll get behind the hill there.
Boing. 1 TMM plus 1 for jumping is TMM 2.
Yep.
And he will shoot nothing, but we'll flip that card regardless.
Yep.
Send the crab over there after him.
So 3 of us now
He's
move.
on his way out. We don't need to be after him.
No, I would say avoid his firing arc even.
Yeah.
And he's got that fire control
We're
crit
going to
and
wait
he's
for the
jumping.
Grendel to move, so he's going to step off the board.
Sorry.
We know that.
Can we back up 1 sec and check the command deck?
After every round of aces, you got to remember to check your commander, see if their strategy decision changes.
Is the catapult worth more or the Arctic Cheetah worth more?
Catapult was worth 40, Active Cheetah was 32.
So they lost the least PV.
Yep.
Well, hang on. No, they lost 2 units.
Is fourth withdrawal for this
Oh,
case
right.
count as?
No.
If so,
Nope, just the Arctic Cheetah then.
Yep.
Lost the least units. B. He is changing his decision.
okay. The battle card comes out.
Yeah. You can't give you can't give orders to units that are in forced withdrawal, so this special ability does not apply to the Grizzly, but it will apply to the Grendel.
I've moved both battle armor for us here.
Okay.
Makes sense
Boom,
to me. Okay, then Grizzly is on his way out. Rhyme Otter is next. He is on his way out. I think he's just off the
Steps
board.
off the board.
He's done.
He's fast.
Thanks for playing. Back to us.
3 more. The rest of our force.
Yeah, I guess Henny want to just put his back to something and point his guns where he has the best chance of hitting the Grendel.
Well, he'll let the Grendel go first, so he's going to run it down.
All right, I'll send the King Crab up that way. Or is the King Crab now at the plate where maybe he just wants to hide behind the building?
we don't want it. We don't want
King Crab has 5 pips left, moves 3 inches, and has a weapon crit and an engine crit.
Yeah, just walk him forward behind that building.
I would actually leave. I would just pull the King Crab off the map entirely.
Yep.
Okay, nope. King Crab
Steps
withdraws.
off.
I'll accept that. I mean,
right.
it doesn't look great.
Yeah.
Just on our mercenaries promotional material, it's not like, but okay.
It looks a lot better on the balance sheet than paying to repair an assault mech.
That it does.
Yeah.
That it does. All right.
All right, Grendel to move. And
Okay.
then we move our last.
Henny and Joe carrying the day.
Yeah.
Grendel. Yeah, way to go, Henny and Joe, by the way.
So Henny and Joe now, because they won initiative. Grendel will be last.
Okay. So, Henny, just back him up where he'll be able to get the best chance to get a shoot wherever the Grendel ends up, and I'll send Joe around. What are we doing with the Lancelots? 12?
I think we just kind of we circle the wagons here and just force that guy to come to us.
Yeah.
He's right
He's
there.
gonna run away.
Yeah.
Think so?
He can make it to 2502 here. Oh, no, because he's stepping down from the building. It's only 10.
Yeah.
Joe, your proclivity for heights.
He can jump up here.
He
Doesn't have jump.
Oh, he doesn't jump. That's right.
Yeah.
So tree line, building corners.
Tree line, just in
Come
case.
around here.
He's not going to be a useful shot.
No, that's the firing lane. It's going to force this guy over here.
Yeah.
Into the battle armors.
All right, you got a better view of that angle of the board
Yeah.
than I do. Let's do
Comes
it.
down. He can move 12, right? So he's going to come down.
Let's
in
do
here.
it. I love it. All right.
Poor
he's got a
Grizzly.
shot at that if he needs.
We don't want to shoot that guy.
I know that, but just in case that Grizzly takes a pot shot at somebody, you can deal with
You're
it.
gonna kill him.
Yes. Going to teach him a lesson. And
Oh
he's a
boy.
2.
That
right.
Grizzly has heat, is jumping, and is a fire control crit. He's starting at 9 or 8.
And
He can't hit you.
They have to move the Grendel now, right?
No. We have to finish moving.
Yeah. Pull Henny out where he can cover the lane.
And we have to move the spicy crab. Yeah, spicy crab. Get in there.
Okay.
All right. Grendel, what do you got?
Grendel, if the ideal red is active and the unit can move
Well, it
behind
will definitely be active because everything's active. But
Yeah.
ideal red is most damage at short range.
one of the Lancelots, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was the
And
Grendel move?
then
Yes, he can move behind him.
Most armor lost. Are they the same? I think both
I
Lancelots are
lost 2.
All right, then he wants Henny.
Okay.
And what's he move?
He is moving 14J.
Oh, gross. This guy
That
has been a
sucks.
menace.
Yeah, really. 14J is a dangerous number in Alpha Strike.
It is.
He's a jerk. He's a 3, right?
That's like a direct
Yep.
shortcut to shooting in the back.
I think he has to jump to do that. Oh no, he doesn't. That's
Doesn't have to, just runs
that's
past
running.
him. Yep.
Okay.
Runs right past.
What a joke.
Going to shoot the low talker.
Wait, no one's going to do anything about it.
I was going to use low profile, but it doesn't really help there.
Gets shorter.
Yeah, it just gets shorter.
Yeah.
It's real good for missile boats. Low profile. Because you can use a level 1 hill as a blocker.
No shot. We can resolve one.
We get shot in the back by a Grendel,
We get
and
shot
that's
in the back
combat
with a
phase.
Grendel. I'll shoot Henny in the back. That's fine.
4 pairs.
It's going to be
4 pairs looking for 5s.
fives.
Yeah, that's
All
gross.
right, let's see.
That's gross.
He's going to miss on all of them here.
Yeah, 1.
Missed on
1.
Yep. So that is
three pairs into the Lancelot.
Yeah, you're still fine. You're still fine, Henny.
He's still fine. He's got 2 armor left.
Pull dice, turn 5.
Yep.
And we will now see
if we get the
that
bonus
mech
for the
gets
initiative.
shot. Yep.
Actually, let me check the commander again.
Take this off. Red will be the Aces deck. Blue will be the
Holding it steady.
good guys. Aces deck lost. We rolled an 11,
Cool.
13 into their 9.
All right. Turn 5, we have initiative.
Turn 5, we have initiative.
How many models left on the table?
They have 2.
2. And Ace's deck lost. They have to move first. The Grizzly's going to escape.
And we have 5 models, right?
Yep.
There you go.
We move
3. 3, then him, then our last 2. Battle armor, the battle armor corral coming after him.
I like these little guys. They're good.
I mean, they saved this from the mongrel on the first turn.
Yeah.
They just haven't actually done much because they're only short range.
Yeah. But they did what they needed to do and at an efficient point value.
Oh, they actually forced that Rhymotter into a forced withdrawal. Right?
Yeah,
that's true.
They've done a couple good stuff, and you don't have to pay them as much as Mech Warriors.
That is true. And if they die, then
That's
you
what
don't
Barracks
really,
rules for.
You don't really
Right.
care.
Barracks rule in effect.
Okay, do we got to move either of the Lancelots or the Crab before the
Yeah,
Grendel?
we need to move one more thing. 3 now.
All right, let's move the Crab up and point it at him. It's 18.
No. Save the crab because this guy has 3 armor and 1 internals left before we can make him leave. So we want to hit him for 4 hits, and he's faster than the Lancelots.
And he gets away from him. He's like,
All right.
hell with that. You hit me in the back. Steps away.
All right.
Joe, you get over here and deal with it. That's what you hear over the comm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Grendel. That's the same card.
What does he got?
Ideal blue. Most armor lost.
Oh,
Okay,
he-
move
he-
up.
he's
the
picking on
Lancelot.
Henny.
He's picking on Henny.
That's good. Good. He can get behind him. Is that
So-
what he wants?
Hang on. Special order from the commander card. Add this filter to all units that target enemies that have moved. So yes. Short range from target is the first move filter. So definitely going after Henny. Be at short range of him.
Yeah, it's the same move. Just going to duck in behind him again. Except this time, Joe and the Spicy Crab are going to turn
And
around
in woods if you can do it.
fire support.
Can't do woods, but he can give himself cover from everybody else.
Yep, that's
By
fine.
coming around.
Yep.
He can actually go right there.
And is he outside of short range from the battle armor?
Yes, he's at
And that's where he should be.
6.1. That's perfect.
All right,
That's fine.
move those guys up. Let's get the best shots we can.
You have a clear shot from the crab up this line. If you go this way,
Well, first off,
you can just run out.
Joe is coming to save his friend. They're best buddies. They're from the Lakewood periphery.
They're an incredible duo.
Here they come.
I like the sort of the back-to-back Lancelots. That's
Yeah,
cool. It
I
looks
was
cool.
pretty
on the
I was
board.
actually just thinking the Lancelot has always been an underwhelming mech for me. I almost never play the one I have painted. This variant is great.
Yeah.
I moved your crab. There he is. He's a
This
3.
thing is killing it
right
in Alpha
there.
Strike.
There you go.
This is a 2509. It's,
We are punishing
Put
this.
him there instead.
Who?
The crab over here instead. Now you don't have cover.
We are punishing this.
Insolent mech warrior,
Grendel.
his jumpy Grendel.
So we need
bear
to do,
cub
we need
is
to
gonna
do
be
3
squashed.
damage. We need to do 3 damage and
4.
not 4. Oh, is that the other way
He has
around?
3 armor left, so we need to
Okay.
do 1
We need
internal
to-
and 3 armor.
We need to do 4 damage, but not 5
First he
damage.
shoots. First he shoots.
Yes, he'll attack first.
Okay. Joe, you can wrap this up. Let's see what the
I'm
Grendel
saying
wants.
this. If he destroys Henny, we kill him regardless.
I'm up for that.
This is a campaign.
Revenge.
This is narrative. We're role-playing here. He gets our guy, we kill him. That's it.
Roll for the Grendel.
He's trying for it.
Yeah.
So 4 pairs. He might have partial cover, though. I'm not sure if you can see the whole Lancelot.
I
Joe
don't think
will
so.
have his Wrath of Khan moment when he sees Henny go down.
5.
Firing large
I think
lasers.
it's just 5.
Hitting on 5s.
Penny's got a lot
Yuck.
here, but
1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh.
Lancelot actually has a lot of pips. That might not kill him.
no, he didn't. He's got
One left?
2, 3, 4.
Had it.
He's got one left.
Roll
He's
the
got
crit.
one left.
Crit.
Yeah, he's got one left.
Crit on the Lancelot is a weapon hit.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
That's the one we want.
All right, Joe with the Alpha Strike.
Yes.
4, 5, 6, 7. Throwing 4, looking for 7s. Come on, Joe Becker.
A
There it
6,
is.
a 9, a 7,
One
and
miss.
a 7.
3 damage.
So he's armorless.
Okay, now we need to do 1 damage.
Go for the crab.
Spicy crabs.
What's the crab hit on? The crab hits at short range, so he's going to be on 4 7s. You need 1.
Exactly 1 7 on
You
your
roll 2
tackle.
dice, 2 sets of dice here?
I would.
Yeah.
Or just roll 3, and if you kill him, you kill him. The difference is you lose some SP for destroying him.
We can always use an edge. He has an edge point?
Nope.
No.
The Lancelot had the edge point.
Should have rolled the crab first.
That's kind of what I'm realizing, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we did it. We did it already.
All
Let's
right.
roll.
Heart of the dice.
2
Like,
sets.
like if we miss, really, it's only Henny that gets killed next turn. So
There is another chance to do this.
Our inspiring leader. Let's roll 2 sets of dice. We want one of them to be 7.
who's going to be to play for this? Who's rolling it?
Not you. You can't be trusted with these people's lives.
2 pairs, we're looking for A7.
1 7.
2 is right out.
Yeah.
You did it!
Oh! Yeah!
Got him.
All right.
Now let's see what actually happened to him.
Yeah. Waypoint D.
All right, so end phase. Grendel pilots know their machines are rugged, but there's no point in proving that the hard way by getting blown to bits when this wasn't even the fight you wanted to pick. The misshapen mech trailing sparks backpedals and stumbles away.
Yeah, it does.
That's right.
And the waypoint we get for the remaining reveal is... You were expecting to fight some scattered pirate remnant, not the ghost bear Tuman. Oh well, time to adapt and overcome. Somebody gets an edge point.
Nice.
Cool. Very cool.
And he's close enough that he can leave. Yeah, he's got the movement to do it.
Yeah. All right. So we were sent here to break up a unsanctioned trial of refusal. It sounds like a trial of grievance that got out of hand. We drove most of them up. We could have overkilled that one guy. He's not coming back. That may have consequences down the road, which you will find out more about in the campaign for Battletech Aces Snowblind.
Coming this summer.
Look for it at Gen Con 2026. Josh, do you want to give us just... You've already talked for a long time
I have.
about how great Snowblind is.
I have talked a lot about it.
All right. Well, then I will say, as with us... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Just to touch on, I'm excited to see Snowblind come out, Box 2. Those of you who follow us on Friday Night Aces, 6 Sides of Gaming, whether it's on YouTube or at conventions like Adepticon or all the various ones that we do go to, we appreciate your enthusiasm for the game that Josh designed. We had a great time playtesting it and help trying to be the stand on the soapbox and promote it as much as we can.
For sure.
And it's great to see that the game is taking off the way it is, and that's thanks to you, the fans, the subscribers, the customers, the fans of Battletech. It's amazing. That said, reminder, tomorrow night, 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, Mech 7, Season 2, Randall Bills, Tex, Big Red 40 Tech, Tommy Gafton, myself, Paul Clarkson, Jesse K, Josh Dirksen, and the man behind the camera, Scott Albert. With that, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly from Adepticon.
Thanks, folks.
Welcome back, everyone, to Adepticon Day 1. We are streaming here at the Six Sides of Gaming Catalyst Game Labs booth. As you know all too well, I'm Michael Ciravella, Events Manager for Catalyst Game Labs, and I am here with an incredible array of authors and editors that authors all, really, that we're going to talk a little bit about Shrapnel, one of my favorite topics right here. Some of the familiar faces that you've got right now. I've got to my left Jason Hansa.
Hello.
Phil Lee, editor as well as author, of course, of Shrapnel. We have Rusty Zimmerman, usually of Shadowrun fame, but we let him cross the streams every once in a while. And Kevin Giliani, of course.
How you doing?
Once again, we are very happy to be here. We are very happy to be here with you. And we're going to start off, we've got about an hour. But what I'd really like to start is, and let's just start to my left. Jason, actually, no, we're not going to do that. Absolutely not going to do that at all. We're going to start with Phil, rank order right now. That is good. Phil, tell us a little bit about Shrapnel and tell us how people can aspire to be in Shrapnel. And then we'll find out how these wonderful authors that you control right here started their joys.
All right. Well, Shrapnels are the official Battletech magazine. Features short fiction, some serial novels, some game content such as in-universe articles and playable scenarios, role-playing content, that sort of thing. Some tech readouts, and it comes out every 3 months. March, June, September, and December.
Yeah.
And we're open to submissions for short fiction. There's a link to the submissions portal, the back of every issue, and the guidelines are in there as well. So the quick and dirty submissions is just write us a good story, a good character-driven story, and send it in, and we'll let you know what we think of it. So
wonderful. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So what edition are we up to right now? 26, 27?
24 just came out.
24 just came out?
Yeah.
And you're working on 25 now? Excellent.
Which is a double-size issue.
Oh, we're doing another double size?
Yeah.
Nice. That is wonderful.
You gotta celebrate that nice round milestone. You know?
Absolutely. And didn't we just do a special one for Gothic not too long ago?
Yes, we did. We had the Battletech Gothic set came out, and we did what I like to call a Twilight Zone issue of Shrapnel, where it's like it seems on surface glance that it's just like a normal issue of Shrapnel, except maybe the fonts are a little different. And then you read the introduction, and you're just like, okay, this is very, very different. So, it's just that nice little tweak of difference, and then you're in the Gothic universe, So.
Not that all episodes of Shrapnel are not Twilight Zone episodes, so that is good. All right, then. But let's get a little bit more into the stories and into the authors right there. Kevin, tell us a little bit about your first story that you did in Shrapnel. We were talking about this a moment ago.
Yeah, my first story that was in Shrapnel, it's in the very first edition. Many years ago, Lauren once introduced me at Gen Con as being the guy who killed the Dark Age novels because there was, under WizKids, there was a Dark Age series of novels. Mine ended up being the last. There was another one down the road in the pipeline that was a sequel to Wolf Hunters that I was going to do and couldn't. And I took one of my favorite plot elements from that novel that was going to happen and told a story about it was about a clan recruiting people for the great battle that they were going to have, and it featured including a clanner burying a regular man and all of this. It was just I enjoyed doing it because I really loved that relationship in the novel, and people who'd read the novel recognized what was going on. Some people didn't, but it was a lot of fun to write because once you write some of these characters, they're like part of your family. They're always in your head at some point. And I was just really delighted to be able to use something that I'd been afraid I'd lost the ability to use it, and so I was really glad to use that. And thanks to Philip for the opportunity,
well, it was also you lived through that gorgeous era, or that terrifying era, where with WizKids and the remaining 5 books, we'd heard as a community that about 5 books back that they were going to end the novel line there. But we still had some stuff coming out. That was also before the catalyst aspect of things, that new novels were going to come out, that were going to be looking at things. So we didn't know what that was going to connect to. We didn't know if that was going to be the be-all and end-all thing.
Yeah, it was the thing, as Lauren said, there was like, this was it. This is where the novels are ending with this story, and it's a good story. I like it. Yeah,
it was great.
I mean, I liked it too.
Yeah,
that's why I put it in the first issue.
But there was a tumultuous time there as things were changing, and large corporations were getting involved. I think Topps and other large, and Lauren did absolutely stunning job of pulling the phoenix out of the ashes with the Battletech universe, and I'm so glad he did that. I just love everything it's doing now. As much, no offense to WizKids, but this is a lot better than what WizKids had in mind. I am very excited about it.
It is very exciting. Quick correction, as always, as Lauren had told me yesterday, we tried to refer to him as the all-powerful Lauren Coleman. That was the direction I received yesterday.
I forgot to light the incense. I'm sorry.
I know.
Okay.
It comes in a little effigy size picture right there. But that is wonderful. Speaking of things burning, Rusty, hello. Setting anything on fire today? No. We love you, my friend.
Try not to.
Oh, and I always appreciate that. No, I adore you. You are wonderful. Tell us about your first Shrapnel story.
The first Shrapnel story I had was a novel rather than Shrapnel story. And then I talked to Phil, and I worked on paring it down to the serial novel Violent Inception, which you can find in Shrapnels 17 through 20. And then the thing with the serial fictions is that they take a year to come out because it's 4 issues of Shrapnel. So I knew that we had a lot of time, and I wanted to set the stage for it. So the first Shrapnel stories that I got out the door, starting way back in Shrapnel 11, were setting the stage for Violent Inception by delving into the sometimes rather nonsensical history of Mountain Wolf battle mechs, creators of the Merlin. And I wanted to take the few touchstones that we had of the history of Mountain Wolf and try to make them make sense. For how does this company have one office over here in Lyran Space and another office over here in the Outworlds Alliance, and also they had no offices for 50 years, and then they make the Merlin, the first new mech in centuries, and just how does this sort of thing happen? I started, as one does, with the main character of the serial fiction's grandfather as a young man, and started to hop my way forward through time to just kind of establish their place in the universe and the sort of moral compass that the company tries to keep, and the tenuous profit margins that the company tries to keep, and introduce some characters that would then show up in Violent Inception and stuff. But it all spun out of this initial story that came to me in about novel size and then had to be chopped down, and then I had to set the stage for it. So it's spread out across a good half dozen or so issues now. So
awesome, and that is wonderful. It was great to read and very enjoyable right there. Speaking of other great reads, Mr. Hansa, tell us about your first story.
All right, my first story was in Shrapnel 1 as well, and it's I'm not even sure when I started writing. I think I started writing when I was downrange at some point. It took me a couple years to finish, and sent it in, and then it ended up in Shrapnel 1. I think it was one of those ones I sent in for Battle Cores and just got kind of put into the slush pile. Mm-hmm. And it's about a Ghost Bear warrior and her bondswoman, and the bondswoman's family on that planet Vipava, V-I-P-A-A-V-A, they own a horse farm of Libizoners. And just kind of a gnar-ish, quietish story, and people really dig it. I wrote it, and as a writer, you don't know what people are going to like. You just hope to tell a good story and hope that some people like it. And people have really liked it. And it's like, really? The one with the horses? And they're like, yes, I love that story. I'm like, the horses one. So it's been very, very wonderful as a writer to find out that this is really connected.
Which I think is one of the strong points of Shrapnel, is that it gives us the chance to tell those stories that come at Battletech a little bit from the side.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they don't all have to start with stompy robots or end with stompy robots. There's people there, too, Yeah. And Shrapnel lets us, roll up our sleeves and do that and tell stories like that, or stories that are after the battles or, what have you. And it's one of the, I think, strengths of Shrapnel is that you don't know what the next story is going to be when you're turning the page.
Yeah.
It also allows you that great feeder system right there. Of one of the reasons we've got such a strong bench of new authors, of upcoming authors, of returning authors, is because we can have the opportunity now to reach out through Shrapnel and see what we're looking at. Right. Many years ago, it was you trust in the author who either, A, is an experienced author, but may not know the material, tie-in fiction being strange, may not know Battletech, or conversely, the thought process of brand new author who may know Battletech but not know what we're looking at. We always have this conversation the other day of there are great Battletech novels that are great novels but not necessarily Battletech. I'm not going to mention any names, but we've had some great novels right there that are fantastic standalone stories, but in the Battletech universe, a little strange. And some of my favorites are there, so that works out very well. So, Phil, how do you come up with the direction, and how do you figure out what story? You mentioned character-driven stories.
Yeah.
What's going to give us a glance behind the curtain right there? What is something that might give you that extra edge in figuring out what you might be thinking for any given issue?
Well, I mean, sometimes I'll plan like the theme of an issue beforehand. Like some of them just seem to come naturally. Like issue number 13 was like, I was like, oh, hey, we should make this one about bad luck. And I'm like, I'm going to put an albatross as the tech readout entry for this one. And then as I'm reviewing stories that I thought maybe I could use in this issue, one of them I came across was the point of view character was driving an albatross. And I'm like, this is too weird. It's almost like Kismet, So But yeah, so sometimes they're like pre-planned. Sometimes they're kind of spontaneous, where I'll like get a whole bunch of different submissions, and as I'm sort of assembling an issue, I'm like, oh, I'm actually kind of noticing a theme here, So and sometimes it just like I couldn't plan it if I tried, But that's just kind of how my process goes. Like sometimes it's like stares me right in the face, and sometimes it kind of sneaks in, So,
which I was going to say, an insight into that is why sometimes you will say, okay, this is going to be in a future Shrapnel, but you can't tell them which one because you don't until you see the whole collection you got available. You might say, oh, this is great here.
Well, then also sometimes like there's lots of moving parts that happen, and every once in a while I have to be like, well, I wanted to put it in this issue, but I had to like kind of move it to a future issue just because of like word count space or just other various concerns. Like every once in a great while, like I might have two stories that are kind of like too similar, like thematically, maybe not necessarily like the same faction or whatever, but I could be like, okay, these two stories, even though they're written by completely different authors, completely different time spans, whatever, sometimes like, there's certain aspects and themes in Battletech that just like resonate and like they like rhyme or whatever, and so I try to like make sure that I'm not like putting like all those in the same issue, where some people be like, oh, it's like this author was like looking over this other author's quiz and just started copying their notes. So sometimes I have to shuffle things around just based on that sort of thing and whatnot. But so I usually try to give people like a range. It's like, hey, your story's going to be in this issue or maybe this issue, So
wonderful. That is all good stuff. So my next big question is, if you were to give if you were going to be writing an article about, not an article, a piece for Shrapnel, and Phil was going to take pretty much whatever you wanted to do, what would you want to write, Jason? Faction. Don't give us a full story outline.
Yeah.
faction,
story
character,
or article
anything.
or any.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna have to
Unit
pass and think about
digests.
that. I thought you were going
Like
to
a
throw that one at
dream
Phil at
project.
first. Yeah.
No, we let Phil let us know what he wants. Now we get to say what we want. That's how we play this game.
Yeah.
Rusty, what about you? We'll come back to Jason.
I think if I had a guarantee that Phil would give the story a shot, what I would do is like roll randomly for an era and a faction. And then maybe like a mech weight class, like just for the silly one-off, challenge of that. I think if I had that sort of blank check to go, all right, man, like I'll check it out and it'll probably get published, but I don't know. Then I'd go like, all right, here's what's going to happen, and I'd bust out a D20 or whatever, and just I'd try to just have fun with it and not go into it emotionally invested and get myself emotionally invested in the process of writing it to the point that I would hope readers would be emotionally invested when they read it without giving anybody a heads up that it had been randomly rolled. But I just think that'd be...
Until they tell you, like at a convention, it's like, oh, I love this story. You'd be like, well, funny story about that.
I think that would just be fun because Battletech has those options of so many different stories of, boy meets girl, boy fights in robot, the end, or whatever. You could tell it so very differently based on what decade it's set in, what faction it's set in, what mech they're piloting, what perspective of the character is. You could almost describe the same fight scene 50 different ways, and it would hit 50 different ways based on who was fighting and where and when and why. And I think it'd be cool to do. Try to just kind of randomly roll the ingredients together and make a dish.
I love that. Boy meets girl, boy fights in
giant robot.
Why can't the girl fight in the battle mode?
Well, because I started with the sentence with boy.
Okay.
All those good things.
Oh.
So that is a good one. Kevin, what about you?
Basically, what I do a lot is I love all the little details. There'll be little throwaway lines in a TRO or in something, or a history of a faction. And it's like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like the entire reunification war started when a mech warrior threw coolant on a little girl. And I'm like, okay, so how did that? So I wrote that story, and
it's magnificent.
And I had I wrote stories like there were impossible battles. There would be something happened, and you'd sit there and you'd look at it and you'd say, the forces don't match. That wouldn't. So how did that happen? And that's what I get. So I don't do the random thing. I find something that intrigues me, and I go for it. So that would be where a lot of my stories would come from. Also what I would do if I had my druthers is I'd return to a couple of my old favorites and bring them back up into the modern era. So Lex Atreus or the Chaos Irregulars, I'd love to bring them forward and see what would happen with them. So those are things that you may see cross your desk at some time.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Nice. Back to you, Jason. We gave you a little bit more time.
So Phil has to publish it.
Phil has to publish it.
Multiverse shenanigans. That's Catherine Steiner popping through the different universes like Worf. Like, this isn't right. This isn't right. Just absolutely bonkers. I would go all in. And Phil would be like, I'm not printing this. I'm like, hey, a deal's a deal, man.
Yeah. It was on the internet.
It was on the internet.
It was on the internet. But yeah, I would just go bonkers. I would time travel, or I would find the wackiest thing that's technically canon in BattleTech and just go all in. Like the space squids that are supposed to eat jump ships or whatever. It'd be like, oh, I'm canonizing it.
The space squids actually made a generalized sort of sense. We're not doing Far Country 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Maybe. If he has to publish it.
Phil has to publish it. I don't have to.
Yeah, I pitched an idea that the Tay were actually the totem animal of the Jade Falcons, but nobody bought that. Yeah,
Or they'd be the Jade Emus then, I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Jade Kiwis.
The Jade Caterpillar. We've got that.
Yeah.
So, going around, I'm going to start from Kevin's end right now, just for the sake of being interesting. What is your favorite Shrapnel story? You don't need to know the author, you don't need to know the title, but if you can give us the general idea. What is your favorite Shrapnel story from someone other than yourself?
I would say Indomitable by Robin.
Persenio?
Nice.
Robin.
Yeah.
I can't say her last name because I'm terrible with, what does that little thing on the end do? I don't know. So,
The squiggle.
It's a squiggle, yes.
A tilde.
So, yeah, it's a what?
It's a tilde.
A tilde.
Yeah.
No, it
Oh,
has a real name.
I had an Aunt Tilda. No, you're saying something different. Okay. Yeah, I really liked the characterization in that. And so I like character-driven stories, and I like something that's not, suddenly a mech pirate warrior discovering his real talent or whatever, but something that's actually a personal kind of a person-driven thing. And I like people more than I like big stompy machines. I'm sorry, I know that's blasphemy, but that's the way I am.
It is a very valid way of doing things. I appreciate that. Rusty, same question.
I'm going to build on that for a second and just say that I was very proud to be a part of Robin working on that. Robin Persenio and I were gamer buddies with Battle Texas back in Austin, and she was bouncing stuff off of me, and I was like, why are you showing me this instead of it already being published? So, yeah, she just did stellar work with it. My answer for this one, I'm going to go with... I believe it's Almost Sounds Like the Guns Themselves. It was from a pretty early Shrapnel, and it was aftermath of the Civil War in the Oregon Reach from the Battletech PC game. And I quite liked that it showed the aftermath of all that. It wasn't a happy ending, roll credits at the end of the video game. There was environmental damage. There was mistrust and terrorism in the way that there is after a civil war. There was a bunch of PTSD-riddled, dispossessed mech warriors looking for work, going, yeah, I can drive a forklift too, right? and it showed things that we often don't look at in a game of stompy robot combat, that it doesn't deal with the fallout very often, because often you just don't have the word count for it, and it's not what people signed up for, right? But it was to me, I think it was one of my favorite anti-war war game stories, because it showed the lasting damage to people and to places and to the Oregon Reach as a thing. So, yeah, that one has just really stuck with me. And honestly, I think it's an answer I've given before, but it's only been like a year, so there's only been a couple issues that nothing has jumped out in front of it since. Because, yeah, it was just such a different angle for a Battletech story that it really grabbed me. I really like that one. I feel terrible that I do not remember the author's name, but, yeah, it was definitely one of the first 10 issues. And again, I believe it almost sounds like the guns themselves.
Like 3 or 4.
Yeah, it was real early.
It was. I can't remember the author's name off the top of my head either. I remember the story.
Yeah.
I think it was from an author who hasn't sent me a follow-up submission.
Yeah,
if memory
get
serves.
on it. We want more.
If memory serves.
Because I wasn't able to find more from them to reach out and coordinate.
Yeah.
I mean, that was why, if it had been Kevin or Jason or somebody that I knew had written a bunch more stuff,
someone you could
it would have been
track
easier.
down,
But yeah, just that one, it just really stuck with me for showing what happens after the credits roll at the end of one of our other stories, and I really dug that.
Yeah.
Wonderful, Jason. What about you? We're not asking Phil that answer.
No,
that'd be a little biased.
Yeah,
I've given an answer for that before. So.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Now I want to know. We'll come back to you, Jason. I'm sorry, you keep.
Oh, yeah.
What's the answer here?
All of Jason Hughes' story. Thank you, Phil.
I was not going to throw Phil under the bus, but now I feel obligated. What we got, Phil?
I believe it's from issue 9, if memory serves.
I wasn't in issue 9.
It's a story called Lucky Bastard, and one of the reasons why I like it is because it's unlike most other Battletech stories I've read before, because it's it's kind of showing like the culture for like everyday people of like what the BattleTech or how Mechs has sort of kind of touched like just normal culture. Because it's about this kid who lives on Solaris, and he's likes going to his favorite battle mech pod simulator arcade, and so he goes there with his friends like every Friday, and he goes there like one weekend when he's having like a hard time and whatnot, and realizes there's a sign on the window saying this is our last week of operations, because the guy who runs it is like, well, going out of business, and he's like, oh, this is like my happy place, So it just has like this fun little thing of like where like arcades in the 80s and 90s where so yeah, it's just a fun story, and it's very like character driven, and like it's so yeah.
Now back to you, Jason.
My favorite of all time, because it's like I've got too many good ones. I mean, I can start running them down.
We got time.
Come on.
Lightning round. The one I always point to is in issue 15 of Shrapnel. Jason Smetzer kicks it off, and it's a story about they're going back to get a sword. And I tell people like new to fiction, if you want to start with any one story that perfectly encapsulates all of BattleTech, it's that one. You read that, you're either in or out. It's got honor, it's got family dynamics, it's got mechs, it's got everything. That's number one. Number two, I'd always, and I'm picking them for different reasons. I would go with Daybreak on Shining Mountain by Travis Hierman.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
That is so good. And what I love about that is it leans into the sci-fi aspect of BattleTech. BattleTech is very much a military sci-fi universe. That one's really sci-fi. It's an alien world. Different rules are kind of applying. It's such good world building that I don't know if it's really been matched. It's unique and great in its own way.
And it has like really cool cultural stuff.
Very cool cultural stuff. And number three, at the risk of pumping him up, boom. What is it? The last of them?
The last of many.
Oh, last of many, dude! Yeah. You killed it, And that goes back to Shrapnel. Is a path to tell stories that necessarily won't be told in different ways. It's not a path of just stompy robots. You nailed this veteran that's just outlived everybody they've ever served with. Absolutely. There's so many. The Five Furies, the one that just came out, a couple Shrapnels again. Yeah. Such a fun little quirky story. Yeah, and the turn, it's perfect. Chef's kiss. There's so many. The one with the tattoo, the Protomech one that just came out in 23.
24?
24, where they're tattooing.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, you're out there somewhere, and it was awesome, magnificent. And each story that I'm picking is good for a different reason, and it's good in a different way. And that's what I think is great about Shrapnel, is that it's wide. And BattleTech is a wide spectrum. You got funny stuff by like James Bixby, and you have rip your heart out stuff by that guy right there. It's such a spectrum. I love Shrapnel.
Expiration date?
Yes, that's it. Expiration date.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Jason.
Well, dude, you killed it.
And it's on the internet now, so it's got to be true.
So it's got to be true.
It's true,
yeah. I was very happy with how that story fell together, and just it was one that again, it's something that isn't often tackled.
Right.
It's what happens to these guys after their nominal expiration date. What happens to Salama if they don't die? Yeah. And it's like they're not happy. Yeah. But yeah, I was really liked how that one came together, and brought together several faction plot elements that I've always adored. And it's in 22, right? Yeah. So right. Shrapnel 22, big. Just happy with how that one came together. So I appreciate that, man.
So I hate being asked what's my favorite, because there's just if you pick kind of a spectrum of BattleTech, and I'll give you a favorite in that line.
Yeah, it's like what's your favorite movie, and you're like,
no,
I can't do that.
Can you pick a decade?
Give me at least like blockbuster level categories to work with or something,
Yeah.
But yeah,
sounds good. All right, now we're going to go to the chat, which I've now managed to get up for some questions. So if you've got any questions right here, start tossing them in the chat, and we will give it to these fine people. I'm going to double-check and see if there's anything good already here.
Is every Jason as handsome as Hansa? Yes. It's also now it's on the internet. I'm helping you.
For those wondering, almost sounds like the guns themselves was by E. Clark Avery and Shrapnel 6.
Yes, yeah.
There we go.
6.
Yeah.
I was about to Google that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Chat person.
Yes.
Thank you, chat people. They always do again. Question. If you would pull in a genre stories type that's not usually part of the Battletech universe, like romance novellas last year, what would you write? Kevin.
A Western.
Ooh, Western.
I already wrote a Western. So I got to think of something else.
I'd rewrite his Western.
That's fair. Jeez.
That hasn't been done, or that we
Right,
haven't
yeah,
done?
that's...
That you haven't done.
Okay,
Yeah, I
'cause
don't
I'm like-
want to narrow you down.
Because part of the fun of Battletech is that so many genres can fit there because you've got a bajillion worlds and cultures and stuff. I think it would be cool to do a kind of a Spartacus story of breaking loose of some slavers and stuff like that down in,
Sword
one of
and
the
sandal.
Yeah, one of the kind of lower stakes periphery stories. But yeah, bust out some Spartacus rebellion type action.
Phil, what about you?
Probably write something like horror based.
You heard them, folks.
Either psychological or otherwise,
Ooh, very
whichever,
nice.
whatever works best, I think.
Jason?
Dog and I just had it. I think I would try to write comedy because I can be funny, but I don't know if I can write funny. And that would be a really good challenge because it's two totally different talents.
Yeah.
And so far I have not,
Yeah, but everyone says there's something funny about you. So
I
think
agree.
I think it should work. Yeah, seems like a natural.
I'm half clownfish.
Yeah.
So
Okay. This is a fun one. Thoughts on potential for stories about a very minor realm like the Niops Association or a world like Hunter's Paradise with dinosaur hunting? Phil?
With what?
It's a,
Did
what's
you
the-
write
what's
it?
the
I did
question?
write one with dinosaurs.
Thoughts on potential for stories about a very minor realm like the Niops Association or a world like Hunter's Paradise with dinosaur hunting?
I mean,
I
my-
think that's a pitch question right there.
My thought on that is just if it's a good story,
yeah.
that's really all. That's what I care about.
There was one about
like-
3 Shrapnels ago on Hunter's Paradise with dinosaur hunting. That was really good. Or with Brant's, right? It was with
Yes,
Brant's.
yes.
It was very good.
Yeah.
Once again, a story can be about everything. If it's
Yeah.
good, well-driven, well-written,
that
and
was the
has
cover
good
story,
characters.
wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was the cover story, yeah.
Broken Bonds. That was a good one.
Yeah. I like the idea of dinosaur hunting. That'd be fun.
Beautiful. Going back up for a
I
little...
think that was 21.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
No, wait, 22, because it's the cover image,
Was
right?
it? Okay.
With the Vindicator being shot in the back and the Brants and
Yeah.
flying off.
I
into the
can
sky.
run over there and get it
Yeah,
off
I
the shelf,
don't
but
think
I'm
it was
wired
21
in and I
22.
can't move.
That is like that one I do remember because it's on the cover.
However, if you are submitting and you're doing dinosaur hunting, don't make it Jurassic Park. Phil's not, you know.
Yeah, no.
Mech Warrior Turok, Dinosaur Hunter.
Yeah.
All very good there. Excellent. All right, folks, we're starting to wrap up here. We're getting to the 45-minute mark, and we unfortunately need to get prepared for Randall Bills and the question and answers period for 5 o'clock, which we know will be getting a little
Ask him about
interesting.
dinosaur hunting.
Yes, indeed. Any other questions, please toss them in the chat right now. Michael, what is your favorite Shrapnel story? That's a really good question. I've loved so many of them. I really
that
like
you didn't write.
that I didn't write.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not saying. Oh, I know which ones I like. No, I actually love the articles right there. Short stories are enjoyable, but it's for me. I love novel length stuff. I love series stuff.
Do you have a favorite article?
Do I have a favorite article? I seem to remember it was one about fast food.
Maybe. Something that we get asked a lot, and Phil can probably answer, is like do's and don'ts for shrapnel. Because we get asked a lot, what do you, like, like, what are some things that you see are wrong a lot of times, and what do you see that, successful writers do? Just, quick hits. Do this, don't do that,
goodness.
like, eat this, don't eat that.
Well, let's do one from each person and go through, and I'll start off because I know one. Don't try to jump in the big characters right there.
Yeah.
You don't need Victor Steiner Davian has had their moment. And doing a Victor Steiner Davian Shrapnel story may be a little outside what we're looking at right there. Start small. It's about the characters. It doesn't need to be a low-ranking character, but just somebody who's not gotten a lot of screen time.
Yeah. to caveat out what the commander said, also don't try to push the timeline forward. Do not submit 3153, 3155. The timeline is where it is. Don't try to push your favorite factor. Now, for my own submission, spell check. For God's sake, spell check. The editor's job is not to fix your work. You do your own work.
Yes.
Put it, submit at a good quality. If you wouldn't turn it in,
proofread.
If you wouldn't turn it into that 7th grade teacher that would smack you on the knuckles, don't send it in. Phil, over to you.
It's a don't write a story that's just based on a game that you just played. I run into stories like that a lot, where you kind of get sort of like a vibe of if you can kind of see the dice being rolled in the actual story, that's kind of something you want to avoid. So.
I love how violently people come across that one though too, because we've spoken with Michael Stackpole, Jim Long, and some people are I want to roll the dice. I want to know that's how my battles.
But
will
we
be
never
here.
see it on the page. It doesn't. It feels organic rather than mechanical.
I had, just going back into the early days of Battlecore, I was asked, did I play the games before I did the battle? Did I play the battle before I wrote it? And I'm like, I'm terrible at this game. I don't. I mean, all of them. All of my people would fail piloting things and die. So that would be a very short story.
I actually have with several of mine. The Reckoning, which was a Solaris match with some special rules. I played that face-to-face against a friend and several times on Mega Mech just to make sure that the outcome was plausible of two heavies against a bunch of lights. So, but that's not what turned into the story.
But I was going to say, you're a salmon here. You're going against the stream, okay?
But again, you can't see the dice on the page.
It was just a matter of a reality check. Is this still a feasible combat? And that's very different than a battle report.
I mean, I've even written stories where I've had a record sheet, and I'll cross off damage just to make sure, because
so you're keeping track.
In one battle in particular, in one of my Battlecore stories, I needed specific things to be critical hitted at specific times, and because I know if I didn't, someone was going to call me on it. So that's the only time I ever really did any of that kind of stuff.
I did that too, just because, I'm like, man, there's a lot of damage I just gave to this one mech in one spot. Maybe I should count that. Oh, no, he's so dead.
Small laser took out the pristine.
Maybe I need to reorganize that.
So I guess for my tip, it's going to kind of build off of what Mike started with in terms of keeping the stakes of the story kind of small. They're still important to the story, but not necessarily the plot. My kind of hack for that is think of it like you're making a new RPG character, not like you're the GM telling the story of the whole universe, right? Just kind of a bottom-up point of view instead of looking at a giant meta plot book and going, I'm gonna explain what happened to this whole empire in 6,000 words. Let's go. So tell a smaller story with a more narrow focus, so that the stakes feel larger for the word count you've got to play with. I think would be to just kind of think about your scale versus the space you have to play with.
So a story where you're trying to save the population of 6 billion people on one planet, that's kind of almost too big for a Shrapnel story. Whereas as long as you save one person, that's the story that matters.
Save the farm. There is tons of drama to be found in one person or trying to save their family's farm. You're not trying to save the universe.
And I think that the trick is we're not actually telling stories about big stompy robot fights. We're telling stories about people in the fight or what's being fought over, right? Nobody actually wants just a brainless robot fight. You need to make people care about the robot fight. So whether that's a farm or a person or a dropship full of people, if you keep the scale small but still give people a reason to care, then you're still doing the job.
Yeah,
So yeah,
exactly,
it's just get the hooks in and then tear them open. You got to do it in order.
I would. My one thing would be two things. Don't try to build on something that you really like and you've seen, and so you want it. It doesn't have to be a big thing, but it's something you've read or come across. You want to just play with that or whatever. You need to find your own thing, and my way to do it, like I said, is I just go through all of the universe books and I find a detail that I want to do something with, and then I make it personal. And tying in with the playing the game or whatever and making the game show up in your story. Nope, you weren't the editor then. I had a Battle Corps story in which a Highlander fell down on a muddy slope. And how he struggled to get back up. And I had somebody criticize this. No, that only happens in one roll. And I'm like, okay.
I can assure you, standing up does not always happen in one roll.
Look, I tell you, I'm over 70. I don't stand up in one roll for sure. I tell you what.
Yeah, it's a fine line to walk, though, because with any tie-in fiction, you need it to fit the game engine of the game.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to have somebody's Phoenix Hawk fly 300 miles, lambs notwithstanding. You can't just go, it's got jump jets, so it can just jump all this in one, So you've got to make it fit the game engine, but you, again, don't want it to be a battle report. And that's part of the trick of tie-in fiction, is that you need to kind of keep the game world in mind, and the fact that sometimes mechs struggle to stand up, but you don't want to go, then he rolled a 4 and he fell again, and his left rear torso took 7 points. So you've got to strike the balance there, and that's part of the trick.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right, we're going to do one more question. We'll keep it relatively quick right there. Starting this way, favorite novel that you have not written?
Favorite novel that I haven't written?
Yeah, Battletech novel.
Icons of War. It's such a classic, and it's the only thing, and I'm trying to keep this fast. So Icons of War by Craig A. Reed is very, very darn good.
Sounds good. Phil?
He's like, I took yours.
No, I just I'm not really quite sure.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Rusty?
I'm going to go Warrior Riposte, just because it introduced so many of my favorite characters and factions and plot hooks and things. It really fleshed out the Genyosha. It introduced Akira Bray. It gave you more detail on stuff. There was these twists and turns and stakes. And I just think it was such a pivotal novel of my introduction to Battletech that it's hard to beat. So Mike Stackpole's never going to let me live that answer down, but there it is.
There it is. Okay, well, Double Blind by the great and powerful
Mighty.
Very good. Very good. I'm always partial to Mike Stackpole's Ghost War. I know it was an interesting level to go through with everything right there, but I loved Riposte. I started with the Warrior Trilogy right there, but I really loved Ghost War. It really brought me back after several years of no novels. So that is lovely.
We could have a whole conversation just what's our favorite Mike Stackpole book.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sitting there like, Trial of Assumption, Masters of War.
But some egos must not be stroked too much right there. We all love you, Mike. But we are at 4:50. I need to wrap this up. So once again, I would like to thank my wonderful panel right here, Jason Hansa, Phil Lee, Rusty Zimmerman, and Kevin Kiliani. My name is Michael Ciravella. I am the events manager for Catalyst Game Labs. For everyone who's been paying attention, in about 10 minutes, hopefully, I don't see Randall, we're going to be doing question and answer, the fireside chat with Randall Bills and myself. So come up with all your good and fun, exciting questions. We'll see if we can stump him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us, and we'll see you just in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Adepticon and our fireside chat with Randall Bills. I know you've all been prepared. Gossiper. I know you're
all powerful fire demon.
Unfortunately, we were informed before that all powerful is reserved specifically for Lauren Coleman. He told me that yesterday on the call.
Tell you that?
He did say that on the call, so I can make that joke. But yes, we are here with Randall. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
For one of our favorite items, Fireside Chat. This is your opportunity to ask us questions, to wrap up some things from the day, and to get some answers to things that may be true or may not be true, or maybe we're just making it up. You'll never know, but it'll be entertaining either way, so it works out pretty well for us.
Absolutely.
So please begin putting questions in the chat. We are here. Rakshasa to Victory. Great name for a book.
Yeah,
Love
right?
it. I do. But yes, whatever your questions may be, please put them in the chat. Once again, we will try to answer those questions if we can. If not, or if they are coming for a later segment, we may push them off there. Also, please remember always to be fun and respectful. We may not have all of your answers, but I know you have good questions. So we are here for you, and thank you for that. Question: how are Leviathans sales going?
Really well. Actually, I meant to share a photo from yesterday, I think, because Adepticon's a little strange because we're set up. Our experience here is a little strange, not Adepticon itself, because we're set up outside the exhibit hall, so we actually were able to start doing sales yesterday. And within like 20 minutes, maybe, of us starting to do the sale, there were 3 fantastic gentlemen buying literally one of everything. So it was awesome. So doing very well.
We actually, I think we beat by 40 times RandallCon, the small convention that we have in our minds right there. I heard that a Novacat story might be in the works now.
Sure, Novacat story is in the works. I can definitively say
it is being worked on.
It is being worked
on. Will we be getting BSP counters pack with different infantry and objective tokens, supply caches, field hospitals, etc., that aren't in the Mercenaries box set?
Yeah, I probably. We're always looking to continually expand that and make it more usable and more options there. There's only so many like objective counters that we can include in like the core rulebook, and we've already. Keith and I he just texted me, hey, I saw a fan had a idea for a hex token, and I can't believe neither one of us thought of it. And I'm like, put that in the spreadsheet, because hopefully within the next month or two, hopefully within the next year or two, we will actually have a cool new token pack, something that will have just a lot more of these things that make it more user-friendly, more available to take those things and put them on the game tables.
Good. When are we getting the Rakshasa 2C?
Isn't that the Timberwolf? Or is that the Mad Cat 2 Mark II? So
putting those two in the same category.
I'd say probably not anytime soon.
Ever. Question: Leviathans book trilogy starts coming out when?
Oh, actually,
You may not have seen this. We've just took out one of the cameras. We're all good.
Are we good? Can we keep talking?
Yeah, no,
okay.
Yeah.
That was epic, man.
Spit take time.
Yeah, take time. That's what it was. So we're looking at
We were not. We were on the other camera right there. You just saw it go. That was
That's
great. That was
awesome.
Great. That was really fun.
Anyways, so we're looking at I believe the first one is actually written. I don't actually have a lot more details on that. I think that's going to be a great one to pull John and or Bryn into a future fireside chat to talk about that.
Well,
I assume there's going to be a Leviathans chat.
One for each night.
Actually,
I believe Bryn is either tomorrow or Saturday.
So, please make sure and bring that question back up. They're going to have a lot better data about it than I am.
Please do. Okay, are the battle armor packs still coming? Black Wolf, Rogue Bear, Kage, etc.
Maybe. The battle armor are proving very difficult to do just using the technology that is being used for making the mechs and vehicles in aerospace. So we may look at moving them to like a resin line. Like we're looking at a couple of different options. So I can't give you a definitive answer. We still want to do them, but they definitely can't be done in the way that we originally wanted to do them. So we have to look at different options.
Sometimes it's what is feasible and what works right
Yep.
there. Okay, but where did the brother of the current Outworlds Alliance president go? A misjump? While the Snow Raven Watch was monitoring him? Sus.
I mean, that sounds like that should be in one of your novels, man.
That does sound. I'm sure ravens have something to do with things.
Yeah,
like
right?
Any news? Oh, this is a good one. Any news or updates on replacing broken or mismolded minis from Scouring Sands?
I don't think we have a definitive answer. I know that those have arrived in the warehouse. They have been manufactured. They have been delivered to our warehouse, and we are putting together a process to deliver that. So hopefully, let's see, it's the end of March, right? So hopefully like mid-April, we'll have a good plan in place and start to be able to do that.
Randall said it. Randall Leakverse. April, you'll have everything in hand.
That is not what I said, sir.
Can we get any info regarding upcoming campaign books for Battletech?
Oh, what's the next one after Draconis Reach?
Oh, you can just tell them it's Draconis Reach.
I mean, yeah, the next one is Draconis Reach. In fact, I believe, fingers crossed, we have managed to figure out how to have copies of that tomorrow here
don't
at
promise
the
me,
show.
Don't promise me that unless you mean it.
I believe so. Give it a.
Wait a second.
I would say spit take. I would give it an 80% chance because we sold out of the map packs that we had, the Glacier and Volcanic. We were getting more in, and the Draconis Reach had been received. So tomorrow we should be getting more of both of the map packs for those that are here, as well as then the Draconis Reach.
Now, I love you, and I trust you in all things. You do know that.
Yeah.
But is that you telling me that, or is that Mike Ritchie telling me that?
No, Mike's the one that told me.
Then it will be here as 80% as you
No, I get it.
Mike Ritchie knows where everything is in this world, and we love him.
Yep.
His head just popped up, so he knows you're talking about him. With the new core set coming out, are there plans to move mechs like the Battlemaster and Standard Catapult, among other unique to the box, to the new force packs?
Yeah, all the mechs that are in those force packs that are in those boxes will find their way into future force packs. Absolutely.
Will there be pre-orders on the new boxes or Snowblind?
There will be pre-orders all through standard retail. We're working very closely with Alliance, who is also working with distribution and retail chain, retail stores to do those pre-orders. So, yes, that should all be available.
And will we know those release dates, or we don't have that?
I don't believe I have those details yet. I think it's just a little too early to be able to share that.
Okay. Hey, Randall, did you ever find out about the dice and other swag from the Mercenaries Kickstarter? When will that go on sale on the Catalyst store?
I do not know those details yet, and I probably won't this weekend. That'll take a little bit longer, but we are continuing to work on that.
That's fair. Are new conventional infantry minis in the works? I think that's the same problem we've got with Battle.
Yeah, we cannot do that in the current form that we have. And so either that has to go to resin, or we just leave that up and they're just made in metal. We just leave that with Ironwind metals.
Solid gold.
But yeah.
Solid gold.
Solid gold.
Question. I know people wanted to move things forward and have people play in the current era, but is there any chance hotspots or brush wars set in the late Succession Wars, Clan Invasion era are coming out?
Well, note that at the end of last year, we released the first in a series, the third Succession Wars book, and there's more of those PDFs coming. So absolutely, we plan on supporting all of the eras.
Yeah. Also, just a quick reminder right here, just for this and future Firesides chats, if you say, is there a chance, there's always a chance.
There's always a chance.
With us, you never know what's going on.
But no, we absolutely have specific plans underway to provide support for other eras. Absolutely.
New/more level 2 force packs ever?
Probably the next one's going to be the Celestial pack. And that
next week?
Yeah.
That's going to be here tomorrow with Draconis Reach?
No. We came up with this really cool lineup of force packs. We were excited. We started moving, and then we kept coming up with these incredibly cool things that for the line that players want with Aces, and now with the new core box set. So everything's just been pushed downstream a little bit, but it will be coming, absolutely.
Is there a chance that we will see novels about the Blakist Crusade that started in 3067? I do not know the other word for it. I think there's always a chance, but I know we've been talking about the era very well. There's still novels and things.
Yeah,
going through.
there are novels slowly in the works to publish throughout the Jihad era, so that absolutely will get covered.
Which definitely enjoyed some. We've had a lot of questions about the novel era there.
Absolutely.
Any possibility of a Battle Troops reprint or redo to go with all these C-scale minis?
Possibly. It's really getting into the weeds. Again, I would, never say never, but something along those lines is definitely a ways out with everything else that we're working on.
We're getting some interesting ones down here.
Love it.
I'm trying not to rush.
No, very good.
Will you make the updated Battletech cheat sheet available to download and print?
The updated Battletech cheat sheet.
I think that's more in my area. I think we've got a cheat sheet somewhere.
Also,
didn't the companion app just drop?
Yeah, the companion app dropped with some good updates in there. We're always looking to upgrade and update. A lot of the slowdowns on some of making those available as free for PDF downloads, record sheets, and so on, is a combination of working to try to transition over on some of the websites to new websites, but also just a matter of everyone's been busy with the new core book, core box, and starter box. So, yeah.
All these excuses. Everybody's been busy. Fine. Not like we're doing anything. Question. Since the Battletech RPG is being put off for a while, any chance for a 5e conversion like what Traveler is doing?
Probably not. And that's actually more the odds that our licensor would allow us to go for that is probably pretty low.
Have you guys thought about using the simplified arrow rules from the old Battletech compendium? Thought about it? Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's going to...
No,
we've been playing with some other stuff
I don't think so. Yeah. No, I don't think so.
Will the Mad Cat Mark III get a redesign and plastic mini?
Yeah, I've already had that question. Never say never. We don't have any plans on going anywhere anytime soon, and we got to have new models, so it might eventually come out. It's probably going to be a good ways out before we get there. There's so many other cool minis we want to get to first.
Will there ever be a C-scale battle armor?
Oh.
It's like the third time we've asked something in that theory, and I'm kind of...
That's intriguing. That's interesting. I wouldn't say never. We're still kind of getting it up. As I said, we're getting the line up and going. We've got the Battlemaster C-Scale hopefully out for Gen Con. The Regent is being worked on. But that's a really intriguing idea, actually. We will absolutely look into that.
Are we going to get standalone Aces Commander decks outside of the big box sets?
That is being looked at, but right now the focus has been just getting this next box out. The other two boxes are being developed, but we absolutely have talked about getting other packs out there outside of it. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Very fair. I've seen Aerospace mini prototypes. Where would they have seen that, Randall?
Leakverse.
Leakverse. Are they planned for future force packs or something bigger, i.e. box sets?
Technically I would say all the above. We can even do another Leakverse. But right now, the idea is by the fall, there will be 2 Aerospace force packs that have released. The ones that we're showing off here at the show are the Chippewa, the Lucifer, and the Sedlets that'll be in a House Steiner Squadron force pack. And then there's a Clan force pack that we were hoping to have here to show off and didn't quite get the models finalized in time. That's got I think it's the Sabatai, Habatai, Hagatai, and then the, I don't even know how to pronounce it, Chirona, one of the 3060 really cool designs. And then we are playtesting new Aerospace Rules with the idea towards we will eventually have a whole line of Aerospace Force Packs. But, right now the only definitive is by the fall we should have those 2 Force Packs out.
Very cool. Will Tuesday Newsday continue after March?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Is a new Aerotech box set planned? We kind of just talked about that right there. Will the cardstock buildings and terrain from the Aces box sets become available separately, similar to the regular Alpha Strike counter packs?
Possibly, but we're going to probably get through all the boxes before we do something like that.
The Celestial Wisdom has requested a timeline for his own Force Pack.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Lao packs are a little ways out. There's just so much cool, awesome stuff we're doing. It just means that the faction packs are coming out in between that other work.
But Karita is here today. We've got Karita here.
Yep.
So come on down. Question: will there be an Aero Kickstarter? That's a lot of plastic.
That's being discussed because we discuss everything. We have no definitive statements to make about it, but we are looking at all the cool different options.
Is there a price point on the new starter box, core rules, and Snowblind already?
Starter box is $30. The core box is $70. Snowblind is $85, and the core rulebook is $50.
I think I heard something about melee damage being added to record sheets. Can you tell anything about the upcoming changes to record sheet data / layout?
Right now, the only thing that we're sorry, let me take just a sec to think that
about
through.
That
I believe the only change is that we're just below where the weapons are on the inventory portion of the record sheet, the top left-hand side, is physical attacks being added in.
Is there a mech Randall would like to see made that isn't planned yet?
Brent heard that, and I'm sure he could tell you what it is because he's heard this story every time. What mech would I like to have done that has no plans for it?
Bull Shark.
No. Really? You know this story.
Of course I know this story.
To tell us the answer, you who are not on headset.
I'm trying to remember exactly which one you're going to go for, because you have your Banshee, but then there's the Blood Kite.
It's the Blood Kite. It's the Blood Kite.
Yeah.
No, it's the Blood Kite. Yeah, that was part of Fieldman who cursed. Yeah. It totally my bad. I drag off-screen personalities in. The Blood Kite was in Fieldman or Crusader clans. It's just a kind of a weird, wonky-looking design, but it has just a really cool presence to it. And it's actually a pretty unusual design with the weaponry that was on it. And I just really love it. But, it's a mech for a dead homeworld clan, and so, the odds of it being done are pretty dang low. Kind of giant shout-out if they may happen to be out there. When I was down in PAX Australia at the show, some fans from the Singapore came down, and they had heard me talk about that. And then they went to, I think it might have even been Matt Plog who did the original, and he did kind of a new revised version of it. And they then rendered it and 3D printed it and painted it and brought it to me. Blown away. So cool. It's sitting on my trophy shelf of all the amazing things that you guys have given me over the years. That was a really cool moment. But I think it just has to be that one, the Blood Kite.
That's good. Is there a chance the moon is actually made of cheese?
I mean, possibly.
In that same vein, is there any chance...
Cheese, Wallace. Cheese.
Is there any chance that Inner Sphere Battle Armor will be able to jump with shoulder-mounted SRMs? It seemed in 3150s, still only clanners could do it.
Yeah, I don't think that rule's changing.
Are we finally getting the long-awaited CGL Staff Swimsuit calendar this summer?
That's not an image any of us wants to see.
It's being held in customs.
It's being held in customs.
Question: Will we get? Here we go again. Mad Cat 3 redesign and mini.
Again,
we talked about it.
Possibly, it's not going to happen anytime soon. But
with Force Manual clans, is there any chance of getting an update to the clan trial rules in the book or in a supplement?
I would say yes, man. We keep trying at that. It is so hard to take what is so incredibly flavorful and turn it into actual rules that work. We keep kicking that. Just to side trip for a second, like Omnimechs. Omnimechs mean nothing in the actual game, even though it's baked into the lore that they are the best ever. And so we actually kicked around a couple ideas, Keith and I, to try to get just a little nod to that in the missions chapter for the new core rulebook, and just couldn't figure out a way to make it work well. So there are just times when the lore is really hard to pull out into the table. So we'll keep kicking it, but we don't have any good definitive thing yet.
With the mention of level 2 force packs, are there any plans to release the forgotten TRO 2750 mechs, such as the Champion, Thorn, Wyvern, and whatever I might have forgotten there?
We actually have a list of like every mech through all of those original tech readouts that has not found a home yet. And as we're looking at a new set, a new force packs, whatever it is, aces, box sets, you name it, we're pulling up those lists and looking at those. So they don't quite have a home yet, but they absolutely get looked at time to time to see is there a place that they can find a home.
With the newly announced box, will some of the mechs get variants in later eras?
Yes, absolutely. The off the top of my head, the Uziel, the Mad Cat Mark II, the Hollander, and the Rakshasa, I believe, have brand new variants that are Ilclan variants for that that are appearing in that box. That was really fun to go through and do some of those variants.
When can we get a Battletech 18-month calendar?
We tried that a couple of years ago, or was that Shadowrun?
Shadowrun.
No, we did a Shadowrun calendar. Yeah, might be time to look at that again and give that a try.
The same time as the staff calendar.
Yeah. No. I actually like that idea quite a bit.
I do like that idea.
Yeah.
I would like about the calendar. Is Aerotech using a similar dice mechanic as Leviathans?
No. There you will see echoes, I guess, might be the same way of some of the design, overall arching design concepts. But absolutely not. The new aerospace we're using is a 2d6 base system, just like Battletech.
Because one of your big things is always, for Battletech, it's 2d6.
It's 2d6. You cannot get away from that.
Unless you use the D17 system we were referring to earlier.
Yes, that's right.
D17. What do you secretly... wait till you stop drinking. What do you secretly wish people would ask you about that hasn't been covered?
Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. I had to tour the next tour. I've been asked almost every question under the sun. That's actually really, I'm going to think about that, and maybe in a future fireside here at the show, I might bring that back out. Nothing's coming to mind because I get asked almost every question under the sun. You guys are great at grilling me like that, so nothing's coming to mind, but I'll keep thinking on that.
Any Aces ideas beyond the first 4 boxes?
Well, we are already starting preliminary work on moving Aces into Classic. And if that works really well, then that will be a whole thing as well. I would love to see Aces plugged into Leviathans, right? Like the sky's the limit on the opportunities we have.
When will Randall be cloned?
I'm a little daunting to begin with, so having more than one of me, I think, would be that'd be a little scary.
Agreed.
There's I really should have died many times over, the stories that I can tell people. And so there's a whole theory that I'm the prime Randall in the prime timeline. And every time I do something that should have killed me, I kill somebody else off. And so having another in me, that might be like crossing the streams, and that could all be just terrible.
I'm quite supportive that two of you would be terrible. Are you all going to add new technology, such as armor and structure types, weapons, etc., as you progress the timeline?
Yeah. I mean, there's always going to be new stuff. We've already had some cool ideas that we were potentially going to put in the core box. In the core rulebook, but then changed our minds, and we have a way cooler box. We're going to put it in downstream. So, yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the case. That's just Battletech.
Okay. Can you comment on Randall and Ray's active conspiracy to troll and mess with Big Red as much as possible for the lols?
I mean, yes. As much as possible, Red.
Are the a game of armored combat / essentials mechs to be reprinted 1-to-1, or will they get new poses variants?
They'll actually be remastered. And what I mean by that is that the models coming out right now, if you actually compare them to those first models that came out in 2018 and 2019, there's a 5 to 8% quality improvement. You can see it. It just gets a little better and a little better. We won't do this for every mech by any stretch, but those original designs were in a Game of Armored Combat, in the beginner boxes, as well as the Clan Invasions, are kind of quintessential designs of the universe. And so Anthony's, as it rotates in, Anthony's team goes over with all the current skill levels that they have, and then it goes over to Leah, new molds are made. So, for example, the Clan Invasion 5 mechs are already molded and being produced right now for a Clan Battlestar Force Pack that'll be out in the summer. That's basically a remastered version of those designs, and then the others will follow that same path in the fall and next year.
Randall Leak first time. Hey, Randall, leak some of the mechs from Aces, Wrath and Reprisal box set?
Oh, do I want to do that? I mean, of course I want to do it. The question is am I going to do it?
Can you give him one?
Can I give him one? The Lao Hu for Wrath and Reprisal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Lao Hu, which was great Capellan design in the Field Manual Capellan Confederation, is one of the brand new designs in Aces Wrath and Reprisal.
You heard it here, folks.
Hence getting a little love to that Celestial Wisdom that was wondering when he's going to get some cool Lao stuff.
Randall Leakverse. Will new core rulebook have unit, mech, vehicle, battle armor creation in it?
No.
Is the Third Star League and the Ilclan still existing in 3250 still a thing?
There really isn't any plans to just for those that are wondering what the heck we're talking about, there was some plans underway to jump a timeline up to 3250. But that's just part and parcel of being a part of a long-lasting giant universe like this where we have a half a dozen ideas and plans underway for various things. There isn't any current plans whatsoever to do any type of jump. We're having a great time here. Lots of great stories we're putting together. We're going to be here exploring this era for a good long time.
More modularity for C-scale in future new normal.
We are attempting to make the C-scale Regent, which is the one that will come out after the Battlemaster, be able to do basically, it will come so that you can build it either as the Prime or the A. Whether we can pull that off, we're just going to have to see, but that is the attempt. And every time we do it, we then get to push it a little further and a little further.
CGL considered making 28mm miniatures of in-universe characters, a Dest Loki ROM team, a mini of Kai, Alaric, Focht. There are so many possibilities.
Yeah, that's really getting beyond what we've built and what we're really good at right now. It doesn't mean we can't look at that type of thing, but we don't have any current plans for it.
C-scale skirmish game when?
We have a lot on the plate right now. We've got all of this. We got to get the new material out. The next rule books to be worked on that Keith will be working on. We've got the Mech Commander's Handbook, the big campaign book that still is being worked on. Aerospace that's being playtested and worked on. We've got Battletech Command, which is kind of like a board game that is in the Battle of Westeros, Commanding Colors, design space for those that recognize that. We've got Resurgent Empires, which is the big 4X style game. There's a lot going on. We're going to have to concentrate there before we go beyond that.
Yes, we need Resurgent Empires first.
We do.
There was talk of Leah replacing miscast Thunderbolt 2Cs from Scouring Sands.
Yes, that was, I believe I have seen emails saying that all of those samples have been received into the warehouse. We now need to start figuring out the plan of how do we then disseminate that out. So they'll be working on that in April to figure out how to get that material out.
Will the graphic novels be in black and white or colorization?
Color.
Any way we can see the ASF prototypes online?
Yes.
Are clan vehicle packs coming in 2026?
No.
Could we get more TROs with updated art? The one I wish for primarily is 3050. But we updated 3050.
No.
Okay.
I mean, we did. I think they're talking about the full reimagining, not the 3050 update where we had Brent go through it.
Got it.
But basically a commemorative edition style.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't hold my breath. That is so much effort to do those books, and it just all came together and fit really well for 3025. I would not hold your breath, unfortunately, for those to be done for future TROs.
Instead, can we do Battletech Universe 2? Ray will be fine with that.
We're gonna line up Legends 3, 4, and 5 books and do those all simultaneously
in the future. When will it be revealed that the time since the end of the FedCom Civil War was just Victor's fever dream?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Any plans for a new coffee table book with artwork from the Force Packs, box sets, etc.?
For right now, the Universe book serves that function really well, so you're probably going to look at the next 45th anniversary before we might contemplate doing something extra special like that.
Are you planning to expand the company staff in order to help bring more ideas to fruition?
We're always open to that, but at the same time, having more people doesn't necessarily result in
more effectiveness. Will we please be getting more updated TROs with newer art? If yes, please don't wait to do 3050 until 2050. That is funny.
That is funny.
What is the punishment for leaks at CGL? Do you take away unpainted minis and send them to the pewter mines?
Nice. Send them to the pewter mines. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm just so old and have been doing this so long. I have plot armor and am mostly impervious to getting punished for such leaks. So I just get to do them. Leak verse.
Leak verse. Love the new rule changes so far. Do you think that with the rules rework, the original AC2 and 5 are now good enough for their tonnage? I feel they were still weak compared to other weapons.
Autocannons are still problematic. So much time and effort went into trying to give autocannons a boost because clan double heatsinks in general ruined autocannons. And even in the original game, they lacked next to energy weapons. You can say all you want. The humble medium laser still might be the best weapon in the entire game, for heaven's sake.
Heat to power ratio. Absolutely.
Yeah, heat to power ratio, it's disgusting. It's awesome, right? We kicked around so many ideas. I'm actually incredibly grateful that I stumbled on the idea of the ignore the first crit, that they're just tougher. That's such a great way to give them a boost. There are other things that we have done to try and help that. We have other ideas that we're still working on to continue to push in there and to help them out. So yeah, we've got more stuff coming because we know it. They've gotten a boost. They still are not where they should be. There's still going to be plenty of players that are like, no, I don't want to use those. Just give me a large pulse laser.
Randall, what would be your dream force pack?
Oh, that's a good. Ooh. I'm having a hard time, unfortunately, not just saying the Celestials pack.
That's a valid answer.
Yeah, because when Brent and I sat down to design those, it was the first time that we had really gone into a set of minis thinking, okay, we're gonna design this. It's gonna have a cohesive whole look. It's gonna be a new look. It'll make you think of the Word of Blake, right? Like there was so many cool things that we got to do with that. They turned out great. Everyone around the world when I went were just like, when Celestials, right? These are beloved designs. Having a hard time, at least not now, thinking that's it. Outside of that, I love Mechs to death. But, man, someday I really want warships.
I agree.
And that's many years from now. But I hope someday to sit down with a whole pile of cool warships for Battletech and play a fantastically fun game. Now you're done?
Well, no. Will Michael Ciravella get the complete redesign of all the warships again that he has begged for since day one, being another Capital Warship fan?
Yeah, he and I love our Capital Warship games and look and all of it. And I would love to have that for Battletech. So, But there's so much time between now and then to lay down really cool things, not the least of which is make a great game of aerospace that's fun dogfighting, that's fun with drop ships. That's what we're working on.
Absolutely. Catalyst Game Labs, are you going to continue packaging the coupons in the box sets, the $20 off CGL store?
Not in the starter box, but the core box absolutely has one.
I would...
There's also a coupon in there to use with Ironwind medals as well.
Nice. Will there be custom Alpha Strike calculator to make your own cards?
Oh. I don't know if I've ever thought about that.
I like the idea. That might be a little functionally tough. Yeah. Did I miss this? But how quickly after the core books will the next book in the series come out, and would it be for combat vehicles?
I'm not really at liberty to say what it's going to be because it's a little bit in flux.
Warships.
Yeah.
Hi, Ray.
I imagine, though, that the combat vehicles and infantry are going to be the next ones that we concentrate. But we're not in any great hurry to sprint through these. We want to do them right. We also have the force manuals to keep going. We've got the Mech Commander's Handbook, the big campaign spread to work with. So it's probably going to be another year or so before the next one comes out.
C-Scale Marauder, when?
Yeah, we're going to have to get that in sometime in the next year or two. I can't say when, but, I mean, it's a Marauder.
Reprint of the big Destiny scale Marauders?
Yeah, down at C-Scale. Yeah.
I want both. It's a Marauder. Yeah. I want both. So, PGI video game original mechs won't make it into canon/plastic?
Maybe. That immediately starts getting into weird legal and other stuff, and so that usually is far more problems to deal with than it's worth dealing with.
Can we see clan-centric force packs like a Clan Wolf pack or Jade Falcon bird mech?
Absolutely. And again, if we hadn't have come up with this idea of the new core box and the new starter box, at least one Clan Wolf, if not two Clan Wolf packs, would have already been done. So hopefully these are amazing designs that people are going to love, and it was worth the wait. But the next Clan Force pack, the next Force pack, faction pack, is a Clan Wolf one and is almost done.
The new map scale dropships are coming with 3 hex wide bases. Is that indicating that they'll take up more than 1 hex in new Aerotech, or just for balance?
It is just for the balance of it, but also so that you can put models all around it easily. So no, it has nothing to do with a change in lore, a change in rules. That is absolutely just a function of usability on the table.
Estimated price point for new Aerotech Force packs. Probably too soon for that.
It's probably too soon. It's going to be very similar, though, to... There's going to be 6 of them in there, which means it's a level 2, which means it's probably going to be 45. So right around in there.
How many war crimes do I have to commit to get a plastic hermit crab?
We have joke. In fact, Ray just walked up, and so he will know that we should really do a hermit crab with that we need a heavy crab mech, and then we can make a lance of crab mechs. And he's going to say the Marauder is the heavy crab mech. And he walks away.
And he agreed to warships. Okay. Ilclan update for current force manuals. Any ETA on those?
I assume they're referring to the PDFs.
I'm assuming so.
There is a big backlog of layout because, 2 new box sets and a core book. So I don't have specifics, but as all of that is wrapping up and heading out the door, we will be able to get layout back around to those and get those moving.
Will Battlemechs ever get the software update to be able to carry battle armor?
Maybe.
Yeah. Are Centennial books for 3026, 3028, and so on planned? Man, can't wait for 2050.
No. Again, I kind of want them to. Oh, my gosh. They are just unbelievable amounts of effort, and I just don't think we can do them all.
Are the plans for an Atlas K or K2 model to be as plastic miniature to come?
I don't think we have a definitive plan for that, but, never say never.
Now that the box set is changing, where do we go to get Battlemaster minis?
Again, they will rotate in and become their own force pack. We absolutely will not have those out of the cycle and availability.
The new variant of Hollander has the heavy ghost, right?
Yes.
Monster?
Yes, it does. It's so dumb and so glorious all at the same time.
How much of a godsend would it be to be able to spin up injection molding manufacturing somewhere in the U.S.?
I mean, really awesome, but
yep.
It's a multi-billion-dollar endeavor, and that's not even taking into account the decades of institutional knowledge you need to pull it off. So I think there's a chance it will happen, but it will happen when either some of the biggest companies in our industry or numerous companies come together and commit massively with another manufacturer to make it happen. Like it is, and we've had some of these discussions. It is a gigantic project. The institutional knowledge alone for these molds is awe-inspiring. So don't think it's going to happen anytime soon.
When are you going to make a C-scale Irby?
Probably not for a while.
How are you feeling? Are you taking care of yourself?
Yes, absolutely. That was very nice. Thank you.
Very nice.
Because I'm known for totally taking care of myself at cons.
You have been known about being people wanting to take care of you at a con.
Yes. That's it.
Is Interstellar Players 4 still on the horizon somewhere?
Somewhere. but there's some cool ideas we've kicked around for it. Absolutely.
How do you choose mechs for non-faction force packs?
That is usually a long, drawn-out fight where there's Anthony. It was Brent, so it would be Brent, Ray, Anthony, and I would put together our lists, and then we would bring together and then argue sometimes for days about why this mech should go over here and this mech should go over here. And it's that tension between us that then ends up creating what, for the most part, I think has been a phenomenal series of force packs for people.
What happened to those shirtless Alaric posters that you were given at PAX Australia a couple years ago?
They're sitting on my shelf. I know exactly where they are. I do need to get those over to Red. Thank you for the reminder.
Any chance of a shrapnel variant for Leviathans?
Oh, I mean, possibly. That's a cool idea. I'll have to pitch that to John.
With the core rule books coming out, will there also be a new Battletech manual down the line, or will the core rule book replace both Total Warfare and the BMM?
It replaces both Total Warfare and the Battlemech manual.
How quickly after the core books will the next... Oh, that's combat vehicles.
Yep.
Any idea of a new schedule for faction ships coming out for Leviathans?
The next 3 fleet boxes... the Austro-Hungarians, Americans, and the Japanese have all the STL work, all the layout work, all of those are done. And we are starting to work on getting the molding underway for the very first one. So now, will they actually release at the end of this year, or will they slip into the next year? We don't quite know yet, but those are absolutely moving.
What quarter are we expecting for a new battle value update?
Oh, battle value. Yeah, I can't. I'm not.
A quarter one. Quarter one.
I am not committing to that. We absolutely do have an update that we want to do. I have seen some of Keith's initial stabs at that. But, yeah, that's such a giant lift. I'm not giving any commitment on that.
Are there any ideas for a Battle Force style game?
Well, I mean, we have Battle Force. What I would love to do is like a lot of other games, particularly like, Civil War or any of those big, large-scale Roman type of armies, will have a big box of smaller scale. And so we have Battle Force that works pretty decently. I think it'd be cool to have a giant box.
I think so too.
Of smaller scale, like 4 mechs on a hex type of scale. Mm-hmm. So you can throw entire regiments out and play it in, 2 or 3 hours.
But with some sort of miniature.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome.
Where do you want to see Leviathans a year from now?
Oh. I'm hoping that a good chunk of game stores out there have every second Tuesday has a Leviathans game playing. That we have gotten at least 2 of those 3 force packs out. We also have the Bryn has already started work on what would be the next campaign box. So preliminary work have been done that. It'd be great to have that all done and off to the printer and moving. It'd be great to have the 3 novels all out from Bill Keith. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that's a really cool place to be in a year.
Michael, which Battletech plushie did you give your kid, and what's your favorite thing about being a dad? Can we get a Battletech onesie? Of course, with my wife being a diehard Iridani Light Horse fan, he's got the Iridani Hot Light Horse Atlas.
Yes.
The best thing about being a dad is I've got a magnificent son, and can we get Battletech onesies? I've already told Lauren we need Battletech onesies. I've always been
I've said it as well.
There was some talk earlier today, too, of to make a Battletech onesie, cutting open one of the plush Urbies and just opening up the feet and the arms.
I love it.
Maybe the plan. When can I get an Oops All Mad Cats force pack?
Nice.
Can you please release the Abomination construction rules? Everyone knows who got Gothic loves the. I know who got Gothic loves the Abominations and wants to make custom ones.
I'll think about that. I'm not sure why we couldn't do that, but I'll think about it and talk with Ray and Herb and figure if that's something we want to do.
What is the status of the Ares tripod miniature?
That's another one that, like, it's the next one right after that Wolf Clan support star is the Ares tripod. So, again, probably not this year, but feel very confident it'll be next year.
Any chance for plastic minis for the Whirlwind hover tank or Chevalier wheel tank?
We don't have those slotted into anything in the near future.
April Fool's Leak Verse? Clan Spaniel book is still one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was a really awesome one. Giant shout out to Chris Hartford on all that. I actually have no idea. I've been so far down the rabbit hole of these core boxes and the core rulebook. I have no idea if we're doing an April Fool's joke at all. So it'll be as much a surprise to me as it is to anyone else.
Will CGL sell poster packs like in Kickstarter? Force packs would be awesome.
Maybe.
With Fox Patrol being as popular as it is, any plans to move it up to the queue for planned force packs?
Yes, we've had those discussions. Absolutely.
More plushie mechs.
We have been wanting to do some clan mechs. It's just actually proven pretty difficult working with the manufacturer on these plushies. So,
if my rack jams with the new AC rules, does the weapon still explode from the jam?
No.
Space Specs when? C-Scale Black Lion when? Will we get rules to allow battle armor to fire while mounted on mechs to make the elemental drive-by tap kick a reality on the tabletop?
Probably not.
Any more mech assault-centric mechs like the Uziel planned for future minis? Thanks for the new core rules. You guys rock. C-Scale is the perfect HD scale for 54mm compared to 28mm. Very good choice.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you for that. I mean, the Uziel, long-time favorite, absolute, poster child of MechWarrior 4 Vengeance. Great to see it out there. We're always looking at new spots where to put these, and so who knows?
How many force packs are on your future list?
Oh, jeez. I think there's still 15 on that list to get through. So, and that's not it. That's not even talking the aces. That's not, nothing else. There's a lot of cool fun to do.
Now that CGL owns Ironwind Metals, can we get updates, socials included about metals in the Tuesday Newsday updates or fireside chats?
Probably not the fireside chats here at the show, but going forward, yeah, that's actually a good idea. We should be doing that.
Will CGL ever have an app similar to D&D Beyond for Battletech?
I mean, probably not. I mean, I have a good sense of how much money they spent on that, and yeah, so probably not, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm cultivating a few last ones because we're down to 4 minutes right there.
Yep, we're getting here at the end.
Print on demand for old source books still in the works?
It is. It's just, as always, it's far more complicated and difficult to pull off, but we still want to make it happen, absolutely.
If you have an updated force pack list, will you release it like you did at Adepticon 2 years ago? Randall Leak first.
Probably not anytime soon. Maybe towards the end of the year, once all of this stuff that we just announced is out the door, the new Aces is out, then maybe I'll do another leak verse. But we have so much. I don't want to distract too much from all the crazy excitement we have coming just in the next couple of months. Get back to ask me that question at PAX Unplugged.
We will remember that. Are the mech scale warships still being worked on?
I would love that so much.
You and me both. You and me both, pal.
I just want to, I'm looking at our booth and be like, maybe it would fit in here.
All right, everyone. We are coming up on 5:58. I want to thank you, and I want to thank Randall Bills for being here all day today, revealing some of this cool new stuff, and taking all these questions.
What a great series of questions. That was just lightning fast. I loved
the
it.
Fireside chats have worked out very well.
I love
us.
it. This was awesome.
It's a nice way to wrap up the day, too.
Yeah.
So today we are wrapping up day one right here. We will be back tomorrow morning at, I believe, 10 o'clock. And we will put up the schedule that day. That's my thought process. We will go from there. If you have any questions, please remember we will be doing some other Fireside chats with some of the other directors over the next 2 days. And we will be here showing you some more fun stuff. So once again, here I have Randall Bills, creative director of Catalyst Game Labs, with me here. We're at the Six Sides of Gaming / Catalyst Game Labs booth here at Adepticon Day 1 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Michael Ciravella, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a great night.
Bye.